Hello. Hello, Asane. Hello, Xeon. What do you mean, bitch? Is this multiplayer? Yes, it is multiplayer. But here's the thing. So I went ahead and bought the definitive edition yesterday. So I was mainly on the main screen for I was mainly on the main menu for like an hour or so because I was trying to fix a lot of shit on the main menu. So here's the thing. I bought this game back in I bought this game back in 2014, 2015. I did play this game back in that all right? That in that, all right? Can't sleep so you're here. Oh man. How you doing, Pip? Hope you're doing well. So I played this game back in 2015. It was a very long time ago. Hey, Jared. It was very, very long time ago. This is the version before Steam took it away. I'm gonna say this again. This is the game that it was pulled out of Steam. I think after definitive edition actually came out. So I'm not too sure. Yeah, I barely got into the story. Yeah, you can't get this game, like it's not the definitive edition because if you want to know, I have both games. I just bought the other game yesterday. So, I have both games. I have this one which I played it a very long time ago. I played it long time ago. Don't worry about the achievements as well because I actually cheated on the achievements. I cheated on the achievements, don't worry about it. And I have this one, which I just bought. I just bought this game. The reason why I'm not playing definitive edition, alright, it's because it's on 30 FPS. The game is on 30 FPS. I don't want it to be like on Xbox frame rate with 30 FPS. Yes, I did use Steam Achievement Manager, Omega lol. So I'm playing this one because this is the one that I own. It's not my computer. It's not my computer. It literally goes on 30 FPS. I have this game, all right, and it's actually on. Let me pull back to the game again real quick. It's on 500 FPS or 600 FPS. So that's why I said it was not my computer. If I run the solo or like the game before the definitive edition, and you can see like the FPS is like super smooth, if you can tell, right? So I was gonna ask if you wanted to play together, but I had to buy and download it. I know that this game is multiplayer. The weird thing about this version of Dead Island is that if you go online, it has Facebook events. I don't know what the fuck is Facebook events, but it's already long gone. It's long gone already. So yeah, there is that. So there is multiplayer for this game. There's also you can also play single player as well. So yeah, share events on Facebook. Yeah, probably. The gamma doesn't fucking work, as you can tell. Like even if I want to go all the way high, it just doesn't fucking work. There are a few things that I need to take note of as well. I don't know if I want to play this game on balance. You know what? I'm gonna play this game on balance instead. Is this game gonna crash? It crashed. Okay, cool. Yikes. This is something that I also was thinking of. I was like, wait a minute. This game crashed on me yesterday when I changed the setting. Maybe it had to reset. I forgot about that. And also maybe because it's like a fucking old ass fucking, you know, old ass game, that's why. But yeah, we're gonna be starting off with Dead Island. Yeah, I played this before back in 2015. Is it September 11th or okay, it's not September 11th, that's for sure. It's 9th November. But that was like fucking 7 years ago. So I don't know. Okay, we're gonna be starting off with a new game anyways. Alright, there we go. I chose Perna because I was like, I want to see tits. I remembered the reason why I chose Perna because I wanted to see boobies. Yikes, how do you have 100 fucking... You have 110 health. Why is Logan so fucking low?
My father was a very great man. A chief inspector for the Hong Kong police. Even though he died when I was 10, I remember him very well. He was killed by an enforcer for the Wo Xing Wo triad. And I told myself then that I would follow in his footsteps and honor his memory. He taught me martial arts.
Boring. Okay. You're the firearms expert. Hey, Left. Blunt weapon expert. Okay. I'm gonna go for Perna again, I guess.
I hate rich assholes. Which is fucking ironic, since I'm expected to put my bloody life on the line for them. That's what they pay me for.
I totally
This
forgot
pricey
that this
hotel
person is actually Australian. This person is Australian. I like me some guns in my game, alright? So, to be fair, I'll sub if you never say that again. What? Say what? I don't remember what I said. But yeah, okay, I played this a long time ago. Here's the thing, I played this game a long time ago. I never finished it. I watched a lot of the, I would say I watched a lot of the, there's a digital fight type? What the fuck? I used to play this game a long time ago. I watched a lot of gameplays of it. I also watched a lot of the I guess like playthroughs of a lot of one fucking YouTuber back then. So it's been a long time since I've actually like played this game. But I do know the gist of the first chapter, and that's about it. I don't remember anywhere else. Hey Train Minotaur. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, I remember this game like really clearly, that this game was like one of those games that I really wanted to play back in like fucking 2013, 2014, around there. But I didn't.
Maybe there's something we can use.
I didn't fucking, you know, touch it anymore. There is multiplayer actually, but like it's like if I were to play the game on the definitive edition, then yes, probably like on there instead, but not here, I think. The parents from the trailer? Oh, is it? Is it? Holy shit, it's been a long time as well, so I don't remember a lot of the stuff. Why is the game like fucking, you know, cutting? That's what I want to know. The game's like cutting a lot, that's all I could say. Whatever. Maybe because my sensitivity is so fucking high. That's why. Okay, okay. I guess so. There we go. But if you're wondering, today I'm probably not gonna be finishing this game unless I actually like go through the main story only. I'm not too sure about me just going through the main story and that's about it. I might just go along and do side missions as well. There we go. Doing good, 2 weeks of holiday for me, so yay. That's good, that's good, that's good. There'll be some 2 weeks of holidays as well, which is really good. Just skip the game. Just skip the game entirely. Yeah, it's totally shit, but you know, I've been wanting to play this game again for a while. Like, I legitimately wanted to play this game for a while now, so. How you doing, HJ? Maybe took this off for a reason, it's glitchy. I think so, but also at the same time, I don't remember why.
Getting the hang of this.
It was, that fucking, you know, cut as fuck, or whatever it is. Play Fortnite instead? Yes, Fortnite. Okay. You got level 3 for looting. Fart night? Yes. Is this the part where like all the people like fucking fall down or like drop all the way down? Yeah, it is. Oh, hot woman, bye. Goodbye, hot woman. Hot woman's dead. Zombie hot woman indeed. I'm super stacked as well with like cash. If I were to like take all the cash right now, like look, I'm stacked with cash. I don't even know how much cash I have, but I'm probably just stacked with cash right now. I gotta actually upgrade. Oh, $2. Hey Varashti. Isn't this that game with the epic wiggly jiggly juggly? It is kinda, yeah. I remembered it. I remembered it being that way as well. Boost skill related to damage, force handling, or durability, 50% for everyone, including you. Damage, critical hit. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with this one. Z. Okay, I see. Okay, how much cash do I have? $206. Alcohol, medkit, these, ripper mod. I have a ripper mod. Would you look at that? A baseball bat, a circular saw, and a motor all combined into a killer tool. Okay, I guess so. Didn't know that was an emote. Yeah. Fucking, you know, people wanted to put that as an emote, so there it is. Okay. But yeah, I think the definitive edition has multiplayer. Is just that like I'm probably gonna wait for Dead Rising 2 more than the other one, I guess. What's my objective again? Open the elevator hatch. Yes, this and that, and also these. Hold E. This game's like super loud. I'm not gonna lie. Damn, zombies almost try to kill me, man. Where's the music for this game? I mean, if you guys can hear it, then it's alright, I guess.
I can see it through the camera.
Wait. Are you fucking serious? I didn't press OK, that's why. There you go. Yes, this is me right now.
Feeling alright, mate? No shakes? Fever? Chills? Good. I'll introduce myself later. Right now, we gotta get you the hell out of there. Do exactly as I say, okay?
Get all the cutting in the fucking video, or in the movement.
You need
Look
to
at
get
that.
hold of a weapon. Search in the maintenance storage room by the end of the corridor. I would move if I were you. Now.
Wait. Why the fuck is my scroll wheel on?
Can't hurt to look.
My scroll wheel is like weirdly on fucking Chatterino instead of like this game. I don't know. Is that a zombie? No, okay. I was like, wait a minute, is that a zombie already? God, the glare in this game is like super fucking bad. Weirdly enough, the glare in this game is like weirdly bad. Great emotes. I have great emotes, of course. Thanks, Trout. And also partially HJ, because HJ wanted like stupid fucking emotes. I'm getting all the money that I need right now, like Omega lol.
It's the infected! Run! Run for the storage room!
What? Oh man.
Just a bit farther.
It's a bit fada. Fuck Phil Trout, fuck Phil Trout. Yo, ass and titties! Ass and titties! Heck yeah, that's my game. Did I get punched out? Like, what the fuck? I got punched in the fucking face by a zombie. And that didn't even get me at all. Yo, why the fuck is... Weirdly enough, why the fuck is my scroll wheel on the fucking... Whatever it was, but whatever. Oh, please don't crash! Alright, cool. I was like, wait a minute, don't crash on me right now. Oh!
I'm doing it. No! Didn't I bloody tell you?
No, stop! Wait! Hey! Can you hear me? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Wasn't this game based in like fucking Australia, like somewhere in the, like some island in Australia? That's why they all have some kind of like weird Aussie accents.
Doctor had a bloody execution.
Yo, you alright? Yo, she has a crotch. She has a fucking crotch. I don't want to see that crotch ever. Tropical island near Australia? Yeah, true. Okay. Are you a MILF? Okay.
Why won't anyone help him? You can't just let him die out there. He saved your life. You owe him your life.
Do I really have to go? Hey, Grimace. I'm just looking at fucking titties right now. Like, what the fuck? I can't believe I'm just looking at titties right now. Adocat with the 7 months resub, much appreciated. Horny on main, true. Vagina, vagina. Adocat, thank you for the 7 months resub, much appreciated. I hope you are doing well. Banoi, Harold, excerpt. Hold on, where is it? Where's the excerpt? There you go. Papua New Guinea is one of the least explored countries in the world, with many undiscovered species of plants and animals believed to exist deep within the country interior. Okay, shut the fuck up. Titties are an important part of our society. Yes, they are. They provide milk, and I like milk. Shut the fuck up! Wait! Hold on, I'm looking around the fucking area, you fucking bitch! Okay, now I go. See how they had to go in 5 minutes? Well, you're gonna miss a lot of the titties.
You at least have a weapon? You need to find a weapon.
Help him.
There, here's a weapon.
Alright. This is fucking crazy.
This is fucking crazy.
1, 2, fuck it, 3!
Fuck it, 3! Holy shit. I got punched again! Whoa!
What's wrong with you?
Oh shit! Whoops! Alright. What happened to Trout? I don't know. It's been a while since I've seen Trout actually.
Coming again!
What? Are they? They're coming again! But like, no one's fucking coming. Oh shit, it's like, it's the guy that looks like Bear Grylls, but he's fucking dark skinned.
Okay then. Thanks, mates.
Alright, we got Act 1. I killed him. Oh wow, we're back together.
Hello? Can you hear me? Shit. Hello?
We were just attacked. Listen, your friend from the hotel's awake. You were right about him being immune to this thing. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have made it. Maybe now we can hold out until help arrives.
There is no help. This thing can't be stopped. I saw how it took my wife.
You need to get out of there, and I can help you. I can arrange for transportation, by air, by sea, but first you need to get here, to me.
I have many sick and injured here, mate. They're crazy with fear. Tell me where you are. Where are you?
I don't know, man. Trout
You there, mate?
hasn't been
Hello?
here for a while
Hello?
now. Hey, Metal.
God damn it.
Crikey.
We didn't think you were gonna make it.
You fucking zombies, mate.
No thanks to you.
I need to stop staring at titties. And their asses. I need to stop staring at anything.
Fuck, I should have never listened to Cinemoy.
I'm just looking down because I wanted to see more fucking tits and ass.
Cinemoy, the head lifeguard here. The voice on the radio told me you were in trouble at the hotel. Said you were resistant to whatever this is.
We know you're gay.
Believe it.
Damn. How you doing, Ash?
I saw the bite marks.
I'm looking at
You got no
fucking
symptoms,
women's
but-
ass more than fucking guys'
Yeah,
ass.
well,
Because
bites
guys'
are-
ass is flat.
I don't know
Hold
who
on.
you are, or how you know that guy on the radio, but he's our only connection with the outside world. We keep losing the
There's a
blood
time when
signal.
Trell was a regular. Yeah, I don't know
Sun
why.
coming. So here's the thing. We need to move everybody to the main lifeguard station. There's an ambulance there and more equipment and a stronger radio with an antenna. I hate to ask, but we can't do this without you. Will you help
There's a
me?
mod that replaces sexy people with extremely. I don't know. Bring the security key card to the lifeguard tower from bungalow 11. Easy. Yeah, sure.
Sure.
Good. First off, we need an access card to get past the security gate. Mine's in my room. With all the commotion, I forgot to take it with. It's in bungalow 11, by the pools. Take a weapon and watch yourself. You may be immune. That don't mean you can't die.
Okay. Damn, baby. That ass fucking thick as fuck. Damn, those boobies fucking big as fuck.
No thanks to you.
Yeah, small dick. Anyways. Oh, the fucking glare in this game. How the fuck is this glare so fucking high? I don't even know if I don't even know if there's anything to do with this fucking gamma, because this gamma does nothing at all. See, the gamma does fucking nothing. Flimsy homemade knife. I can fucking hit around. Alright, have a good one. Oh, cat. Paddle, a flimsy diving knife. I can equip this. There we go. So, how do I even, like, it's just these two and that's about it? I guess so, okay. Alright, let's go to this site real quick. And see what the fuck I can explore. Just these two nuts! These two nuts. Got him. I love me some these two nuts, I guess. Remember when this game was like one of the most anticipated fucking games of 2012, I think? Is it 2012 or 2013? I don't remember. It's like either one of them. In this game you have to unlock certain parts, open up. Yeah. I remembered it. I remembered it clearly. Because I used to watch a lot of fucking gameplay videos or walkthroughs or playthroughs of this game. But that was like back in 2013 when I didn't know anything at all.
Let go of me!
Okay. That was like, yeah, a long fucking time ago. But I don't remember a lot of shit in this game now. Cause this game is like fucking, you know, old as fuck now. I have a broomstick. I can drop this, but I also want this for cash. I think a lot of the stuff that I really want right now is just for cash. Press G to kick. Okay, cool. Thank you for telling me to kick. I just went into like the wrong fucking direction of everywhere. I just wanted to explore like what the fuck is this area right here? Is there like an invisible wall? That's the question. Well, that's somewhat of an invisible wall, I guess, but like, you know, is it very much of an invisible wall right here? I guess yes. I can't really go anywhere from here. Am I dying? I was like, wait a minute, am I dying? Where's my fucking... I'm gonna use that, yeah, alcohol, sure. So I guess my health is already alright. Oh god, I'm already fucking dazed. Dizzy, sorry. Fuck is happening, bros? I drank alcohol, I don't know, man. You die.
What's wrong with you?
And you die. Wow, it was fucking slow-mo. Cool. Okay. I don't even know where the fuck I'm going, but like... Honestly, I really need the, Where's my... Okay, whatever. This must be Dead Island because this game is dead boring. Yeah, true. How you doing, Suzuka? Hope you're doing well. There's this house right here. Holy shit. I'm in a different fucking area of the game.
I just keep getting better.
Sure. Damn. Her teeth are pearly whites. Look at those. Look at those teeth. Super pearly white. I can fucking put my face on the boobies. What the fuck? that's hella great. Literally falls. Yes, this game I could fall asleep on, but like I don't know how this game is gonna be like because I have not played this game in like years. I've only played like 30 minutes, never finished it. And watch me like literally try to like do shit in this game, you know. How are you doing, Onyx? Hope you're doing well. I'm playing this game for you guys as non-boredom, I guess. Cause you know, anything could happen in this shitty ass game. Honestly. Yeah, this game is like fucking. Which one is better, this game or Dying Light? I feel like Dying Light is much better than this fucking game, but sure. Hope you are too. I'm doing alright. I wanna use this thing. Cause I feel like my shit is about to break. But I don't know if my shit is actually about to break! You die a little bit more. There we go. Die! Both, Shire, both shit. But Dying Light is a million times, better. I know that Dying Light is, more, like, it is, like, so much better than, like, you know, the other game, but, like, you know, or, like, this game, but it is what it is as well. Workbench. Okay, I can actually make... I can make stuff. Totally forgot that I can make stuff. And I'm also gonna... Not even fucking going for the main mission as well. I'm just going for, like, so-called... around the map side missions right now. Flimsy stick. Requires level 1. Okay, these two requires level 1, but I can actually repair them. So I don't really want to repair them at the moment. Oh shit! What the fuck are you here for? Fat ass. Sorry, should have said that. Water dance. What the fuck? I'm already on a side quest? I'm already on a fucking stupid ass side quest. Okay. I have made it through a side quest. Holy shit! Is that a titty? Bro! In my video game? Hot damn. Can I even drive? Hell yeah, I can drive. I forgot, this is not like fucking, this is not America. Haha! This ain't America, man. Oh, now, fuck me, my screen is... Holy shit.
What is going on here?
What is going on here? Fucking Aussies, mate. You have skill points? I have skill points? Oh, yeah, I do. Okay. I'm gonna go with survival then. I still want to go for the main mission, but like, holy shit, I'm already far away from the main mission so far. I'm like super far away from the main mission right now. Yeah, why not we just go to the main mission or some shit like that. And also reckless driving. Nice new avatar queen. You mean the fucking avatar that I've been using for the past year or so? At like what is it again? I don't remember. It's the zombie one. Yeah, I like the zombie one. It was made by one of those NSFW furry artists that told me, hey, I can do your SFW shit. Well, I guess it's NSFW because it's like really gore-like, but you know, it is what it is. Is there a way for me to climb over this thing? They scammed you out of the what? Is there like no opening for this? I guess there's no opening unless I actually jump around. Oh, oh yeah. I don't think they scammed me. I just told them, hey, I don't want NSFW. I want SFW, but like looking like a gory NSFW, you know. And then they said, yeah, okay, sure. I was like, yeah, okay, sure. Can I move towards this side? Okay, cool, I can. Okay. So if I push my car towards here, can I still go in? This is going to be a stupid thing for me to do because I want to go into this area. There we go. Wait, what? Can I not go in? Holy shit, I can fling myself out. That's so weird, I can actually just fling myself out. Okay. Can I go in, at least? I can't go in? What? How can I not go in? Hello? Is this the fun door? This is not the fun door. So I can't go in at all. What? Oh man. Okay, whatever. If I can't go in, I can't go in. This shit is fucked. Yeah. Invis wall. Damn. No, because there's a fucking whatever it is in there. There's a fucking, you know. There's a fucking workbench in there, as you can tell. A work fucking bench. So there's probably a way to actually go in there. So why is the control so fucking inverted? Like, I don't know. Alright, let's get, like, towards this side of the... I need to go all the way down again.
He needs our help.
Oh! Sorry! I don't know how the fuck I didn't kill you at all.
Our tower when something jumped in front of the car. John lost control and we crashed. He's still there, trapped inside the car. You have to help.
Are you
Get him out,
kidding me?
please.
We're gonna do a fucking... get Lori's husband out of the wrecked car. Okay, sure. Hilda, I know a few of you things...
Quickly,
No! How you doing, Erna? How you doing, Shy? These graphics look shit. It does look shit. Okay, so... Wait, hold on. So this is a workbench. I went all the way here. That's a portal? Hey, yo, a portal. Turn off switch C. Huh? Was I there? Oh, man. Kanji for horse is... Damn, bro. What is this fucking tunnel? New quest crash. Interesting. Hey, look, a door. Hey, look, a door! 操你妈! Oh!
Stop right there. Stay where you are.
What the fuck?
Hey, easy there, friend. We're not infected.
Holy shit!
You're alive? I didn't think there was anyone
Did I skip a lot of the story now? I just went somewhere and I skipped like fucking parts of the story now.
It's closed. Colonel White's orders.
I don't even know what the fuck is happening. I just skipped like probably
Very well fortified.
80% of the. I don't even know where am I.
To the disease. They were examined and
Why the fuck is everyone here?
But the contagion spread.
I'm level 3 and everyone's here already.
What, shut it down? What about the infected?
And we were ordered to kill them. Every last one of them. To halt the
I am! I just went somewhere and I was like, oh, tunnel! Oh, my curiosity peaked when I looked at the door.
Well, that's probably because of the monsoon.
Maybe. Shut the fuck up, you maggots!
Whoa! Almost hit it. Shut the fuck up.
Fight to the bloody end. Do whatever it takes to execute our last order. Is that understood?
What? How the fuck did I go there?
This place at all.
Major Dixon's talking to the troops. He's our commanding officer.
We will do what is necessary to survive. We have enough weapons and ammo to kill.
Do you think I can actually just skip the game? Do you think I just can I just like literally skip the game?
We are self-sufficient, and we will fight together until we've drawn our last breath.
It's not the DLC. I don't think this is the DLC at all. Is this the DLC?
So what kind of arena are you talking about exactly?
They're survivors, Major. We have 4 arenas full of.
I think so, but I don't remember anything about this game. I only know like the first part, and that's about it. Because you have to go into like one of the bungalows first.
The task is to kill all the infected before they can kill you. There's only one rule: survival.
I'm the woman, yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure I see the point of this.
It's a test of
I'm the other woman.
We
that
execute
one.
our last order and slaughter the infected, and those who fight best will be rewarded. Only the strong will survive.
Okay.
We have lots of food and lots of ammo. Help
Wait! So I can get guns from here now? Hold on.
It has always been survival of the fittest.
My merchandise is all top.
Wait, I can get fucking guns. This is definitely the I don't even know if it's the DLC. I don't know anything.
You won't find any better.
I don't even know if this is the DLC. Can I sell my shit? Sell. Alcohol. Raw danger runs. Oh no. Sure. Raw danger runs when. Oh yeah, I wanted to actually buy this game. I wanted to buy this game, but like I need money, and I don't have money at the moment. That's not what I meant. I want to buy this game actually. Where's my display capture real quick? I wanted to buy. Where is it? I remember like, yeah, here we go. Yeah, this one. I wanted to buy this game, Disaster Report from Hell. I don't know how this game is like, but I really want to play this game. How are you doing, Idiotic? So I want to buy this game sooner or later, but it's like $95. I don't even know why it's like super fucking expensive. I also want to buy this game sooner or later, Eternal Darkness. Hopefully I do have money to actually buy games sooner or later. I also want to buy this one as well. like, I know this is like the shitty Fatal Frame. How much is 95 in 60? 70? I think it's about 60, 70 USD. I want to buy like a few games for the how you say it? It's not for the collection, but more or less for Spooktober, because I really do want to play as many horror games as possible. The problem is that like one is $60, the other one is like 30, the other one is like 95, and I really do want to actually buy a few of the games, even like the Suffering as well. I heard the Suffering is like fucking, you know, the Suffering is a cool game as well. Every Fatal Frame is a shitty Fatal Frame. I don't know how shitty it is anyways. I played a little bit of the first, and I finished up the fifth one. So I only know about the fifth Fatal Frame, and that's about it, which is the Made in Black Water or some shit like that. I think that's what it is.
For free. Just don't walk away with anything.
I don't think they're coming for us. We haven't heard a word, have we?
Okay, I think I'm already in the wrong area, so I'm probably gonna get the fuck out of here. Eternal Darkness, yeah.
Them toys I picked up here and there.
Invest in Raw Danger instead, but I need to.
Choice is yours.
Flat out wrong. Both the Suffering and Suffering 2 are awful. I don't know what horror games I'm gonna play anyways to see whether is it awful or not. There's a lot of fucking horror games out there that's like, one, awful, two, like, goddamn awful. So it's either I'm gonna play it and see it for myself, or like that's it, you know. But I heard a lot about the Suffering anyways. If I were to invest into Raw Danger, I need to go on like Amazon or eBay. I don't have Amazon or no. I need to spend a lot of money on Amazon or eBay though, which I don't want to at the moment. I gotta play Alien Isolation VR. Yo, that game is awesome. I love Alien Isolation, by the way. I think Alien Isolation is one of those really cool games. Get Laurie's husband on the red car. Wait, hold on, what? Okay, let me get this thing for like fucking 400 XP and then I'll be good. Yeah, I don't know how shit is like, but you know, anything could happen. Hello. Am I trapped already? Wait, what? I can't be trapped already. There we go. Hello, John. Hello, John.
Please be careful.
What? Oh, hello.
Pass me a bloody weapon.
Wait, am I dead? No, I'm not dead. Wait, what? Oh shit! Oops, sorry. I needed another boomstick. There we go. Equip. This one as well. Equip. There we go.
Just hang on, honey.
John, hang on. Come on. Stop! I wanna say you could pick up Raw Danger for $40 or less, but I imagine shipping is a problem. It is! That's why I go for local shit, and that's why I have like some local shit that... Holy shit, her ass is so fucking huge!
John, you're gonna be okay. Here, take what you need out of the trunk. Whatever you want.
Okay. So I guess you two are saved. I guess so. Bye. Okay, so I guess I'm done with this stupid quest, I guess. Yeah. Is it? Wait, no, it's this one. Protect the Weavers. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm done with this stupid fucking quest. See you. Help, my husband's in the car! Oh, too bad, man. Alright, let's go to the actual fucking mission real quick, because I need to actually go into the mission. But yeah, honestly, who knows by then. The only reason why it's like $95 because it's local, and like, you know.
This is insane.
I really want to get all the games I could actually get for now, but I'm not too sure if I could actually get it, you know, because money is fucking scarce and everything is in inflation. Even like my games at the moment are also in inflation as well. How's Z do? Oh, okay, I don't need my Z. Ooh, fucking battery, nice. Shitty meme game because I can actually flip and sell. like I have a Silent Hill 1 disc that I bought for $50. I can flip that for fucking 150. I have Silent Hill 2. I have Silent Hill 3 on the PS2. That's on like $50. I can flip that for fucking more than I think 150 as well. So never sell. Shut the fuck up. I will sell. Surely I will sell copium. Oh shit! Slap that ass. As an Aussie, I wouldn't say. This is insane. Fuck your talk. You have to find a buyer? Yeah, I have to find a buyer. But honestly, like with these kind of games, I think people would actually buy because it's more of a collectible than something they would want to play, right? And if they want to play it, some people also want to like resell it anyway. So it's more like the resale value that is like it will cost a lot more if you keep it a lot longer than just playing it and just like, you know, keeping it forever, you know. So if I were to buy like a game, oh my god, hello? Oh, because of you. Fuck. If I were to buy like a game, and if I wait for quite a while, yeah, true. It depends on time actually. I had a buyer who really wanted to actually get my Silent Hill 1 disc for like $120, but like I just don't know whether I should even. No, I'm not putting it on eBay. I'm putting it on my local site, which is the carousel one. That's all I'm using. I'm not using like eBay or Amazon. I'm using like mostly local because it's easier that way. And I could get cash immediately faster. How are you not dead? Oh, dude. How are you not dead? Die.
I need a weapon, mate.
I need a weapon, mate. What? There we go. Which hasn't found him. I guess so, yeah. But you know, it still requires a lot of time as well. So who knows? Who knows when the right time is? You know, the right time is around the corner. It's green quality. I'm not gonna do that. God, I can't even see shit. Plus, I drank alcohol. I'm all fucking drunk now. Short of money buying resells not. Well, I'm not gonna do that right now. That's the thing. But all I'm saying is that like if I really want to buy, then yeah, I'll just buy it. But for now, I don't think I would want to buy it. Maybe I'll play on emulator, who knows? But like I don't know. I don't feel like I want to play games on emulator for now. Oh shit. I forgot there's no block commit. There's no blocking on this game. Okay, this one is like super fast, so I might die right here. Can you swim? I think you can, but I don't remember how you even swim in this game. Give me your cash. Give me also your cash. Yeah, I don't remember how you could actually swim in this game. Is this the bungalow that, like, the people were talking about. Bungalow 11. I need to go Bungalow 11. I'm already far away from Bungalow 11. I could have bought that other med kit, you know. Yeah, I don't know if I could. You know, that's why I said maybe, but I don't know if I could. I'm going like the other way. Oh god, hello. No cash on you? No cash, okay. Finally, energy drink, holy shit. Don't have to be that fucking red anymore. Okay. These guys are fast. Oh god, wow! Let's move away from that. Hello! Yeah! Ow! Jesus Christ, no! Bat! I'm red again! Stop it, you fucking idiot! Oh my god, okay, wait. Do I have... Turn out the flashlight, come on. Turn out the flashlight. No. Do I have a better... I guess I do have a better weapon, hold on. There. I'll use that instead. There we go. Am I stuck in like something? I probably am. Ow! Wait, there we go. Boom, he's dead. Okay, hopefully I can find another energy drink or heal up, you know. Yeah, I don't think I can swim in this game. I probably can just go underwater and that's about it.
Some good stuff here.
A bat! A bat! I need a bat! Equip that bat. There we go. Bat. Surely somewhere or somehow I'm gonna find a fucking gun. Oh, a pipe. Okay, I can also equip that as well. Wait. Whoops. Equip with this. There we go. Cool. Now I don't have to worry. I can't even see shit. Is that ass? I guess so. I don't even know if it's ass or not. Just looking at ass while I'm fucking red in color. White are cum stains. They're not cum stains. They're fucking whatever it is. They are they're not cum stains. They're just tears. Yeah, there's just tears. Shut the fuck up. You're Erna. You're a cum stain. Orlinder. What the fuck is Orlinder? Orlinder. What the fuck is Orlinder? I've never heard of it Orlinder before. Orlinder, whatever. Orlean. I don't know. Yo, what the fuck? Someone's actually fucking drowning? Someone actually drowning in there? I don't know. Oh shit, is this place? Okay. Okay, wait, hold on. I need to... I think I drank my energy drink. You die as well. Oh god, no! You die as well. It's good. And you die as well. Oh, lindering your mom. What? Hello.
It's so bloody bright.
So bloody bright. I can't. Why is it so bloody bright in here, mate? Oi, mate. So Aussie. Am I being racist?
Where the hell am I? Oh yeah, it's coming back to me now. I was chased in here by a mob of bloody maniacs. I was
Bloody!
I had to kill the bloody bartender. The crazy git was trying to bite me. Didn't have nothing to eat, but I had a hell of a lot to drink. But now I'm all out and hungover as hell and need a bit of the hair of the dog that bit me, huh? Think you can find me some more booze?
Booze.
Worth your while.
Get booze for Stanley. Fuck you.
Sure.
Good. I'll wait here if you don't mind. I'm not really up to moving around.
Oh my god. Fucking no. You want booze? Ugh. These guys need booze now. I'll take this. Get my health up. I'm still level 3. So how the fuck am I still level 3? And not even, you know. Passport to life. I still haven't even fucking go through this one. Oh, I still need to do the water dance one as well. Fuck me. Well, I'm stupid that I didn't even fucking do the sign quest yet. Okay. Bring the security guard to lifeguard tower from... Okay, we'll do the main because I need to do the main one. I'm just stupid to not do the main one at the moment. Yeah, I'm just gonna do the main and the water tower, whatever. I mean, fucking alcohol, drunk, Aussie might. Oh, hello. Wait, where's my bat? Where the fuck's my bat? Hello? Use my bat, hello? What? Equip. Did I not have my bat this whole time? What the fuck?
Good on ya.
Good on ya! Good on ya! Motherfucking good on ya! This is so Aussie. This game is like super Aussie. I just realized this. Hello. Yo, I fucked you up, woman. Too bad. Oh man, her boobies aren't... Her boobies are fucked. God damn it. God damn boobies. Boobies are super fucked. I guess I'll go this way then. This way to here? Because it's bungalow 11, right? Yeah, bungalow 11.
Bloody hell.
Bloody hell. I'll take this, thank you.
My wife. My dad. Oh,
Your wife gets this!
Christ! What else could I do? Let him kill me? Why are you looking at me like that? What the fuck do you want from me? I had no choice!
Do I kill him? do I just kill him? Hello, Joy. Is this your wife? This ain't your wife. This like your fucking husband or some shit. Fucking gay. I'm joking. Knock knock. Who's there? Final stream.
This is Roger Howard on a special assignment on the island of Banoi. I'm investigating illegal logging and clear cutting that's not only damaging the ecosystem here, but costing the people of Banoi billions.
Oh shit, I drank the alcohol. Am I not supposed to fucking... Oh god, I drank the alcohol, man. I drank the alcohol! Fuck! I didn't mean to drink the alcohol. I stole the fucking juice's fucking...
I will be leaving a trail of recordings wherever I go. So that if something were to happen to me, the truth would still be told. I'm leaving now to meet with an informant who I believe could rip the lid off of this investigation.
I need to go find more alcohol now. I need to go find more alcohol. It's a tropical island in like around Australia. I don't know where this is, but it's like Banoi. This place like Banoi. Okay, remind me to not fucking drink the alcohol right now. I really should not be drinking the alcohol right now. Is this Singapore? Singapore could look like this if you visit like the lower, I mean the southern part of Singapore, I guess. Like, I guess if you were to visit the southern part of Singapore, it would look like this, but like, you know, I don't think it would be all Aussie-like. With the accents and all. So wait, what do I have to do right now? Oh, I have to fucking, okay, you know what? What if I do the alcohol one first, and then afterwards I go back to whatever it is? Yeah, what if I just do the alcohol
Maybe I'll
one
find
first?
something useful.
I just need to not fucking... I just need to not fucking, you know... drink the alcohol. Don't fucking drink the alcohol, Juho. Okay. What is this? Inspiring kick. I don't want this one. Attack formation. Grim inspiration. Okay, what's this one? 5% of fury. Oh, it's on fury. Oh, fuck that shit. Hold on. Repair cost. Extra slots. Ooh. Hold on. Combat. Kills game stamina. Ooh, okay. I'll just use this then. Okay, cool. I'll get the stamina one later. But for now, like, we're gonna get some fucking alcohol. I'm not gonna fucking drink the alcohol. Please don't let me drink the alcohol right now. I don't want to drink the alcohol. Don't make me fucking drink the alcohol right now. Equip. There we go. Do not fucking drink alcohol. Oh, hello. That guy woke up. You also wanted to wake up. I don't know. You as well, right? Okay, cool. Ripped to his head, holy shit. Tiring hammer. Okay, you know what? After this part, I probably am gonna be selling these shits. I'm not too sure if I'm gonna be keeping them. I probably need to sell a lot of them. He's dead, right? Yeah, he's dead. Weak wooden baton. Okay. You got money. I probably do need. Okay. So what is the other quest I had to do? Passport to life. Return to oh, I had to return to the person. That's why. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna find fucking alcohol. I just want to find alcohol, man. Where's all the alcohol, bro? I will fucking get drunk, get down and dirty with alcohol, bro. Wear me some alcohol, bro. So what? Did it fucking do this all over again? It fucking did. How the fuck is it? There we go. So somehow my scroll wheel. Hold on. Somehow my scroll wheel. Fucking, you know. Like, it scrolled the fucking Twitch chat and the game together, so I was like, what the fuck? Why did it do that? What shit do I even have? Fucking bat chesting, of course. Oh my god, it's hecking great. Oh my god, it's hecking. I'm hecking excited to get boost. Heck. I had had to fucking do this all over again like that. My hacking scroll wheel. Look at this mouse. Think of it, cash. Come on, there's one more, at least one more beer bottle that I can find. At least one more beer bottle I can find, or alcohol. Damn, bro. What is this fucking... Whoa. Hello? Oh, it's because I don't have any energy, that's why? Yeah. Boom. You're dead. Oh, now you're dead. Wait, no, you're not dead. There you go. Now you're dead. Jesus Christ. Getting all the cash as well. Like, what the fuck? Hello? Circular blade. Yeah, I think I could sell them, but also at the same time, I could actually upgrade my fucking, like, upgrade my weapons. That's... What? What? What was that? What was that about? What? I lost in the toilet. Yeah, I lost the toilet. What the fuck? How did I lose to the toilet? What? I just lost in the toilet. Bro, this is unfair. I just
look.
I lost in the fucking toilet, man. Hold on. I need to actually drop this thing then. Okay. Hopefully I don't lose to the fucking toilet again. Oh, hell yeah, that's the alcohol that I need. In the fucking trash can even. Yo, I got the alcohol in the trash. I'm gonna give it to the Aussie guy that needs the alcohol anyways, right? Thank you for your cash, bro. Are you gonna stand up? Bro. Don't you fucking dare stand up, bitch. Wait, what is this? What is this area? Are you? No, don't you fucking stand up right here. I can't believe I lost to the toilet, man. Still can't believe that. Whoa, are you ass out? Yeah, you're ass out. Dude, dude wants some fucking... Is that keys? Can I get keys? No, that's not keys. Is that keys? I don't even know. Okay, my impression of this game right now is that, like... I didn't realize that this game is, like, super fucking... Oi! Yoi! You know. This game could be super fucking interesting, but, like, also at the same time, it's, I guess it is what it is. It's a 2013 game, I think, or a 2012 game, so... I kind of expected it to be like that. Oh my god, my scroll wheel's also... My scroll wheel is like fucking doing the same thing again. Are you alive? You have a lighter, okay. I'm gonna be fucking stacked with all of this shit.
This is Roger Howard.
Oh wait, I've seen this already. Okay, I do not need that then. Can I... Maybe I'll keep the baseball bat then. Probably I'll just keep the baseball bat just in case. Just in case if like I need to. Alright. Let's see what you need. I finished it. I finished it yesterday. Weren't you not there?
Good. I'll wait here if you don't mind. I'm not really up to moving around.
Get 5 more. 5 more bottles? Are you fucking drunk out of your fucking mind, you Aussie bitch? You got an ad for Overwatch 2. Yeah, Overwatch 2 is happening. Rip Overwatch 1. How are you doing, Artless? Hope you're doing well. But yeah, I finished the whatever game it was. I finished Obscure. It was a I'm gonna say this, it's actually a really good game. I like Obscure. I really did like Obscure. That game was kind of different, but also at the same time, like, I know it's like Scooby-Doo anyways, but it's really good. You know, you were there. Yeah. But also we're playing Dead Island because this was actually chosen in the Discord. Yeah, huh? HJ, huh? HJ, more like what, huh? HJ? Scooby, do you think anyone cares? Damn, bro. Oh. Oh, you're dead. Yeah, you're gonna be dead as well. What? Oh, okay. Hopefully I can find the alcohol. I know I made like 9 trillion Discord accounts to overthrow your server's democracy and establish. Yeah, I thought fucking whatever it was gonna win. I thought Resident Evil CVX was gonna win, but you know, somehow people wanted to see Dead Island a lot more than this game, than the other game. So I was like, what? You're full of flies, I think. Rip. That was a fucking turnaround as well, so I didn't realize that it was gonna be like that kind of a turnaround, you know? Oh god. Why does this thing... I'll use the cleaver then. Where's my fucking... I'm gonna drop this. Equip this. But then again, I want the cleaver. So cleaver goes here. Hello. I chopped you to death. You too. Wow. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you, man. Okay, where's the alcohol that I need? Other than like me just scavenging around for fucking money and shit. You know? Need more alcohol for this fucking whatever dude it is. All I'm doing is fucking scavenging now. That's what I'm doing. Is that person dead? Dead now. Whoa! That's like close up to the fucking whatever it is. My day has been shit. But at least I can now take it on you. Mega noob, mega noob. Key to Bungalow 14? Wait, what? I'm gonna have a lot of monies as well, which is really good. Oh shit, I have no fucking energy. Is it because of my weapon being so fucking shit right now? Probably is. Do that. Drop this. I burn ravioli. Why do you fucking burn ravioli? Oh, alcohol. There we go. We got more alcohol at least.
I love surprises.
How about a surprise in my pants? How about that, bro? I think there's a surprise in my pants, that's for sure. How much money do I even have? 1,000 money. Is my wrench like fucking... My wrench is already fucked, or my knife is already fucked. Okay, sure. The only thing I like about this game is like this fucking bikini girls, I guess. Like everywhere you see this fucking bikini girls. Look at that. Look at her ass, it's also fucking thick as well. Damn. Who doesn't like a thick ass? Oh god. Oh god, my chat is so fucked up right now. My chat is just so fucked right now. Because I'm trying to zoom in and out of a map. I don't want to go to a waypoint. I want to go to... Check bungalow 14. Yeah, okay. We're gonna check bungalow 14. Wait. Which one is bungalow 14 then? Gold digger. Check hotel bungalow 14. Like 2 of them. What? I guess I'll go to like both of them. Yeah, I had to check both of them then. Okay, sure.
FBI, open up!
Gallo with the raid. Check Bofa? Yo, check Bofa. How you doing, Gallo? Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the raid, much appreciated. How's your... Did you get good run on Blood Rain? Hey, Draft. Hey, did you get a good run on Blood Rain? Dead Island? Yeah. Discord server chose the game, so I was like, yeah, I'm gonna play Dead Island. I don't mind it. Do voodoo and such? Yeah, you do voodoo in this fucking game. Voodoo. Voodoo these nuts. I also need to get alcohol right now, so. Hey, Styles man. Good luck on Lorraine. Lorraine? I don't remember. I don't even know who Lorraine is. But yeah. But yeah, for those of you who do not know, I'm actually oh wait. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Juhors. I am a speedrunner. I speedrun a lot of horror games and also some variety games. My subtitles that sure. No. Aw. I hope you get well soon. Seems like you're having like a lot of low energy lately, so I hope you're gonna do well sooner or later. But also at the same time, yeah, if you guys do not know me, I'm Juhors. I play a lot of horror games, or I speedrun a lot of horror games as well. For the month of October, I'll be playing a lot of the spooky games, or it's like Spooktober, where I will be playing like at least one horror game that I've never played before in like the next in like this month of October anyways. So yeah, I was talking about saucepans, of course. But yeah, I have played this game before, but like I only played this game for like 30 minutes and that's about it. I never continued playing this game for a very long time, for like how you say, not a very long time, but more of like for a prolonged amount of time. So yeah. Okay, I do need alcohol for now. And I do need health, which I will get to health later on. Whoa, hello. That's a lot of shit. I need energy drinks right now. Mega doo-doo game, that's why I voted it. A lot of people said that this game is doo-doo, so whatever. I used to actually like this game. Like, the reason why I liked this game in the first place was because that this game was one of the anticipated horror games, or anticipated like fucking games of 2012 or 2013 if I'm not mistaken. So it was something that I really didn't want to play back in like fucking high school, Or even like fucking middle school actually. And it's I guess it is what it is with what I'm playing at the moment. It's a slut doing whatever. What? No. Maybe. No. What's this thing? Move the painting. A safe. What is this safe? Wait, hold on. I need to take this fucking waypoint away. But yeah, I guess this game is like kind of going okay-ish well, you know. I've already unlocked the save, really? Okay, sure. But I do need to get more alcohol or some shit like that, huh? Quest giver. That's a quest giver? Oh! Oh, it's that guy. Okay, sure. I remember that guy then. Okay, I need to find one more alcohol and then I have to go back to fucking Stanley. But I don't know where the last alcohol is at. Where are you? This game is jank but fun. I bought this game back in like 2014, 2015, and I played for like 30 minutes, never finished it. I watched a lot of gameplays though. Like this game, like when it first came out, I kind of like watched a lot of gameplays because I didn't have money to actually buy the game, so I was like, you know, watch the game. It was pretty cool, and then, you know, I bought it afterwards and I didn't fucking play it afterwards because, you know, I'm fucking dumb and I was fucking young. And then now I'm like, yeah, maybe I should actually finish this game. It's been a long time since I've actually touched this game. Okay, maybe somewhere, somehow I could actually find alcohol. And then I'm probably gonna go back to Stanley, but, you know. Oh, there. Never mind. That's alcohol. Okay, where's Stanley again? There we go. Hopefully I don't have to give him, like, more fucking alcohol, because if I had to give him more alcohol, this is gonna be really fucked up. I really don't want to give him more alcohol. He's already drunk enough with, like, 5 alcohol fucking, you know. 5 alcohol bottles. And then he wants another 5 more alcohol bottles. Are we gonna give him another 5 more alcohol bottles? I don't wanna.
Good. I'll wait here if you don't mind. I'm not really up to moving around.
Are you gonna get fucking hell? Yeah, maybe I should go with the main quest right now. I'm just gonna go in the main quest then. Yeah, I'm just gonna go in the main quest. Fuck it. Fuck you, Stanley. You just wanna fucking get drunk. Oh man, I just clipped with a fucking umbrella. Nice. It's one of the infinitely repeatable Are you serious? Oh my god. Stanley never dies by alcohol poisoning. God damn it. So he just gives you cash and cash and cash, huh? Okay. I guess that's what it is. Guess what it is with fucking guys who want alcohol for like all the time, I guess. Okay.
What's this here?
Flexible holes. that sounds like me just saying that wrongly.
It's bloody beautiful.
Flexible holes. Do we want any kind of flexible holes? Sure. You know what? This reminds me of this one game that I actually remember that I wanted to play as well when I was a kid, which is Far Cry 3, I think. Far Cry 3. It looks like fucking Far Cry 3. Oh. Rusty pipe. I can actually get this rusty pipe and just exchange this. What I have. You know what? Later. Not now. Hello.
You did it? All right. Thanks to you, we might all just make it.
Alright. Nailed mod. Fuck. Why are all the chicks with fucking like bikinis all around? Like everyone's with a bikini.
No thanks to
See,
you.
bikini. Why are all the fucking chicks with bikinis?
Why the hell did I stay here with Cinemoy? I should have listened to Maggie and left with James and the others. They probably found a way off the island by now. Maybe there's still time to find them. If you're out there and you see Maggie and the others, could you let me know where they are?
Find Maggie and tell Steven her location. Alright, sure.
How can I say no?
Original or remaster? Original. How you doing, James?
Because, I mean, you know, where the hell else am I gonna
This
go?
is original. The only reason why is this original is because,
It's in the Book of Revelations.
it's in the Book of Revelations. The only reason why is this,
Okay,
hold on.
ready to go out there again? I need you to find a lifeguard station and see if it's safe. Can you do that for me?
Hard! Get to the Lifehouse Tower, get rid of all the undead in the area. Okay,
Sure.
fine, sure.
Take the beach. It's the shortest way. We'll come as soon as we know it's safe.
Alright.
There should be a working radio inside. Signal us when it's clear, and we'll follow you.
Okay, back to what I was talking about. The reason why I chose this one over remaster is because one, I have this game. Two, the remaster is actually at 30 FPS this whole time, which I do not want it to be at 30 FPS the whole time. Three, yeah, I never finished this game, so there's that. Yeah, hope you're doing well, James. Okay. So I had to go towards here. Okay, I had to go towards there, but I want to do this one first. Because, you know, I went there. And I think there's another objective, right? Fucking find Maggie. How do I find Maggie? Remastered runs like shit. I feel like it does, yeah. Portal. If you ever find yourself making a bad mistake of tying game logic to frame rate, best solution is lock the frame rate. Yeah, the thing is that like the frame rate didn't really work that well for me at all, so I kind of just disregarded it, and it was like it was just stuck at 30 the whole time. So I was like, nah, I don't want to be stuck at 30. Did they actually like? Yeah, did they actually fucking resurrect themselves? But I respawn. Do they actually respawn into like new enemies and such? Because if they do, then that's kind of shit, you know. Prefer the older version? I mean, the older version is alright. I do mind it. I know I don't mind it. Sorry, I don't mind it. But like the thing is that like, look at this glare. This glare is so fucking shit. I want the glare to be like turned off or something. Okay.
That's it.
Splat headshot. Okay. Alright, let's go back into here again and then turn on whatever switch I had to turn on. Or off, I don't even know. Lol. Give me that $167. Thank you very much. Off that shit. And then I think I need one more. Frail wrench. Nah, I don't want that. Whoa! Runners. A bunch of fucking runners, man. Whoa, dude! Oh, you only have nails? Damn, bro. Hold on. My shit broke. Oh, man. Okay. I guess my shit broke. That's why. What did I even pick? I picked this up. I guess I can drop these because I don't need them anymore. Which one is the one? Okay, which ones are the ones that I could actually drop? I'm gonna drop this. And this too. And this too. So I'm just gonna go with this then. How is tying game line of area a mistake when you're making a game sophisticated? I don't have Dead Island Riptide, that's the thing. The weird thing is that I bought this game and then, like, I didn't buy this game. I bought the other one. I bought the other game, like Riptide. Is it? No, not Riptide. Sorry, not Riptide. Definitive Edition. That's what I meant. I bought Definitive Edition because, in a case of what if this game actually goes to shit, I actually have a backup, and the backup was like the Definitive Edition, which, yeah, I can tell it just didn't work. I just didn't need it at all. I probably would need to like refund Definitive Edition, but we'll see. Oops. Because I thought Definitive Edition would actually fuck my shit up for some reason, which didn't, and it's a good thing that it didn't do such. How do I go into this fucking hut? You know, Butt Island rip ass, Butt Island rip ass. Yes. Where's the entrance in here? Oh, it's there. Okay. So I think I need to go back to one more switch, which I don't know what switch it is. Turn off switch C. I don't even know where switch C is. Oh my god, is that far? Really? Okay. That's a lot of money. You. I do want... Okay, wait, what's this? Kills gain stamina. Okay. Increases damage with melee weapon. Decrease stamina cost. Okay, I guess this one then. For now. Ooh, titties again. This game advertised a lot of titties though. That's nice. I love me some titties. I mean, I didn't like it being like 30 FPS on my fucking computer, so I was like, nah, I don't want to fucking go on with 30 FPS, you know?
It's over for me!
Am I gonna die? Fast travel. There's fast traveling in this game? Interesting. Whoa, again. What are you guys? Stop, stop. Okay. Wow, holy shit. Okay. Wait, can I stand like this then? Oh, I can. Okay, cool. I can just go up. There we go. Cool. Thinking we're talking about value difference. Damn. That does nothing. Whoa, what the fuck was that 360 or 720 fucking Call of Duty no scope shit? So if I'm done with the quest, which is water dance, okay, it's like turn out the electricity, so I guess it's this side then. So I guess that is already turned off. Hold on. Like this part, it's already turned off. I'll fight this guy, I think. Do I really have to fight this guy? Sure, I have to fight this guy then. Equip. Holy shit. Oh god. Whoa, whoa! What the fuck? What? Oh god.
They're killing me.
Flying fuck. Whoa. Whoa! Stop! Whoa! Again? Really? I just got like fucking 360 no scope turn. Holy shit, bro. I really got 360 no scope turned around like that. I'm gonna use the cleaver on this one. There you go. Can I even go up there? That's the question. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, shit, I'm dead. I'm dead. No, do not teabag me. Whoops. I should have just like fucking, you know, get health and then go for it. Look at my health. My health is like super fucking like high after death. Interesting. Okay. Let's kill this guy real quick. Oh, hitting the limb. Let me cripple it. Hitting the limb? Okay. I get your shit. Oh, fuck! Where the fuck are you? Get out of here. I'm only here for the fat guy. Wish I can actually eat apples on the rooftop. I'll take your money, thank you very much. I'll take energy drinks as well. Hold on. Why am I not equipping any of these? It's because I need to be on... Wait. Why am I not equipping any of these? Hello? What? Hey Octave, it's going okay. I'm trying to kill this fucking dude right here. He's trying to be a menace. Yeah, this dude's trying to be a menace. Don't like him. Oh! ID card 24. Okay. Also, I'm not doing like any of the main missions at the moment. I'm doing like some stupid ass side missions because why not? But also at the same time, it's like Dead Island. Oh yes, I killed him.
Okay.
Let's go. I killed him. Let's fucking go. Okay. Skill. What skill can I go for? Grim. Rage gain. Okay. Repair cost. Extra slots. I'm gonna go with like pick lock because you know pick locking is cool. Which I need a level 2 pick lock. And I don't have a level 2 pick lock. That sucks. Okay. Sure. Now How the fuck do I go in now? Is there a way for me? Yeah, there we go. I was like, is there a way for me to go in at least? There you go. Juice pack! Oh shit, I have juice pack. Hello? $244, thank you very much. These are all these like fucking juice packs. Are they just to okay. I was about to say, are they just to fucking whatever it is? Just stun the fucking enemies and that's about it? Dead Island 2 is probably gonna be again shit. I'm not too sure about it, but it probably is gonna be a shit again. I'm not too sure. Alcohol. How many alcohol do I need? I have 2 alcohol. So yeah, I need 3. Where's my shovel? I hope it's gonna be good. I hope it's gonna be as good as it can be. That's all I'm gonna say. I hope it's gonna be as good as it can be. Yeah, it's been tossed around a lot, but you know, anything could happen with Dead Island.
That's it.
What? I level up again? What is this fucking pit lock? 3? Are you kidding me? I guess I'll go with this one then. I'm very close to like... Am I really that close? Okay, I need to upgrade. I want to upgrade my shit. I can also create nail mod. Stick and nail. I need a baseball bat. I need all these parts. I have all these parts, but I don't have that. Okay. Nail mod. I think nail mod is just a fucking, yeah, it's just clubs and nail and that's about it. It kind of sucks. Can I just upgrade my crowbar or? I think I'm gonna upgrade my crowbar. Can I upgrade damage die? Fuck you. I guess they're upgraded. I mean, not upgraded, repaired. Okay, upgrade. I want to see what this upgrade is all about, because I wanna know how the upgrade is like. Yo, look at that upgrade. Boogers. Wait, I have level 2 pick lock as well, so I could actually go up here with the pit locking. They're all damaged? Yeah, all damaged. Yeah, fuck me, I'm dead. You know, copium. All of them are damaged. You. Cruel stick. Wow. Cruel stick taken. I don't remember if a blue one is actually bad. Is a blue one bad? I don't remember if a blue one is bad. Can I even use it for repair? I can't. So I have to repair it and upgrade it. There we go. So I'm sad about what raw danger for a game particularly is evident along 20 FPS. True. Sometimes I want games to be like more than fucking, you know, 60, but it is what it is. Find Maggie. What the fuck is Maggie? Yeah, what the flying fuck is Maggie? can't even find her in a fucking map. Where the fuck is Maggie? Workbench. What is this fast area? Fast travel to where? That's the question. I want to know what this one is. Just want to know what this one is again. Can I switch over? Can I switch over to this? Okay, I can't switch over then. Okay, fast travel. Arena lobby. The arena lobby is a place where players can enter 4 separate arenas. Fuck me. But then again. Whoa! Atanoi. Whoa. Sexy billboard right there. Such a hot billboard. Raw Danger is a hilarious game. I should actually try to play Raw Danger, but the thing is that, like, I don't think I could find Raw Danger here. The only thing if I ever would find Raw Danger, right, is actually just, if I ever could find Raw Danger, it probably is gonna be, if I'm not mistaken, it's gonna be like fucking, oh my god, it does the same thing all over again. It's gonna be like, me finding it on eBay. I don't know whether I should actually do it on eBay or not. Oh shit, that's my bad. Emulator, why would you want to buy it? I don't know. I like to keep it. Oof. Grab all these things. You guys could actually see my driving skills in this game. Pretty fucking shit. That's what it is. Lighthouse gas station? Wait, gas station? Oh! Wow. There you go, my bat is like... Fuck. My bat is cracked! Oh shit, it's this thing. Okay.
Anything worth anything in here?
Flimsy crowbar. Oh, fuck me. Really? Don't I have another flimsy crowbar that I could use? Okay, which one is the one that I actually fucking... Okay, I upgraded this one. Did I upgrade this one? Yeah, I did upgrade that one. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna drop all my shit then. I'm gonna drop this one, this one, this one. Dropping the shovel as well. Drop this one. I think cleaver is the one that I wanna equip. There we go. Drop this one, and then I'll just pick up this one. There we go. Fuck that one. It's more or less, now the fact is, what games do you like that is considered okay or good to you? Oh wait, there's a ladder right there. How do I go there then? Maybe through the other side. Games, yes, games for gamers, because we're all gays. Yeah, where do I go from this way then? Nekopara isn't that more of an RPG game or whatever that game's called? Like story rich game than more of a horror game? Well, what I meant is like horror games, I guess. There's probably a lot of games that fucking HJ doesn't like, but also at the same time, probably HJ likes a few other games. So what games does he like even? The question right now is like, what games does fucking HJ even fucking plays, or even fucking likes? You know. Is Nekopara horror? I didn't realize that Nekopara is horror. I always thought that Nekopara is kind of like fucking story driven. Like more story driven than what it is. Is there an invis ball around here? That's why I can't go there. I need to go on the ladder. How do I go to the ladder? Silent 3 comes the closest. Yeah, that's the only fucking games that like people would say that they like, and that's about it. There's nothing else. What the fuck? Get out of here. Ordinary hammer. I see. Toolbox. You know, the question is, can I still, okay, now, can I go in without, like, you know, entire games will stay on unoriginal? I mean, Silent Hill 2 and 3 were, like, just revolutionary because, you know, it is, like, the pinnacle of horror or some shit like that. But how pinnacle of horror it is. You have also a bunch of like other horror games that are also like as good as like, you know, Silent Hill 2 and 3. Oh man, I was like, yeah, maybe I could do a glitch right there, just go through the fucking whatever it is, huh? Is this invis wall again? It is invis wall. Fuck me. Why is it all invis walls? Come on, man. I don't like all these invis walls. I feel like I can jump on this thing. Oh, man. Okay, I guess it's invis walls. Ever since few classic horror, I got my car stuck, really? Well, that's how it is with me and driving, I guess. I swear to God, this is like me and driving. It's just like I fucking make something like all fucked up, and this is what happens. Hey, look, alcohol. Hey, look, money. You gonna stand up? Nope. You gonna stand up? Nope. You gonna stand up? Nope. Ooh, creepy. Okay. Devastating stick. Wow. You know what else is a devastating stick? My nuts. Or my dick. My dick is a devastating stick. Smile. Okay. Got him, got him. How about point and click games then? I feel like point and click, some point and click horror games would be like something of your kind as well for some reason. I don't know why. Like Phantasmagoria. Personal ID. Okay, I need to see what the personal IDs are because I've never seen the personal IDs yet. Or is it on fucking whatever it is then? I don't even know where the personal IDs are on. They just never show. Oh, ID cards. Oh, there's just ID cards. I've been wanting to see whether I could actually play Phantasmagoria. I don't know. I saw Catlink played it and I was like, this looks interesting. Homemade knife. Bleach. Phone. Second one's even funnier. I heard the second one is even funnier. But I don't know whether or not I'm gonna be playing it anytime soon, you know. I really wanted to play it for some reason, but I don't know yet. By a fucking possessed gardening. Interesting. Whoa, you have a fucking cleaver as well. What the fuck? Stop having a cleaver.
This thing's starting to break up.
Yeah, true, man. And you too. Where am I going? I'm probably going the wrong way. Yeah, I'm going the wrong way. Let's see if I could actually get some kind of a car or something. I really do need a car sooner or later. I was also thinking about Night Trap, but I don't know about Night Trap. I didn't like Night Cry. I wanna see about Night Trap though. Night Trap really isn't a game. I heard about it, but like, you know, I don't know whether it's also like an FMV game or some shit like that, you know. But you need to like find out like the reaction time to like some and such or whatever it is, because it's more of like, oh, if you do this thing right, then cool. If you do this thing wrong, then yeah, you're fucked. Anyways, but yeah, it is what I've been seeing or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, you watching Trigger Traps. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay, what if I just go up here then? Oh, fuck. Not again, really? There we go. Fuck me. Where is it? Here. Holy shit, I'm actually fucking far away. I'm like super far away from everything. Is that a car that's above the sign? How does one get there? How does one do that? Banoi Holiday Resort. That looks like a fucking the Hollywood sign. That just, it kind of looks like the Hollywood sign for some fucking reason. Oh, dude! Holy shit!
Help me out here!
Ow. Hold on. Can I even... What? Equip. Hold on. How do I even equip shit? That is the question. How do I even equip shit? quit. There you go, cool. Got you a shit. Is Walker his name? What the fuck is Walker? How you doing, Penji? How you doing, RS25? Oh, monies. I'm getting all these monies, but like, my money's about half as low as before. Kinda. I mean, I played this before. The problem was that like I didn't finish this game at all. I really wanted to try to finish this game, but like, honestly, at this state, I don't know if I'm gonna be finishing this game again. You know? Hey Shay, it's bedtime. Damn. Daylight savings, man. I did the same thing. Played it for 3 hours. Yeah, this game is like, I knew this game, but like I don't know much about this game because, you know, this game is like something that I used to want to play, but then afterwards I just didn't play it, and then I just watched a bunch of like fucking gameplays and such. Holy shit, this is a long drop all the way down. Okay, you know what? You know what? Let's do this. Let's do this. There we go. Actually survived. I didn't even know how I survived that, but actually survived. So. I mean, I don't know whether the new one is gonna be like, yeah, it's gonna be super fucking good, but I don't know how it's gonna be like as well. Maybe he's good. Oh my god. Maybe he's gonna be good. Maybe not. I'm not too sure, honestly. Oh shit. Back. No money. I wanna have monies, man. Can people give me monies, please? I want monies. Can someone give me monies? I'm actually like fucking low of monies at the moment, so yeah, I'm kind of. What the fuck?
Fine SDFU.
RS25. Thank you for the 100 bits, much appreciated. Yeah, I need money to buy more games. That's all I could say. I need money to buy more games. I want money to buy more games. If I could buy more games, that'd be great. Anyways. What are you? What the fuck?
Yeah, SDFU.
Oh man. Shy, thank you for the 100 bits again. I need money to buy games. You have a fucking board. What the fuck? Why the fuck do you have a board? What the fuck?
STFU. It's a train.
It's a train? You guys made a hype train? What the fuck? Sis, thank you for the 100 bits. Much appreciated. I hope you're doing well, sis. Get that fucking cleaver out of here. I dropped this cleaver. I don't need this cleaver anymore. Get this crowbar. There we go. Crowbar. A train being run. Ah, yes, that other train. That's for sure. Copium. Hello. Hey, water. What the fuck? You're not water. Oh shit! Hello. Does he buy more apples? I need to buy more games and apples. What are you talking about? I need games, I need apples, I need everything. Hello. Ah, yes, the elevated chat, that's for sure. Copium. Oh, there we go. Fucking energy drinks. I need that energy drink. Hello. Damn, bro, that's a nice ass. Oh, personal ID. What the fuck? That's all I came here for. Fucking. Oh wait, hello, Luke.
Please.
Luke Craig.
You gotta take this insulin to my brother, Danny. He needs.
Wait, wasn't I? Oh wait, no, I was in fucking. I was in fucking bungalow 11, right? Get the insulin to Luke's brother, Danny. Sure.
Alright.
Alright.
Look, you better go. He's running out of time.
He's running out of time. What the fuck? What do you mean running out of time? Is he actually running out of time? Fuck, dude. I don't even know if I have enough time. Can't save Danny. He doesn't have enough time. Where's my truck again? Trains are limited now. There are emotes. Yeah, but like, you know, you have to continue the hype train. Can you guys continue on with the hype train, Smile? I don't think so. Holy shit. Yo guys, can we continue this hype train so you can actually boost my channel as well? Smile. Wait, can you even boost channels? Like
Do the CFU.
what the fuck? RS25, thank you for the whatever bits it is. Holy shit. Sis with the 5 gifted subs to Weather Waxing, Isane, Lanny, what the fuck? Lanny, Cherry, and Yusu. Thank you for the whatever it is. 5 gifted subs as well to continue on with the hype train.
Sis 121525 gifted a tier 1 sub to Isay. Sing it,
Oi, 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 get the fuck out of the way, you fucking idiots. For me, I'm getting banned. I'm getting banned, bro. Hey, Awesome.
Sing it. Vagina, 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 vagina.
You know what the You know what's the shitty thing about this thing? Is that choo 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 choo. Oh shit, I didn't even fucking level 269. Dude, you can actually have this fucking infinite fucking hype train now. Because, you know, fucking Twitch was like, hey, you know, we don't have to stop at level 5. We're gonna fucking continue on with whatever it is, you know. So we ain't gonna stop at level 5, am I right? Smile, haha. Yeah, there's infinite hype trains now.
I'm so sorry, Tim.
Oh.
I'm so
Hey, yo.
sorry.
Level 7 bat.
You weren't you. I didn't know what else to do. Jesus Christ.
Savage stick. Wow.
I'm so sorry,
Hey, yo,
Tim.
dude, what's up?
I'm so sorry.
Yo, Tim. I'm so sorry, man.
You weren't you. I didn't know what else to do.
Suck these nuts, man. Anyways, expose this dick. Yes. What? I need my chat to pay me to get my exposure. I didn't know Twitch. Yeah, Twitch is pay to win right now. So yeah, big train. You know. What the fuck, sis? With the 5 more gifted subs to Fananners, Ellen, Fluffy Bear, Meadow, and Lamer. Poggers. See, there's more hype trains now. What the fuck? Was it level 3? I think it's level 3 now. Like, to make a lol. Oh, shit. Didn't realize that you were alive. Haha. But yeah, now they have like fucking infinite like hype train. So like, Omega lol. You're not gonna reach to a new record train. Wait, is it actually a new record train? What the fuck does that mean? RS25, they give it another 100 bits. But you have to wait for the vaginas to go away. Oh yeah, I need to give you insulin. Shut the fuck up. Get Lamal, get BDFO, Bofa, get both of these nuts. Thank you for the. Did we actually reach a new height train? It's not there. Yeah, suck it, man. Because you know, fucking. I don't remember what the fucking new height train honestly is. Fuck. It's going. Fuck.
Fuck.
That's it. Thank you for the 50 bits. Both of these, man. I don't know what the highest height train that I have. Oh yeah, yeah, that. I remember reaching level 5 and that's about it. And then nothing else happened. That was like a while ago as well, which I don't know when was a while ago. Right?
It's always worth taking a look.
So it could like go fucking God knows how much, honestly. What the fuck?
Keep it going.
Sis with the 121 bits. I don't even know like how far are we right now. I actually do not know how far are we right now because, you know, I don't have fucking Twitch chat open. I don't know. Yeah, they don't because, you know, bits are just bits. Subs make like everything fucking, you know, with money wise, because, you know, fucking Twitch is gonna be like this. Streams pre-recorded? Ah, yes, streams pre-recorded. I'm actually just like sleeping at the moment, honestly. Guys, I'm just sleeping. Don't worry about it. Just wake me up. Just wake me up and it's all over. Smile. Where's my bat? Where's my fucking bat? Wait, hold on. Unequip, equip. What the flying fuck? Huh? Sis with the 15 gifted subs, what the fuck, to that one Cloud Syrup, Corvallis, Rye, Proto, Onyx, Sephi, Demented Salad, Yama, Jugo, Snot Muffin, Kit Kat, Avium, New, Ali, and Wings. A wing, the war ring. What the fuck? Now we're gonna get more vaginas, what the fuck? Vagina. Dodged! Dodged! Haha, dodged. That's what they all say until you actually get it. Hello. Are you the guy with the insulin problem?
My brother.
You guys got it to level 6 already? What the flying fuck? That's like literally like the highest I've ever gotten. What the fuck? Fuck being a sub, true. Copium, man. Guys, if you add more subs, right, I could actually buy more games and I could play more games for you guys, you know? Please. I could play more games right now. Subs are lame. But subs helps with the emotes, alright? Actually, yeah, you know, subs actually do fucking help with the emotes as well. RS25 with the prime sub, what the fuck? For 6 months, thank you for the prime sub, much appreciated. Did you know that you could also use prime subs as well? It's just being a Dead Islander streamer. Ah yes, I'm now a Dead Islander streamer. That's what it is. But yeah, I think subs actually do help because of like the emotes that you get, and you can actually spread the emotes around so that people be like, yo, who are these emotes? And then if they find out that, yo, those emotes are pretty cool, they want to visit the channel as well. Like, there are some people who really do want to visit channels that actually do like the emotes, and they would actually fucking, you know, would actually fucking look into it. But that's like Twitch's fucking, like, Twitch's fucking pay-to-win kind of process, you know? Okay, where am I supposed to go? Here. I see his horse and leaves, and that's you, man. That's a you problem, alright? I see Monkey flipping around, I'm asking who's that? And I was like, RS25? Yo, I'm gonna sub to RS25. That's how it is. Oh shit, this game almost lagged out. Yeah, man, I see Monkey flipping around. What the? This is RS25 now. This is RS25. Yeah, thank you RS25 for the gifted. No, thank you RS25 for the prime resub. Much appreciated. Oh shit. Oh shit. Where's my fucking equip? I want to equip. Equip. Oh, it's done. No more vaginas. You can add more vaginas if you want to. Smile. Just add more vaginas by adding more vaginas. Yo, what up, dude? What up, dude? There we go. Yes, you can add more vaginas by doing that as well. It does help as well. Thank you for the 100 bits again. Much appreciated. Oh wait, I thought it was Shy. I legitimately thought it was Shy who said that. I didn't realize it was fucking Sis who said that. Omega lol. I thought it was Shy. I was like, Shy probably likes more vaginas, that's for sure. I gaslight, go boss, gatekeep my nice. And you just watch my streams instead. Nice. I'm watching a beg to you. Yo. I'm pretty poor in money right now. Can you give me all my money by subbing? It just does that. Oh fuck, hold on. There we go. The copium, man. The copium is in me right now. Yeah. Oh wait, you're dead. I got 4 gifted subs to people I hate watched. Interesting. But yeah, I think it should be over by now. Like the fucking hype train. Because I think the hype train is gonna be like fucking copium is gone. Hey Limer. Hope you're doing well. Hello. Oh man, are you kidding me? Is one of those guys? Is a thug. Fucking thug. Bitch ass thug. Look at thug. Roar! Thug. I hate these. Is that thug? That thug, level 7 thug.
Anything worse?
Choo choo, choo choo. Guys, choo choo, it's already done. Ow, fuck. Choo choo these. Oh shit, critical. Haha, fuck you, bitch. Level 7 my fucking asshole, bro. Suck on these nuts, bro. Bro, level 7 thug, more like level 1 thug. It was at level 5. Was it at level 5? I don't even know. Rip. Rip. Hello. Damn, what the fuck are you? These nuts. Yeah, these nuts. Got him. I'm getting all my fucking cash as well. Damn, bro. Are you dead? You're not. I guess you're dead. But yes, I'm now big PNG tube streamer. I'm gonna be like telling people, okay, don't be poor. Okay, sis, don't be poor. You can give more subs. All right, if you don't give more subs, 3, 2, 1, you're banned. Oh god, that fucking video. Where's that fucking video? I wanna find it again. That fucking video just made me fucking like wheeze. Hold on, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Fucking video right there. Hold on. Hey, what's this? Oh, scam link. Oh, whatever. Hold on. Yeah, give 425 more and you get banned. Or else you get banned. Alright, sis. Alright. If you don't give me more subs, 3, 2, 1, you're banned. Where's that fucking video? I need to find that video. Hold on. I gotta find this video. This video is like the best fucking video I've ever seen for like Dom Kings or some shit like that. Financial Dom Kings. There we go. Financial Dom Kings. That's the one. Financial Dom Kings. This one. Is it all the way high? It is all the way high.
No, Hard. Don't be a pussy. You be first. Come on, let's go. Come on, Hard. Don't be poor. You already did $1. Guess what? I'm literally getting 60 cents. Okay, you don't sub right now, 3, 2, 1, you're getting banned.
Hi guys, you don't sub right now. 3, 2, 1, you're banned.
10, 9, 8.
Literally it's like, yo, okay. I don't understand why it's funny. Because it's fucking, like, it's a financial doms. Those are financial doms. Some guy posted in chat, she roasted him. No. Some guy donated to her. No. Some guy donated $1 to her. And she's like, okay, you donated $1, that's 60 cents given to me. And then if you don't sub right now, which is $2.50, which costs a lot more money than just donating $1, it's like, oh, 3, 2, 1, you're banned. Yeah, you don't understand. No, it's literally just that, dude. Literally just that. It's not even him just posting in chat anyways. It's literally just that. Even if you ban me, I'll keep squeezing. Yeah, you keep squeezing. I don't think it was the guy who posted in chat at all. It was just... Hold on. I need to find... I literally think that's the context. Like, someone, like, donated $1 to her, right? Someone donated $1 to her. And then she was like, yo, I got money. It's just... This shit happens every single day with hundreds... I guess so, but I don't know if, like, there's the chat logs. You know what? Is there the chat logs in this fucking thing? now I'm gonna go deeper into this. Is there any chat logs? Because, you know, fucking... They actually put the fucking streamer's name as well. Karen Liao. Yeah, Karen Liao. It's the fucking streamer's name. How are you doing, DJ Runk? Holy shit, that's ass. That's literally ass. What the fuck? Hold on. The true reason the toxic viewer got banned. Wait, what? Wait, what? Someone got banned?
Got banned? Do you want to explain? Honestly, he got banned. It was because he was being mean to my people. Like, he was being mean to 2 of my people in my chat. He was just disrespecting them. And then he was being all big talk, saying how he's going to drop so much money and blah, blah, blah. He's going to drop more than Greg. He's going to drop more than Brad. So then I was like, I was just ignoring him. But then in the end, everyone was just messaging me and was like, are you going to do something about it? So then I was like, okay, so why don't you just show us? If you show us, if you can't do it, then unfortunately you're going to be banned because I don't want you to continue to bully my people. And that's exactly what happened.
I think this is a separate thing. Is this a separate thing?
Yeah, they took everything out of context. They didn't post the
Boo!
video before.
Boo! It was the actual context. Boo! God damn it. God damn it. That was the actual context, bro. Oh, man. Boo. She needs to use that TikTok. Boo. It's the actual... Oh, man. No wonder, though. But that's still, like, one of those videos that, like, it context for everything. I guess they put it out of context, but, like, it's just literally just, like, fucking funny. Who needed context anyways? Even if it's out of context, it's like, yo, financial dominators. Like, Omega lol. How are you doing well, DJ Rung? How are you doing, Niall? Hope you're doing well as well. Wait. Is this up there or... Oh yeah, it is up there. Okay. I guess I'll go up there later. I'm gonna go around here. I'm stern mistress until I have to interact with people. I guess. Oh shit. I had the broom. No, I want this one. I want the crew stick. I'm okay, mate. How about you? I'm doing alright. I'm doing fine. We just got a height train. Progress height train. It was level 5. Thank you to people in the community. Fat! I like the out of context a lot more than the context one. If the context, yeah, like, yeah, sure, there's context about it, but then afterwards it's like, yo, the out of context is just like, no, the context one is just like, oh, it's just boring. It happens every time, yes. But, like, the out of is this going to be on fire? Wait, hold on. I just realized, is this going to be on fire? I hope you're doing well, DJ Runk. I heard, well, AFK, nice scam train. Nice scam train, Poggers. If you donate more money, I can actually buy more games, Smile. That's the whole purpose, right? I just want to buy more games. More money equals more games that I can actually buy. Yo, hell yeah. Spend your money on something better. Like a new capture card. Like also a new capture card that I could actually get sooner or later as well. I think one of the things that I also want to get sooner or later is also another capture card, but like, you know, it soon. I have the BioShock DLCs. I just never played it. I did say once I get partner, I probably would play the BioShock DLCs, but not now. Yeah, I told you about this. Did you not remember? I told you that I said I bought it, and then I say once I get partner, I'll play the DLC. What are you talking about? I did say that, but they're scary. Fizz this month. Hello, dude. Ah! You suck ass. Yeah, it's all partner. Yeah. LRS25. I have a good one. Tweet promote you. L. Let's take the L. L. Hey, everyone's here now. Well, kinda everyone's here. What if I become partner? If you become partner, I'll donate. I'll give 20 subs. How about that? If you actually become partner, I'll donate 20 subs.
Nice job, mate.
How about that?
We're safe now, thanks to you. We'll make it long without food.
Oh wait, hold on.
We're gonna have to head to town.
I think I need to drop some stuff then. I'm gonna drop a few stuff. I won't become partner. Yeah, true. See, told you. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Hold on. I guess I'll take this more because I need more melee. Sooner or later, I had to like fill these things up. Not marketable. Not marketable, Satch. I'm just cringe. That's why. I'm fucking cringe, dude. I don't want to be cringe. I guess I'm just gonna use all the sticks then. What is this? Yeah, I'm just gonna like drop these, and then I'm just gonna use the sticks to my advantage. Yeah. I'm just gonna take this cleaver as well. Okay, you need something if I'm not mistaken afterwards, right? Holy shit! Sheesh! What the fuck? That's a lot of fucking people that needs my help now. Right before I leave, are we still taking 365 dono? What's that? I don't know. Just anything. 365 dono? Sure, I don't mind. I don't know what it means, but sure. Easy card my niche of hidden games like COD, Rocket League, and now Overwatch. Oh, okay, you know what? If we actually play Overwatch 2, I'll be down. You know, you have to ask Amai to actually play Overwatch 2 with us as well, you know. I don't mind playing Overwatch 2 as well. But I don't know if it's on stream or not. Just need to find like one time we could actually find a time to actually play Overwatch 2, you know. Repair this. Actually, I'm gonna repair this one as well. Repair this. Repair this. And then hopefully I can upgrade all of these. And then $296 left? Holy shit, bro. Bro, what the flying fuck? Okay, I need to drop. Can I just like drop? There we go. I think that's about it for now. I don't need anything else. I don't know about 365. I only saw like fucking not RS25. I only saw like, who's that guy? DJ Rung saying like 365. I'm like, if you want a 365, sure, I don't mind. But I don't know when are you gonna be doing it. Okay, if you don't sub right now, 3, 2, 1, you're banned.
This baby needs some new spark.
I don't even know what it is it about 365. I don't know.
Shame though.
365 days?
A battalion of those freaks wouldn't slow this baby down.
Slow this baby down.
So, if you can find me a few necessary parts from any nearby wrecked cars, and we get this ride rolling, I'll let you take her out anytime you want. Deal?
It sounds like a slutty kind of thing to do.
I'll do
sure.
my best.
Excellent. You locate those parts. You know where to.
Hell yeah! Jack out 365 times a day. Wait, did I say 365 times a day? Whoops. I mean 365 days in a row. Yeah. We jacking off. Hell yeah. Okay, not this one. But yeah, DJ is always like fucking drunk and always. He's always drunk, so I don't even know anything. Oh man. Oh man. Fuck. You know what? Whatever. No, I'm not gonna do that for now. Fuck that shit. I missed yesterday. What do you miss yesterday? I didn't even know what the fuck did you miss.
Can somebody help me with this bloody door?
What the fuck? The fuck? What the flying fuck? Oi! What kind of panties is this? Why are you in a fucking weird ass like how do you call this? Like, I don't know.
Hey, remember me, mate? I'm the doctor, but I can't do much without
Miss
medical
this?
supplies. The door to the infirmary is locked from the other side, and Anne's in critical condition. You think you can help me put
Oh!
this bloody thing down?
Oh! Oh!
Absolutely.
I appreciate it. Go on then.
Oh, you're in critical condition. You look. I was about to say you look crippled as fuck. Okay, that's done. Painkillers. I'll take those. And bandages as well, which is good. Money.
Good on you, mate.
Good on you, mate. Lying prostate. Dude, look at her with like her panties all like weird and shit. Look. Look, you can probably see her fucking like vag right here, and then the little bit of the asshole right there as well. Hey, weather waxing.
What a bloody disaster.
Need to get you a gun. What do you mean? Stop it!
We need to think of another way. Will you help me? I need you to locate an ambulance or one of the lifeguard vehicles. Inside, you'll find a paramedic bag with all the necessary equipment in it. I'm pretty sure I saw one by the Diamond Bungalows.
Oh no. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Without your help, we'd all be 6 feet under by now.
6 feet under.
Corpses.
That's a fucking Aussie saying. 6 feet under right now. Her magic baby door. Jesus Christ.
I'm telling you, it couldn't have been him. Kelly, you gotta believe me.
I should have gone with James.
Hello,
I
Jeanette.
was hoping maybe you could help me.
Oh, Jeannie. Sorry, Jenny.
I'm telling you, it couldn't have been him.
Okay, wait, hold on. Do I really have to do something with my quest? Kill time. Okay, kill time. Help Mike and Dominic. Oh, okay. You're Hank. Whatever. I have a lot of lurkers actually. Like, let me see how many people are actually. I'm just gonna see like what the number of people it is. Yeah, so here's the thing. I have more than the actual viewer counts at the moment, but because like people are just... All I could say is that people are just muting the stream or something like that, because, you know, muting the stream doesn't get the view. So I don't really mind about that, but helping out by not muting the stream would actually work as well, Smile. Calling out the lurkers. I'm not calling out the lurkers. I'm just saying it is what it is with Twitch, but I'm not really gonna call out anyone at all. I mute tab. Yeah, you mute tab. Mute tab is always the way to go for that as well. So yeah. How you doing, Benny? Hope you're doing well. Not to mute stream when you can't hear you because your stream's muted. Yeah. So if the stream's muted, see, they don't really hear what I'm saying, right? Smile. Wait, you money.
I heard this scourge came.
Oh yeah, you need trading. Fuck you. I don't want to trade with you. Oh shit, hell yeah. Sound music every time you scream, shut the fuck up. Put 1% volume. True. Not 1 but 2 gifted subs of animal. But you're not even getting the horse sub, alright? Okay, Penji, if you sub right now, I will show you my tits. How about that? You sub right now, I'll show you my tits. How about that? Someone unmutes everyone. You can every time you can. Yeah. True. Wait, what I need from this one? Oh yeah, you. Oh wait. Sometimes I mute tab, but as soon as Jewel squeeze, I need to mute. No, your girlfriend's gonna be like, yo, Jewel makes all the weird ass sounds. That's fucking poggers, you know. Hot as fuck poggers. You died. I have 8 horse boobas to redeem. I know. But Penji always keeps asking for it. So I don't know if Penji wants it or not. My cat gets scared every other moment. Shit untrue. Smile. Okay. You're awake or whatever it is. Yeah, there you go. Die. Adocat redeemed? Did Adocat really redeemed? I thought he redeemed it like a few days ago, and then I used it, and then he regretted it because I only used it for 1 hour. And I told him to not use it for 1 hour, and then he said use it for an hour, and then he did, and then he regretted it. So sucks to be him. No, I didn't forget because he asked me to fucking use it, and then I told him to use it anyway, and I used it anyways. He's the one who fucked it up anyways for himself. So I didn't fuck it up for myself. He fucked it up for himself. Redeem it at the start. Yeah, you can redeem it at the start. I mean, I didn't really talk about anything at the start anyways. If you want to redeem it at the start, you redeem it at the start. You have OCD? I don't have OCD. I don't even know if I have OCD, honestly. I guess I have OCD, but like, you know. Redeem it before the start of the stream. Oh shit, he was trapped in the car. He's bad. Paramedic's back. Okay, I got this one. This dependable baseball bat. I can actually just, you know, upgrade it anyways. Sure. But then again, oh, it's more of this shit. Yo, OCD's nuts. Oh shit. Oh man, you got me, man. Oh no. Ow. Ow! She did? She did. Okay. Wait, how do I even get in here then? Like here. Okay. Hello? I'm stuck! I'm stuck, bro! Step bro, I'm stuck! In there. Hello? Damn, bro, who the fuck are you? Why is her ass so fucking shiny? It looks like fucking chocolate on it.
It's always worth taking a look.
Sure, I'll ask. Who the fuck are you?
Thirsty.
You're thirsty?
I'm really dehydrated.
Okay, hold on. Give me a sec.
I'm safe in here. I feel dizzy and a little nauseous. My heart is pounding, please. I haven't had anything to drink for quite a while. If you bring me some water, I'll give you whatever I have.
Yo, can you give me some cunnilingus?
You can count on me.
Oh. Thank God.
What? What?
Whatever you can find.
I want water. Here, here we go.
God. Thank you.
Oh, thank God, thank you.
Oh, thank God.
Oh yeah, I love you with your water.
Oh, thank God.
Oh, I need my water.
I'm Annie, and I'm looking for my teddy bear.
Why do you need your teddy bear? Are you a fucking child? You don't even look like a fucking child. What a bar?
Will you find my teddy bear?
Teddy bear? Yeah. The teddy bear should be in Bungalow 15 in the Hotel Bungalows area, sure. And Nuts and Bolts mod. Nuts and Bolts mod? Sure.
I guess I can give you a hand.
The last time I saw him, he was in our
I don't think she's 17. This person doesn't look 17.
Jenny? Remember, his name is Teddy.
Your teddy bear's name is called Teddy? What a fucking name. Bro.
He's a brave teddy
My teddy bear's named Teddy because it's a teddy bear and I would like it to be to Teddy. Here, give you water.
Oh, thank God. I can't last much longer with...
I gave you 5 bottles of water. What the fuck? Dude. Are you dead? You look fucking dead, actually. Okay, where do I need to go? Holy sheesh! What the fuck? Find 4 parts from a nearby car. Oh yeah, this is the oh. Anne's teddy bear is there. Oh fuck me. Fuck! Okay, sure, I'll go there then. Well, with the side mission for sure. And I'll come back and then just do whatever thing it is. Titty. Adult models for reasons. Well, okay, my question right now is why the fuck are all the fucking chicks in this game fucking with a swimsuit? You know? Like, every single one of these chicks are actually in swimsuits. Like, why? Like, none of the fucking women except for the main characters are actually just... It's hot. It's a resort, yeah, but like probably one of them do not need to fucking wear swimsuits. You know? I bet like one fucking woman do not need to wear fucking swimsuits in here. What the fuck is this? I'm curious. Are you body shaming? I'm not body shaming. I'm just literally thinking why the fuck is everyone wearing fucking swimsuits? No, all the women in this game are wearing like fucking swimsuits and not all the men. You know, all the men are still wearing their shirts on. All women must wear swimsuits? Are you kidding me?
That's it.
Okay, 1 point of melee damage, stamina cost, stamina gain. I could actually use this though, but repair cost could actually mean... Okay, you know what? Repair cost would actually help for now. All women must. Oh wait, no. Later women will only have shirts. I mean, good. There's only 2 bottles of female in the beach area. Really? Thank you for your cash. Anyways, where the fuck am I supposed to go again? Oh, I'm gonna go that far. Okay. If I'm gonna go that far, that means I'm gonna just, you know, go over to whoever it is right now. Shut the fuck up. Black and white? What the fuck? Why do I fast travel? Because I can't fast travel. I don't think I can fast travel at the moment. Main plot progress, 8%. Really, 8% of progress. What the fuck? Yeah, I can't even fucking fast travel right now. What are you talking about? I had to go to a map to fast travel. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm not at a map yet. Well, I'm gonna be at a map. Like soon. Like right around here. Hold on. I need to actually look at... talk to you.
Whoa, great job. Nice. Now just give me a sec and I'll get this bitch running.
Quest completed. Wait, is that done? No. Okay, is this infinite, by the way, Benny? Is this fucking infinite? The one with the alcohol, is that infinite?
You just saved a lot of lives, mate. You may have even saved Anne's. Thank you.
Oh, not Nectar of Life. The other one. Maybe I'll talk to you guys later.
Yeah, this is Omar in Bungalow 26. I need help here. Come for me and I'll make it worth your while. I promise.
Show again the list. This one. Out of stock. Is this one like infinite as well? If that one's infinite, then yeah. No? Okay, cool. Because I really do want to actually finish that fucking mission, honestly. Yo, what's up, Mike?
I feel like I'm back in fucking Iraq. These bodies are starting to rot. You smell that? We need to burn them before they start attracting more of these walking dead motherfuckers. Do me a favor. See if you can't get some gas from that station nearby.
Gas? Very hard.
Definitely.
Okay, good.
Continuous events are only the
find a
infinite
car.
ones. Okay,
That
cool.
way you can move more gas.
So where the fuck do I go again? I go all the way down here towards this flag. Okay, cool. Oops. Didn't mean to do that.
Bloody hell.
Bloody hell. Why are you fat? Sorry. Didn't mean to say that. There we go. Oh shit. Meat. Guess I'll get meat. But the thing is that, like, do I need... I probably would want to use, like, one of these, but I can't... So, okay, weird question. How do you even fucking... Oh, there. Oh, fuck me. There. Okay, never mind. I don't need a question anymore. No, you weren't really max. Really matter until max level. That's actually true though. Like, it doesn't really matter until like max level anyway, so I don't really give a fuck. But you know. I just wanted to like fucking upgrade my weapon so that I could actually get more damage. No. Get this one. Good. Good. Are you dead? Yeah, you're dead. What do I need? Someone's getting fucking wrecked right here. Wait, hold on. Let me use this thing again. Oh god, hello. I'm trying, help! Wait! I'm trying to fucking kill them. There we go, I killed them.
Oh fuck. Fuck. Jesus Christ.
I need to drop I need to drop a few items as well. Drop. There we go. Hello! What's up, Harris?
With me? I'm gathering any
Send us quest over.
Maybe you'll find something that'll come in handy.
What? Who the fuck are you, actually? Who the fuck is Harris? Okay. Sure. Interesting. Duct tape. Oh, this thing. Okay. Repair. Oh. Oh, is this the dependable one? Okay, wait, hold on. This is the one that I need to repair and then fucking upgrade. And I can't upgrade it anymore. Can I? There we go, upgrade it. So I guess all these weapons I really just wanted to upgrade. And it's actually better. Good. You're playing Far Cry? This is Dead Island.
Look, take whatever you want.
Sure.
I have to get some rest.
Wait. I don't need you. You get the fuck out. Get the fuck out of here. I want this one. There we go. Okay.
I'll rest up and then head out to meet my wife.
You're gonna head out to meet your wife? Really? Okay. Cool, see you. Where am I supposed to go again? I'm supposed to go here. Whatever. You can just throw your knife instead of dropping in the menu. It's faster.
Maybe I'll find something.
Wait, how do you
useful.
drop your knife? You can throw weapons too? Oh yeah, you can, but like, you know. I wanted to like fucking unequip it or drop it anyways because I don't need any of the white weapons at the moment. I feel like I don't need the white weapons, I need the ones that's like colored. Because you know, colored ones are actually more I would say valuable. Oh shit, hold on. There we go. Like these ones, like, yeah, I don't need these. I don't want to take these anyways. Color usually better, but some white ones are better for upgrades. I guess.
Anyone can hear this, please help me. I'm broadcasting from the hotel bungalows. I'm under
Oh my
siege.
god.
I'm trying to get in and I don't know how long this door will hold.
Do I really need to help you? Do I really need to help you, my dude? I'm probably just gonna go for main missions and also like most of the side missions, some of the side missions, and that's about it though. Like I don't want to actually finish this game fully. I want to just, you know, play the game and make sure that probably I just, you know, wanted to play the game and that's about it. Retro. Retro with the 3-month resub, much appreciated. Hope you are doing well. How's everything from your side? Hope you are actually doing well. Equip that one. Hope the JRPG games are also doing well as well. Ooh, fuck me. There we go. Skulls give over you. Do I get more stamina sooner or later as well, or is it like the more XP I get, no, not the more XP, the more levels I get, the more levels I get, the more. Doing well. Hope you're doing too. I'm doing all right. I'm doing well. Is it the more levels I get, my stamina will be higher and shit like that? Stamina is character dependent. Oh yeah. Fuck me. I forgot about that. True. Okay, cool. I have none. Okay. We are now on our way to end of October. Gotta get those spooky games in. Yeah, we're gonna get all those spooky games in. We need all the spooky games, honestly. Equip with this one, I think. Yeah. Why am I always taking all these fucking, you know? I don't want to take all these fucking white ones, honestly. I feel like the white ones for now, I don't want to take any of them. Your levels themselves don't change your stamina. Oh. Is that it? Wow. Man, why don't I just take this teddy bear and just give it to that person instead, you know? Yo, that your teddy bear, man. Give it to you. That's it. Your name is named Teddy, anyways. Tiring crowbar required. Level 10. Wow, holy shit. That's a lot. That's a lot of levels, which I don't have yet. Okay, let's go up then. I was trying to remember why you said yesterday you don't recommend calling. Okay, I recommend calling if you want to play it like as it is. I don't recommend speed running calling. Ooh, I'm gonna keep this one actually. I don't recommend speed running calling. Calling is an alright like horror game. I don't mind it. The speed run of it is actually pretty fucking boring, honestly. I tried it. I did it. Never liked it. If Ecdysis wants me to actually fucking run the game on like his speedruns from the Crypt Show, I am gonna be like, maybe. Maybe maybe if it's like good exposure, sure. But I'm not. I don't know if I want to actually go back and play calling again, or I go back and fucking speedrun calling again. And if Ecdysis is listening to this, oh no. If Ecdysis is just listening to this, oh no. But yeah, calling is one of those games that like I played and I was like, yeah, it's actually a cool game. The problem with it is that the speedrun of it is just like fucking. I thought it was gonna be good, but it's not even that good at all. It's fucking shit. No, it's not painful at all. It's just boring. The first when you start the game, it's a 5-minute fucking cutscene already, unskippable cutscene, and then you only play for like 3 minutes, and then another like 2-minute unskippable cutscene. That's it. It is a horror game. It's ironically a fucking horror game because, you know, it was anticipated in the fucking like 2012 as a horror game. The fuck? How are you doing, Light, by the way? Hope you're doing well. Which game is calling again? Hold on. I don't even know if my hair is alright. Is my hair alright? Just worries about hair instead. Hold on. I'm gonna see my booty for a bit. Let me actually like put fucking shit down and put shit up as well. This is calling. This is calling. This game with the cell phone as fuck, what is it called? It's the cell phone game that transport you into another place. It's like Fatal Frame, but with cell phones. It's actually just the description, Fatal Frame, but with cell phones, and it's like pretty fucking shit. Like, not gonna lie. Like, that's one of the games that like I recommend people playing it. I don't mind people playing it, but if you want to actually speedrun it, I don't recommend speedrunning it. If you want to speedrun it, go ahead. But like, legitimately, the speedrun of this game is the game is like pretty fucking shit, and I don't like it. Yeah. Lifeline with a 10-15 minute cutscene in the beginning. Well, can you do anything at all? It's not unskippable, right? It's not really that unskippable, you know? In Calling, there's like 30-40 minutes of unskippable cutscene actually, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Like around there. Like it's around like 20 to 30 minute unskippable cutscene. That's it. Flat ass? Yeah, flat ass, bro. So that's like unskippable for JP. Why didn't you buy the hold on. Oh man, I can't even kill you. Why didn't you buy the... Oh wait, no, you speak Japanese, that's why. I was like, yeah, you speak Japanese. Motherfucker's fluent in Japanese. Please be my teacher and actually teach me Japanese.
I just keep getting better.
I like elevator percent. Oh yeah, you like an elevator percent. I forgot about that. You run elevator percent. What are you?
Come here for a second.
Omar Torres.
Hey, listen, there's this tall hombre that owes me some money. Mucho dinero.
Mucho dinero!
Whatever this infection is and pay me what he owes me ain't exactly his first priority. I'm thinking his money's inside his bungalow. But I need the key to get in there. It's not like the poor hijo de puta needs it anymore. Hey, listen, if you get me the key, we'll split the cash. Deal?
Splitting cash? Give me a sec while I actually look into this. Weirdly enough, I'm also rendering like a video at the moment for my femboy ass attracted my horny gay friend. What the fuck does that mean? Acquire key from Omar's undead.
Alright.
So, if you guys do not know, I'm also I have like 2 computers, and I had to use the other computer just to render videos like this. So now you can actually see like my other computer at the moment just like fucking rendering videos, and this is not my usual desktop. Oh fuck, yeah, that's not my usual desktop. So there's that. I don't even know if like, yeah, I have 2 PCs. One is like the old PC that I actually use, and then this one is like another one. Is the game not fucking showing up now? Nice, the game's not showing up now. Of course. I love it when the game doesn't show fucking gameplay now. Does it not show the gameplay? Are you kidding me? Oh man, it doesn't show the gameplay now. Oh man. Stream ended. GG. Yeah, stream ended. Stream ended. Go home, guys. Go home. Wait, what? Okay, my game is being doo-doo at the moment. Oh, my game is being doo-doo. What the fuck? Okay, hold on. Let me actually do this real quick. Wait, what is it again? Okay, now can it capture? If I do this now, can it capture? How you doing, Angry Nick, by the way? Wait, did you? No, you were here just now. Are you kidding me? What the fuck? Bro, oh, yeah, it's back. Don't worry, it's back.
Surprises.
Hope you too. Yeah, I'm doing alright. I'm doing good. Doing good. It's back. What are you talking about? It's back. Shut the fuck up. It's back.
Hey, let me know when you find.
Okay. Bro Chacho. I know Bro Chacho. Hold on. I need to go this way. Where's our streamer? Streamer here.
Good.
I'll wait here if you don't mind. I'm not really up to moving around.
You need more alcohol.
Stomach, Jesus. Oh, I think I'm gonna throw up.
Is he gonna throw up? Motherfucker threw up. Lexa's not even live. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Hold on. Okay, that one's done. Then we can go to Annie. Annie's is fucking bear shit. Uh-huh. Anyways. Annie's fucking bear shit. The poor dude. He fell for it. I didn't do anything. He just fell for it. What is this? Oh. Just need to find a whatever. He was his biggest fan. That's why he rushed to it. Yeah, fucking biggest fanboy. He came because he's the biggest fanboy. That's for sure. I mean fanboy, sorry, fanboy. Not fanboy, fanboy. Hello. Thank you for your monies and your shiv. Wait, hold on. I don't need your shiv. Yeah, I don't even need your shiv. Fuck your shiv. Seems die. What?
Blood everywhere.
Whoa! What the fuck, Hector? You alright, Hector, you little bitch? Time to die! Time to die!
And no bloody end to it.
You alright? Why do you have a fucking bulge?
Blood everywhere.
Motherfucker has a bulge.
Soaking into everything.
Is there anything else? Why are you looking at her cock? I mean, it is what it is. I don't judge. Bulge. Female anatomy. I know what it is. It just looks like a bulge, alright? It just looks like a fucking bulge. And I like bulges. Excuse me. We can go this way. I like bulge. Smile. I died! You fucking... I recognize that bulge. I've seen that bulge before. It is that island. With how many times you've died. Yeah. Oh. What? Oh shit, because I'm fucking low in health. I mean low in stamina, there you go. Holy shit, you have a fucking pipe. No pipes. The latency dev, gotta love the lag. Yeah, smile. I got one dev in the toilet. I closed the door. And I fucking got a dev in the toilet because I fucking closed the door. Alright, cool. Wait, why am I going around like that? This way, right? You should play Dying Light instead of Dead Island. I know about Dying Light. It's just, I don't know. I played Dying Light. I did play Dying Light for like hours. But for this one, I only played like for 30 minutes and I just wanted to play a little bit more. Squashy, also known Common. True. Hello, dude. Hit and run. I'll take all the shit. Even alcohol.
It's always worth taking a look.
I have a knife. Alcohol. What? Where's my devastating stick that I really do need? Equip there. I did not need a rusty pipe. Although I do need this. There we go. That's Coke. You mean Coca-Cola or just regular Coke? As in Coke. Cocaina. There's cocaina. Coca-Cola. Okay, cool. It's like cocaina. No way, man. There ain't cocaina. Oh shit, I'm gonna go into the fucking toilets again. Hello. Cocaina. Cocaina. What the fuck is outside? Look at that shoot. What are those? What are those? What are those? What are those? Okay. Is that like someone outside the fucking area? What the fuck is there? Return to Omar. Oh. Hello, Omar. I would like to return to you, Omar. What the fuck is outside? True! But also at the same time, what the fuck is outside even? Like, all these fucking stupid ass noises. Oh shit. My stamina! Yeah, I drink fucking energy drink. There we go. Smack that ass! Smack that ass to die! That's what I would do. Damn, that booty fucking thick, not gonna lie. I don't know why, but all these fucking, like, you know, zombies, like the women zombies have like very thick booties. And that's like pretty fucking hot to me. Other than the fact that they're dead. Dead even better? Fuck no. Are you a thug? You are a thug. Okay, wait, hold on. I need you. I want to see how fucking... Ooh. Joe confirmed like dead women's ass. Dead ass women. Oh my god. I need to fucking, you know, pop these kneecaps. Trying to, man. Okay, cool. You have anything? You don't have anything at all. How do you fucking float up? You... Oh wait, there's stairs. That's why. I was like, how the fuck do you even float all the way up the stairs? Okay, now I need fucking... you. Holy shit, I didn't realize you could actually jump backwards like that. Interesting. Interesting fucking tip. Thank you for the battery. This way then. Wait. Thank you. Where is Omar? I forgot where Omar is. Hello, Omar. That's not Omar. That's me fucking up. There we go. Summon enemies by jump kick. Oh yeah, you can fucking kick them in the nuts. I forgot about that. It's just copium. Hello.
Let's keep moving, amigos.
Let's keep moving, amigos. Wow. Find a safe? Really? There's your safe.
That's it. Yes.
Look at the dying light.
Yes, amigos. All right, here's your cut.
It's your cut. Thank you for your cut. I love cut. And money. How much money do I even have right now? 2,000. Ugh. Back to where I was.
Amigos, I hear there are more survivors at the lifeguard tower. Can you help me get there? If you do, I'll give you this weapon. Promise. One shot takes down a mob of those pendejos.
That sounds like your fucking cock, but sure.
Yeah.
Gracias. We better go, huh?
Were you at the door for an hour? Did I? I don't remember.
Rapido.
Rapido! Fuck me, bro. It's here, right? Yeah, it's here. Is he gonna like walk towards the fucking... Yeah, he's gonna walk there, I guess. Oh god, yeah, he's literally... I know it's fast. Damn, those chicks are hot, not gonna lie. Fast being... I mean, dude. Rapido! This ain't Rapido! This is fucking... Slow! There we go. Hey, Angry Taco. Oh shit! He's actually running now! He's actually running! Oh shit! Rapido, mi amigos! Hey, Zezima. Ed and me only younger. What? He heard your compliment. Yo, go faster! Run! Okay, no mind. Oh shit. Oh shit, he actually is! Yo, let's go! Let's go! Why are you alive? Stop being alive. Alright. Go! Go! Gracias, te quiero! Go! Rápido! Te quiero! His dead ass walk should... Yeah, true. What character is he? He's a Spanish character, I think.
Gracias. Hey, I always remember my amigos.
Okay, thank you. Oh! Oh! It's a revolver, man. Oh.
Hurry it up. These fuckers are starting to stink.
Oops, sorry. Damn, that's a revolver.
This ride is yours whenever you need it.
I'm gonna break that shit, honestly. No cooming on stream. Oh, God damn it. I can't coom on stream. Sorry. Sorry, I'm cooming on stream. I'm not gonna say that. No, I'm not gonna say any kind of Spanish words. Stop.
I heard this scourge came from out of...
Okay, I can sell. Sell you, because I don't need you. Sell you, I don't need you. You, and alcohol as well. Because I don't drink fucking alcohol. Cool.
Space.
Say it, no, I'm not gonna say it.
Can't hurt to look.
Can't hurt to look. Which one is the one I eat? Cruel stick, yeah.
Kelly's worried about her husband Will, but I think he's probably okay.
Say something in Spanish with a fanboy voice? No.
Can you see if you can find him?
Because I'm not in the hot tub, that's why. Look for Kelly's husband.
I'll do what I can.
His name is William. He's about 6'1".
6'1"?
He's a concierge.
Motherfucker's
A
tall!
friend named Doyle who works in the Diamond District bungalows. I'm thinking maybe he's hiding out there.
I should have gone with James.
Damn, Margaret. You look like a Karen, but nice tits. Short bitch? How tall are you then, fucking RS25? You're probably shorter than that guy, honestly. Why is hot dog 50k? Because people redeemed it for like 20k and it's like way too many every day, so no. You're 1 inch taller. You're just a fucking one fucking, you know, one fucking penis taller than the guy. I can't believe this. One of your inch penis taller than the other guy. Still taller? Damn. First 3 seconds back tits, yes. Oh fuck. Wait, where am I going? Oh, here. You're 180. Six feet people do not exist in like Singapore. Aren't you the one that needs water? Yeah, aren't you the one that needs water? Yeah, you're the one that needs water.
Maybe I'll find something useful.
Bloody hell. Bloody hell, mate.
You find anything? Oh, thank God. I can't last.
Jesus Christ.
My muscles are starting to cramp. Teddy! Where have you been? You've been a bad
Bro,
boy.
I have...
Say thank you to the nice people.
Say thank you to the nice people. What the flying fuck? Bro, I'm a horse, therefore I have a big cock. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. I probably just have a big cock and that's about it. Wait, bring fuel from the gas station to burn the bodies. Look for, okay. What is this one? Help Mike and Dominic. Who the fuck is Mike and Dominic? Okay, Dominic. And who the fuck is Mike again? Okay, I need to know who the fuck is Mike. Yo, yoink that money, bitch. That's right, bitch. You yoinked your money. What you gonna do about it? Saw this day before. What the fuck? Excuse me. What the? Oof. My PP 4 inches? What the fuck? Oh! Sorry, I broke the car. My PP 4. Hello, SSD. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well, SSD. SSD's name is Suck Small Dicks, not whatever that thing is. Where's fucking Dominic? Are you Dominic? No, you're not Dominic. I've been waiting 10 years for the sequel to this. Well, try harder, man. The sequel's not gonna be as good as this. Smile. Sequel's finally coming. Yeah, it is finally coming. Sooner or later, it's gonna come. Hello.
Hey, I'm Dominic.
What's up?
This piece of shit antenna's too weak to reach past the island. We need a signal.
You're gonna buy it anyways? I'm probably gonna buy it as
I
well.
worked on an
We'll
antenna
see.
at the lighthouse nearby. I'm sure they got an amplifier there. We wouldn't last a minute against those things, but you think you can get it for us?
I mean, it's part of the fucking main mission, sure.
All right, excellent. You bring it
Average
back
size?
as soon
Hell
as you
yeah. Domino? No, it's Dominic. Guy named Dominic. Dominic on these nuts. I still need to climb up the ladder. Hold on. Okay, what are you up here again? Are you Mike? Is that Mike here? Is that Mike? Is that Mike Hunt? Okay, so is this part of the main mission? Help Mike and who the fuck is Mike? I don't remember who the fuck is Mike. Whom's the fuck is Mike? Genie. Ah, whatever. By the way, do you stay? No, my cough is already gone. Like I don't really cough that much anymore, unless it's like placebo. But I don't really cough anymore. Microtransaction, yes.
In the silver section. My husband gave it to me. It means a lot to me. I'm offering a reward. Can you help me?
Do you want to have sex with me? What the fuck? Retrieve. A slice of insects? What the fuck?
How can I say no? Thank you. Please be careful.
Son death is near. Sure, buddy. Sure, buddy. Okay, what do I do first, actually? I can do that one. And that one. And then whatever that one is. Wait, hold on. Go to the lighthouse and bring back... Okay, I can do that one as well. Is there anything from below? No. I guess I'll go here first. Sex with Juho, must be eating soup before. Effort is there, nothing is true. Copium. Level difficult? Yeah, true. I've already fucked this car up, so that's how I am with the cars, you know. Stop it! Guys, you fucking idiots, stop it. You guys are fucking idiots, stop it. Oh shit. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, I meant to do that one. That's it. Tooth dick. Stop it. Okay. Trash can. Stop it! Little bitch. Hey, meat. I'll take that meat. Hello!
Me, please.
Damn, you're fucking hot, bro.
Please.
Dick pic.
I need your help.
Can you fuck me?
I don't
Honestly,
understand.
Smile.
Please. My husband.
Oh
My
shit.
husband is bleeding. Can you help us?
Maybe.
Maybe there's something we can
You
use.
can die and you can help. You can get hurt. True.
What is happening here?
Dude, I'm a woman. All right. Technically, we can scissor in the bed right now. So smile. Oh, there's a necklace. Wait. Why do I need you?
Name's Roger, brothers. And this is my wife, Jess.
Bratas, bratas!
Like a bat out of hell.
Named Roger, bratas. What the fuck is bratas?
Forget about it. But I couldn't do that and live with myself, so we stopped to see if we could help. The driver must have been in shock or something, because he threw himself at us like a crazy guy. I had to kill him. But this was self-defense. I was protecting myself. You gotta believe me. But you know what? He took a bite out of me, man.
What the fuck does he sound Singaporean?
I think I got whatever he had. Rabies, I don't know, fuck. Who the hell knows? But can you get Jess out of here? If I start to lose it, I don't want to bloody hurt her.
This guy sounds so Singaporean. This guy sounds like the most Singaporean person I've ever heard. Like, ever. Oh my fucking god.
FBI, open up!
Photo, can you go thank you for the wait. How's Crowley Squad? What's the lollies? On your dick. I mean, yeah, maybe you go and say, I don't know. You sound so fucking Singaporean. That's a fucking Western dude. Hello, my name is Joe Horse. I'm a horse.
Sure.
Hey, man. Thanks. Should take her to the lighthouse. My brother James should be there. He'll take her in.
I can't, man. Your face with the Singaporean accent. I can't. This doesn't look like a Singaporean fucking dude at all. This guy just looks like a fucking whatever it is, honestly. Wait, this is a no you situation? Yeah. No you. Come in! Come into this thing! Yeah, that's right. A crazy taxi! It's literally crazy taxi right now. Okay, so I need to go all the way back here, right? Yeah, do I have to like... Yeah, I have to bring her back here. Drive Jessica to the... Wait, yeah, drive Jessica to the lighthouse. Yeah, okay. So I had to go all the way back to the lighthouse. There we go. Damn, brother. Yo. Go see her tits, bro. Fuck that Singaporean dude. You know who is the better Singaporean dude? This guy. Those tits like that? Oh, hell yeah. This Singaporean dude is gonna get these tits more than your other fucking weird ass husband, Singaporean husband dude. Alright, crazy taxi time.
Okay.
Oi! Oi! He cut me! Motherfucker cut me! How the fuck did he cut me like that? Anyways. Is George's dad's on board? Yes, it's true. Oi! Oi! I didn't mean to do that. Oi! Oi! Am I stuck? Am I stuck? Bro! I'm stuck! No! No! Okay, wait. Am I... I'm not stuck. Alright, there we go. Oi! Yo, Dead Island has a fucking car plate. What the fuck? Alright, let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Thank you. Okay, I got you at the island. Are you alright? She looks so fucking, like, stunned. I don't even know why. She looks so fucking stunned. Are you alright? Are you alright? Look at her fingers. She's she just looks so fucking stunned. Wait, am I supposed to do that? Drive Jessica to the lighthouse. Yeah, I drove her to the lighthouse already. Is this not the lighthouse? Wait. Oh fuck. Okay. I'll head to the bathroom real quick and then we'll go to the lighthouse. I'm back. I'm back. Shut the fuck up. Lifeguard, lifehouse. Well, to be fair though, I had to come back here anyways. But to be fair though, I had to come back here anyways. Hold on. Alright, hopefully get back. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Ah. Fine, I'll drive you in a little bit more. What is happening here? What the flying fuck? Okay. Hopefully that's in range. Are you gonna be in range? It is in range, kinda. Are you kidding me? Okay, there we go.
Yes, this is it. Oh, thank you so much. Here's the reward I promised. Thank you.
Hey, yo, no problem. No problem. I'll take that. Thank you. Do you need anything else? Skill points? Okay, hold on. I need to see my skill points real quick. Rage gain. Additional rage. Stamina gain. Stamina cost. I guess this one. Hey, wait, I have one more as well. Okay, wait, hold on. What are these? Gender wars. What? Gender wars? Interesting. Melee weapon durability plus 10%. Ooh, okay, wait, hold on. Repair cost minus 20. Extra slots. I want more XP for sure, but like, I don't know whether I want more XP for now. Melee. I'm gonna go for melee damage because I'm all this time right now. I'm just gonna go for melee. Do you have anything that I can sell? No, sell. Wait, where is my gun? Did I throw my gun away? I probably threw my gun away. Fuck me. Fuck. Probably do it. Whatever.
Scourge came from outer space.
No, I'm probably gonna do some missions and then mains. Yeah, I'm gonna do some missions and then mains. Shut the fuck up, Jessica. To be fair though, I had to go to the lighthouse as well to do some stuff. Okay, let's go to the lighthouse right now. I think the lighthouse is here. Hey, Mondo. Yes, I got an article written on speedrun.com, that's for sure, yes. Hello, Mondo. Hope you're doing well. I can take her, please don't yell at her. No. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, Mondo. Oi, oi! Stop crashing, I want to crash. I don't crash into people, man. That's right, bitch. Wait, is there actually someone in there? Hello? What up, bro?
There are people living in the lighthouse?
Oh my god, no. No, I can hear her Singaporean accent now. I can hear her Singaporean accent. I don't like this.
Go inside. Talk to James.
Thank you. Can you check on my husband?
Sure. I'll check on your Singaporean husband, sure. Sell. Yeah, go fuck yourself, Jessica. You
believe you're alive.
go sell that shit. What's wrong? It's just bad. It's bad in general. Okay, are you Mike? You're not Mike. Wait, who is Mike? Yeah, wait. Here's a question. Who's Mike?
I'm sure he'll be glad to see you're still alive.
Follow Colin. Is this on the quest? Help Mike and Dominic. Go to the lighthouse and bring back a signal amplifier. Oh, that's Dominic. Okay. Mike Hawk. Mike Hawk.
Where the hell did they put that?
Mike Hunt. Bam. Okay, I gotta listen to this shit. Hello, Monica. Dude, Monica has fucking tits as well. Holy shit. I mean,
What do we got here?
oh god, what the fuck? Are you Mike? You are Mike! Okay, you're Mike.
James is at the top of the lighthouse. Go see him.
Maggie. Wait!
Stephen is looking for me?
You're Maggie!
I wish he had come with us.
I just realized you're Maggie!
Could you please tell him that if you see him? That I miss him and I wish he were here with me right now.
Okay. Notify Steven about... Okay, cool. Hello.
Talk to James first. He's the one in charge.
What? Whom's the fuck is James? Are you James in here?
Holy shit, you're alive?
What up, man?
I'm James.
What up, James?
You don't know me, but I sure remember you. Me and Cinemoy had a slight difference of opinion. He wanted to stay put and wait for help. I wanted to get the hell out of there. So I got the hell out.
Okay, maybe I would do all the missions as well, all the side missions as well. We'll see.
We sure could use your help.
Help the people around the lighthouse. Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to get off this island with the rest of us, go talk to my people. See what you can do to help, okay?
Okay. Hold on. What the? Why am I stuck? Stop being stuck! Hold on. There we go. Trevor. What is this recording? Oh shit, I have a lot of them. Papua New Guinea has the highest incidence of HIV and AIDS in the Pacific region and fits the criteria for a generalized HIV/AIDS epidemic. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh wait, 2. I have 2. There we go. With over 820 indigenous languages, Papua New Guinea has more languages than any other country in the world, constituting 12% of the global total. You touched the note, you'll get infected. Stop it. I ain't gonna get infected. Papua New Guinea has several thousand separate communities, most with only a few hundred people, and each divided by language, customs, and traditions.
I'm approaching the location where I'm to meet my informant. I I must say, everything seems oddly quiet and deserted here. I'm a little concerned that my informant has been exposed. I hope he's all right. The door appears to be ajar.
A jar?
Mr. Anomo? Hello? Anyone here?
Oh, it's a jar. Oh, I thought it was like an actual jar. I was like, what?
There's blood everywhere. I don't see a body though. Mr. Anomo? What the hell? Jesus Christ! Oh my God! Oh my God! Whoever that was, I think I just killed her. Bashed her head in with a fucking lamp. She was out of her mind. She tried to bite me, for Christ's sake. She must have been 70 years old. Someone else is back there. I gotta get out of here. Mention the location where I'm to meet my informant. God, I must.
Unlike Cinemoy and his crew, we're not content to sit in our butts and hope that help's on its way. We're more proactive, you know? Farther up the coast, there's a couple shipwrecks. The result of that monsoon that came through. I'm thinking they might have supplies, including signal flares. When help finally does get here, like maybe the military, we need a way to let them know where we are. You interested in a little salvage work?
What is this? Get 4 flares from the wrecks of the coast.
I guess I can give you a hand.
Good. And when help finally does
I guess I could give you a
get
hand.
their attention, I guarantee a first spot on the chopper.
Okay. No. No. You.
Her name's Linda. She got beat up pretty bad out there. I don't even know how she managed to make it here. Probably made it on sheer adrenaline. She needs painkillers and bandages. Can you see if you can find some?
Yeah, sure. I've already have like fucking many of them. Did you give that girl water yet? I have not. I have not found a lot more water.
Pretty sure you can find painkillers and bandages either place.
I have not found a lot of bottled water.
Try to worry, okay? She's really suffering.
Okay, sure. Here.
That is exactly what I needed. Thank you.
Wait, hold on.
You just saved this girl.
Yeah. Save the girl's life, sure. Yeah. Cool. I've already done this. Cool. Yeah, that was a very quick mission. That was a very quick mission. Holy shit! Look at the side quests I've already done. Holy fuck! My chat scrolling all the way up. That's for sure. Hello, Monica.
I was in contact with the pilots of that plane that went down. It was full of passengers, and they said they were making an emergency landing near.
I had to go back to the Singaporean dude.
I lost contact with them after that, but if they landed that plane safely, maybe we can use it to get the hell off this island.
Look for... Fuck me. Hold on. Wait, give me a sec. Look near the jungle for a location of the aircraft. Military machete? Hell yeah!
Hey, that plane might be our ticket out of here.
Okay. What is the one that I need to actually get? Because there's something that I need to get in here. Find a way to get in. Is it this thing?
What the hell?
What the hell?
This won't do. We followed James to this lighthouse so we could send out an SOS signal using the lamp. But there's something wrong with the power. Marcus went to check the 2 transformers powering the lighthouse, but he's been gone for hours. Someone needs to see what's happened to him and try to get the power back on. Those things can't do to you what they can do to us. Maybe.
What's the max level in this game, by the way?
Okay.
All right. Good.
Is it just 50?
Transformers are in the northern part of the
Or is it just more than 50?
If you can get the power back on, I'll let you into the storage shed.
Shut the fuck up, RS25. I'm already at like over 7. You're 7. Anyways. Where do I need to go? Max level 50. Carry on. Okay, cool. Wait. Hold on. Wait a minute. So, I need to go... I need to go here. And then I need to go... here. Wait. And where's the fucking... whatever it is then? Wait, how about the husband? Yeah, what happened to Roger Nelson then? He's just dead now? Sam B the best. What? Hold on. I just need to look at the map real quick. So I need to go here, and then afterwards I need to go here. Yeah, sure.
Where the hell did they put that?
These nuts! Haha! Hello, Evan. Okay. Now I'm supposed to go to the... What the fuck? Can this thing stop doing that? Like, legit? Wait, hold on. Need to do this real quick. Can you kill NPCs and end quest lines? No, you can't. I don't think you can do that. Oi, oi. That's my fault. Are you here? Yeah, you are here. Yeah, you're here. Okay, hold on. What's up, man? Wait. What's up, man?
Hey, you!
Sure. Hello, what's up, man? Close the door. There we go. Empty canisters. Okay, cool. I need oil then. Hello. Denmark. Satis.
Maybe I'll find something useful.
Feeble stick. Nah, I don't want a feeble stick. I'll steal your money, though. I'll steal your money, though. Sorry.
You want gas? Sorry, the pumps ain't working. Power's out and the generator's in the warehouse next door. Unfortunately, the front entrance is blocked. Yeah, maybe there's another way in. See, try the roof. That might work. Head out the back so they don't see you. And take some canisters with. Yo, once you get in, turn on the power and refuel those canisters. Now that we're here, we're not moving anywhere. It's too friggin' dangerous out there.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'll take the U then. You're alive. Is anyone in there? Who the fuck is there? It's like a thug, another thug. I guess it is another thug. Could be another thug. Hello? Ow! It is another thug, okay. Wait, I need to calm the fuck down with this fucking. Oh my god, bro! Stop! Right now. Have a devastating stick. Oh! Let's hit you in the nuts for a bit. There we go. What? Are you kidding me? How did you not get hit? Excuse me. Oh, now. There you go. Fuck you, dude. Do you not have anything? At all? Okay. Sure, you don't even have anything as well. Energy drinks. Strong diving knife. Ooh. Doug is definitely got knocked out. Sure. If you don't have anything like fucking... Like, if you don't have anything to upgrade, then yeah, it's gonna be fucking hard. That's for sure. Oh, wait. My skill is shit. That's what it is. Are you still alive? Yeah, go fucking die, bitch. The name of the weapon are deceiving. I checked the stats instead. True, but you know, I don't really give a fuck. If it kills, it kills. Only the white ones are shit. Smile. To me, at least. Okay, where are... Hold on. Gold ones are gold? Yes. I actually didn't know that there's golds. I wanted to know the golds now. Wait, where do I fucking do the pump now? Yeah, where do I do the pumps now? White ones are... What? Oh, there we go. Open that shit up. Okay, where is... Oh! Oh, the gas is outside. Oh! Oh, I'm dumb. There we go. Let's go get gas right now. And you get fucking smacked in the head. And you too. No one likes you. Say another one. Smacked in the head. You too. Anyone? Boom! That's right. That's right, bitch. I'm the man now. Where's my canister? There you go. What? Are they actually coming towards me? They are. Damn, her fucking booty thick. Look! Her booty fucking thick as fuck, bro. Yo. I want that kind of booty, man. I want that kind of like big ass booty that could like supply me all day, all night, man. Okay. Actually, maybe I should actually use that one instead. Yeah, that's me, man. That's me. One thing, all the booty. Hold on, let me take this fucking gas canister back. Because I think, right? I could actually just put it in here because it's a new car. There we go, new car anyways. New car hoodies. Okay. So I don't need any more of these. I guess I only need one. Yeah. You did it! Unbelievable! Okay, so I think I only needed one, right? Bring the gas can, bring fuel from the gas station to burn the body. Bring the gas can to Mike. Okay, so I guess this is this one then. But I also need to go to this one then. So I have a few places to actually go before I go back to fucking Marcus and burn the body. Oh. What the fuck are you doing, bro? Out of your mind or something? Dude just rushed towards the car. Fucking out of their minds, man. Here. Okay. Hello? I'm here to fuck people up. Oh, what's up, man? Yeah, shut the fuck up. Wait, hold on. There. There. Is that better? Give me the thing.
Name's Marcus.
What's up, Marcus?
I was fixing this piece of shit when these things came out of nowhere. See if you can get that other transformer back online while I finish fixing this one. Go!
Where's the other transformer then? Bring the gas can to Mike. Okay, that one's... yeah. Oh god, it's the other side. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think it's at the other side. Sure. Sure, why not? I'll do that. Where's the other one? That's right, bitch. I have this one. Okay, maybe I'll use that one later on. I really do want to use this one a lot more.
Let's take a look, shall we?
Okay. Where is my car again? Birds are fucking annoying. Holy shit. Yeah, these birds are fucking annoying. Holy shit, man. Oh. Yeah, maybe I'll use the blue. I should use the blues a lot more than the greens. Not use the nature when it's in my fucking ears. No. If they're far away, sure. If it's in my ears, no. Hello. Oh shit, I drank alcohol, fuck! I drank fucking alcohol, of course. I'm gonna get fucking drunk. Out of my mind, man. You drunk? I'm drunk already. Look how drunk she is. That's me at the moment, is that hit. Ordinary stick. No. Okay, I need to go back to the generator then. Where is this generator? Hey, yo, what's up, man? Wait. Oh, skill points. Oh, shit. put this on yes, because I do need this one. Why is this guy still here? You gonna be alright, man? Talking about 365. I don't know what that is. Wait, what? You say lighthouse? I don't know. Think you want to get the sub? Yeah, a lot of people got to get the subs, poggers. This way. Oh god, I don't want to. Hammer! No, no hammer! Get it wasted every day, probably true. I guess this way then. Oh shit, this is broken now. Hell yeah. What the flying fuck? Damn, bro.
Maybe I'll find something useful.
Fact! We got another fact. We don't even have 4. We only have like 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. What the fuck? Oh shit, bro. Oh no. Yeah, that's why I run away. Oh shit, never mind. He didn't run away. Here. Have that. Have that, bitch. Why are you here? That's right, bitch. Blueprints. Rending claw rending claws mod. Interesting. Do I have to go back to Marcus? Yeah, I had to go back to Marcus. Okay. What the flying fuck? Dude, stop it. You too. Bad. Bad people. Hey, got monies. Okay. Is that the gas? Oh yeah, that's the gas canister thing. Okay. Gotta take note of the gas canister. And water. Wait, aren't you the people who needed water in the first place? Wait, what the fuck is this again? Whoa, dude. Shut the fuck up. That's right. That's right, bitch. Tiring baseball bat. I guess I'll take it for now. Hello? A pipe. Ooh. Oh, this disabling nail hammer. Interesting. Okay, maybe I could upgrade that one as well. Okay, what's the tier? Okay, just asking, what's the tier for what's the color tier for the weapons? Like, I know white is like the worst of the worst. What is the next one that's the worst of the worst then? Oh god, there we go. White, green, blue, purple. Okay. I heard there's a gold one, so I don't know what the gold one is. Okay, so I have purple then. This purple is the one that I really want to use, huh? Okay. What's the purple one? I don't have purple? Really? Wait, hold on. Equip this one. Oops. This one. And then this one to equip this one. There you go. I hope it's like that though. If it's like that, then good enough, I guess. Wait, where is... I was about to say, where is fucking... Okay, this way, I guess. Don't forget your weapons can break. I know my weapons can break. That's why I'm gonna repair them later. Because I always want to repair them. Oh man, wait, hold on. There we go. No flashlight? There is a flashlight, but I'm not really gonna be using the flashlight because I can see in the game. Yeah, I can see in the game anyways, so doesn't really matter if I don't use the flashlight as well. Had to make sure. Had to make sure. I had to fucking hit the person. Ooh. Oops. Hey, GSD. Oh, thank you for the follow, much appreciate it. Yeah, friends indeed. Thank you for the follow again.
I'll stay here just
much
in
appreciated.
case the fuses blow when you start pulling power for the lighthouse. This is for you. Thanks for the help.
I don't know, honestly. It could be like that. I got monies. I need my fucking truck back. Hold on. You have more friends. Hold on. There we go. I need to go back to... Wait, acquire water for... You need the water, right? Wait, hold on. Someone needed the water again. Okay, I'm gonna go back to Kim because I'm gonna give her the water. Because I have water. NASA currently streaming. NASA's streaming.
It's always worth taking a look.
Interesting.
You're finding. Oh, thank God. My muscles are starting to. I can't last.
Okay, I got a lot of money from fucking Kim needing water. Oh dang! Oh dang! Oh dang! Sounds like she's fucking coming, man. It's time. Wait, what? What did you do? What did you do? I want to see what did you do? What did you do? Is it for tomorrow or whatever it is? Hold on. Oh. Hello, Richard. Are you part of this as well? Are you part of It's Time for McDices? What do you do? Okay, never mind. It's alright. NASA SpaceX Crew 5 launch. Ooh, interesting. Your tech check is done if you need one. Hell yeah! It's done already. Okay, cool. But I got message and I'm like, yeah, sure. Your master call. My master calls. Ah, yes. My master calls me. Master Dices, thank you for calling me for sure. Hope you're doing well, Dices. Oh my god, I almost call you Master Dices. I hope you're doing well, Master Dices. Oh yes, true. The Elmo. Yeah, we're gonna do Elmo. That's for sure. No Elmo. What? What? Oh shit! Wow. Holy crap. Greetings, Master Dice. Greetings, Master Dices. Yeah. It's game. It's just game. I'm just gonna say game. Game. Oh fuck. I need to give fucking whoever it is this fucking. Stop smiling. What? Smile. Do my form. You pass the vetting. All right. We'll consider game. Oh shit! You wanna? Oh god! You know what? You know what's a coincidence? I remember talking to one of my viewers because Retro was talking about me playing calling, and then I told her that like I like calling. The problem is the speedrun is so shit. And then I said if Dices asked me to do calling, I would consider, because one, it's Dices, but two, it's calling. I don't want to do calling.
Hey, thank you. This should do it.
And then afterwards you come in and says it's time. I'm like, what? Calling's kind of neat. Calling is okay. Calling. Hold on. Let me actually just do this real quick. Calling as a game is good. Calling as a speed run, I'm just gonna like choke to death. Why did I read that as smiling? Yeah, sliming. I slime over egg any day, honestly. Smile. Yeah. Let me see the forum real quick. I'll say set game, but I'm not gonna say what game it is. It's just set game. Yeah, it's just set game. I'm not gonna talk about what set game is. Oh shit, Molotov cocktail. Hell yeah. Give me that shit.
Some fucking vacation. Huh?
Fill out my form and you can announce it. You haven't even sent me the form. Oh wait. You haven't even sent me the form. Oh, there you go. Here's the form.
Get yourselves a couple of Molotov cocktails and you can burn up a whole mob of those motherfuckers.
Oh hell yeah.
Bring me a couple and I can make you a few cocktails.
Yeah. Okay. Acquire 5 bottles of alcohol. What?
Yeah. Good. I'm gonna need some empty whiskey bottles, vodka, whatever. There should be some around here.
Well, okay.
I still don't have everything I need.
What? Huh? What do you mean you don't have everything you need? I've already. Oh wait, I have 2 alcohol. Did I sell? Oh yeah, I sold all my alcohol. Fuck me, I forgot about that. Okay, so. Oh yeah, but yeah, we gaming today, so yeah, whip alcohol. I drank one of the alcohols, and I'm like, whoops. Whoops, I drank one of the alcohols already. Let me go back here and repair my shit. Repair. Repair. Guess repair. Repair as well. I think I can sell all of them. What's the purple weapon? The purple weapon is... Where's my purple weapon? Wait. Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh, whoops. I dropped my purple weapon. I just realized that. I dropped my purple weapon. I forgot about that. Hold on. Let me actually sell my shit. Yeah. Let me sell my shit real quick. I need to sell. I don't need this. I don't need this. I don't need this. Yeah.
scourge came from outer space.
Not the purple weapon. The purple weapon. The purpley weapons. One whole alcohol. One whole alcohol is gone. Give me back my fucking.
Bastards or what?
Shut the fuck up. Hold on. Yeah, I know better way to kill things, but hold on, give me a sec. Hold on, I need to upgrade shit. Disabling nail hammer. I think I'm not gonna upgrade this. Instead, I'm gonna sell this because I don't need this thing. Which one is it? Disabling? Yeah, I don't need this shit. Fuck that shit. Alcohol. I don't know what to do with these as well, because you know I need to actually like sell. No, not sell. I just need to do stuff with these. Put this here. Okay, let me actually do this thing real quick. Yeah. When's the thing, by the way? Ek, if you're still here, when's the thing? Next Wednesday? What? Holy shit! I had to fucking prepare in the next few days. Oh god. Okay, sure. Sure. Next Wednesday. Cool. Let me put this in real quick, and then I'll talk about what it is. This. Oh! You can do the game in your sleep. I can technically do the game in my sleep, but like, holy shit, I need to de-rust. I need to de-rust. Most importantly, also because I can actually, you know. I need to get a little bit of a better time, but like I don't know how better of a time I could get, because the middle part of the game, it's like fucking insane. Sleeper Sand, Ju-on, not Ju-on. Better than Ju-on actually. It's like one of the better games of Ju-on than Ju-on. Okay, I'm done. Then I'm gonna do this real quick. All right. So very, very cool thing, because I'm gonna say it right now anyways. Game I'll be running next Wednesday is hold on, let me actually like, where's this person? Yeah, you. I want to talk to you real quick.
They're still here. Fucking.
This Juho. Stop it. Thank you for the cash. So the game that I'll be running is
I love surprises.
Sawcon. Yeah, Sawcon. We got more Sawcon, I guess. So you heard it here first. We did it live. You heard it here first.
I heard this scourge came from outer space.
So I do really need a de-rust after, I guess, this game, I guess. Like, after, if I finish this game, then probably I would de-rust. No, I did not hear it first. You hear it first. I'll be running Sawcon next Wednesday. I've done Tap Junior like fucking twice. I don't want to fucking do Tap Junior again. Oh god. Ooh. Okay, wait. Can I sell my Sawcon? We're gonna do Sawcon.
I heard this.
Dude, you know, not gonna lie. You know, not gonna lie. I feel like a lot of the games that were in the GDQ submissions, right, and they go into the hotfix, right? That is something that I am gonna like think that those games maybe has a chance of actually getting into the main line as well, because there were a few games on my list, like on my predicted list, that actually got into hotfixes, and then I might think that it might get into like the actual mainline GDQ, but I'm not too sure. I'm not gonna be that positive about it, but I'm just gonna be like, yeah. The hotfix games won't get in. Maybe it is a half-half kind of thing, because I don't know, But there has been some games in my predicted list that actually were showcased in hotfix, and yeah, it depends anyways. Yeah. That's why I'm thinking, if it's like that, then like, there's something, there's something that's going on, but I don't want to keep my hopes high. Yeah, I don't want to keep my hopes high, because the predicted games that I picked are probably just Morbius 150 times. They should have no effect. Yeah, they should have no effect, but like, it just looks like it for some fucking reason, because those are my predicted games as well. It's like, what the fuck? Some of the games that I predicted is actually on the hotfix for like the past week or so, and it's like, what? It's like coincidence or some shit. I find it like coincidental, that's all I could say. What do I need to do now? Oh no, you're the fucking... Oh god, okay, you are... Mike will make you a Molotov cocktail every 5 bottles of alcohol. Ugh! Okay. Darwin. Get back to Darwin. Okay. Talk to James. That's probably why. I guess so, but like, it's just very coincidental. That's all I can say. It's very coincidental. Kelly's husband. Diamond Bungalow. Where is the Diamond Bungalows? I don't even know where the Diamond Bungalows are. Hey, Resident Echo. Be a zombie? Yeah, just be a zombie, man. Actually, I can fast travel, right? Where's my fast traveling? Yeah, where's my fast traveling? Holy shit. Do I not have any more missions on them? Except for the guy on the top. I guess so. Okay. Where's my fast traveling? Wait, what? I'm blind. Where's my fast traveling? What? What? Bro? I'm probably blind. I don't even know where my fast traveling is. Can we take a moment to look at Booba? There. Booba. Yeah, where's my fast travel? What? Why can't I find the fast travel?
Take a look, shall we?
Yeah, why can't I find the fast travel? Okay, maybe it's at the bottom. Maybe it's like at the bottom or some shit. Or on the other side. Let's see if it's on the other side instead. Let me take this thing. Is it at the bottom? No, it's not at the bottom. Whatever. Top floor. Fuck! How are you doing, the clinic? Hope you are doing well. Thank you for the follow again. Much appreciated. Well, I went to the bottom now, so you know, started from the bottom, now we're here. Smile. Started from the bottom, now my whole team. Well, he said it way too late, okay? I didn't have the chance to actually find out where it was. It's too late. Too late, alright? That's it. No second chances. There we go. Alright, let's go up to the top floor. Alright, I wanna fast travel to that other place then. Is it here, fast travel? It is here, fast travel, right? Yeah. Okay. I wanna go to the lighthouse. I don't wanna go to anywhere else but the lighthouse. I was laying in bed, had to move to my It took you the little extra effort to just tell me upstairs. Like, oh, you don't have to say it. It's like, oh, you just have to get the extra effort. All right, hold on. Okay, which one? What do you need? Go back to Darwin. Talk to James. Okay, who the fuck are you? You're Ned. I don't want Ned. You can't go down here. Go downhill when you start from the bottom of the hill. So how good are you digging? Sure. Sure.
Whoa. Don't be sneaking up on people.
I just fast traveled. I can sneak up on people at any time I want to. Whoa, dude!
Stay strong, Linda. That's it.
Damn, bro, stay strong, Linda. Is how strong you get. Are you Dart? Yeah.
Okay. Marcus said it's gonna work. Let's give it a shot and turn it on.
Alright, alright.
Just hope it doesn't bring down the electrical grid.
Alright. Oh shit! This looks like fucking Assassin's Creed. For her to go to the labor. Fuck me. Yeah, this looks like fucking Assassin's Creed. Yeah, we did it. We did it! Let me in now.
It worked. Come on. I'll open the storage shed for you.
Alright, alright. Give me that fucking thing. Alright. Okay, now...
Anything worth anything in here?
I need to go outside here then.
Okay. I'll be right here keeping an eye out.
James.
I saw what you did for us, and I won't forget it.
What? What did I do? Think of it a monies. Think of it a monies. I don't know what I did, but think of it a monies. Okay, so I need this one. I need this one. Find a way to get inside. Okay, wait, hold on. Get flares from the Rex. Okay, yeah, this one is gonna be the one that I need to do later, but like later on.
The lighthouse is back online, but we need to cover all our bases. A few of us started arranging a huge help sign out in the clearing nearby, but we were chased off by those fucking things. Now, everyone's too scared to go back out there. But if you could finish the sign for us, make it worth
I saw someone that I know. It's in the thing as well. Ooh. Ooh. I'm not gonna talk about it yet, but I only talk about the game that I'll be on. So yeah, that's about it. Finish the help sign. Finish the help sign out in the clearing. Okay, cool.
I'll do what I can.
Did you play VO2 on normal or hard? I played VO2 on
Do
hard.
me a favor. Be careful out there.
And I finished it in like 9 hours. So yeah, how you doing, Jumbo? How you doing, Guns? How is it dead if you're alive thing? It's basically this island is somewhat dead, but also alive, because there's a lot of alive dead people. But yeah, how you doing, guys? Hope you're doing well. I'm playing on the hard right now. Is it good? Smile? Is it good? Hello? Okay, take the signal amplifier. Oh yeah, I took it. Get back to Dominic and give him the signal. Okay, cool. Wires, monies. Do I need to do anything from here? Okay, I don't need these two then. So I'm probably gonna sell. Wait, no, I need this one then. Strong divine knife is not the one that I really want. So I just need the hammer and that's about it. Wait, hammer is also the same thing. Okay, you know what? No. So I guess I'll sell this one, and okay, yeah. Thank you, dude. Give me an energy drink. Unalive Islands, yes. How you doing, 7 Sage? Build a moat.
Can you come close? If you could bring me
I switched to hard in the middle of the game and the difficulty shocked me, but I stepped back and did the chapter earlier and desensitized myself, and it's fun now. It's good.
Yeah.
Go. Hurry, see what you can find.
But I would not recommend it.
Thank you. Thanks.
If you want to suffer yourself, then sure. If you don't want to suffer, then yes.
Thank you. Thanks.
Wait.
I need food.
Wait, hold on. Are you another you're another continuous event. Okay, fuck you. You fucking chump. I don't want to fucking... I mean, normal is too easy. I guess normal is too easy, yeah. So I don't want a strong divine knife. So I'm gonna sell this. I don't want this one as well. I don't want a wrench as well. So I can sell for monies. There you go. There you go. Okay. So I finished the help. Okay, I can do this one first, and then afterwards, like, fast travel my way back. All right, cool. Hard mode in VO2 is a joke compared to the. Hey man, but like, you know, it's VO2 anyways. Oh, dude, do I really need... Do I not have my cool stick? Oh, my cool stick is right around here. There we go, cool stick. Oh shit, that's a thug! Whoops! Halo on Legendary is easy. Ooh. Whoa, dude. Calm the fuck down, man. I'm not going for you. Oh, I'm going for death right now. Lemon juice, lemon. Holy shit, wait. Light brass knuckles? Hell yeah, dude. Wait, hold on. Fuck off. Dude, fuck off. Square up, square up. Oh god, hello. I died! Fuck! Oh! Well, I blame the thug. This thug's pretty fucking strong. Hold on. Weak homemade? No, I don't need that. Holy shit, wait. Stop it. You have cash. I need you to stop it. Whoa, dude! Stop! 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 Holy crap. Thank you for that ass money. That ass money. I love ass money. There we go. Cool. Damaging stick. No. Sure, but no. You die. You die. Noise. Anything else in here? There we go. Ass money. My money. It's always ass money. Okay, I need the whatever boxes I need. Okay. Box. Oh fuck. What is here? Here. Where's the other boxes that I need? Yeah, where's the other boxes that I need, honestly? Wait, there's an actual bank called Nile? What? I didn't know there's an actual bank called Nile. I thought Black Nile is just like you thought of the name and that's about it. I didn't realize that Black Nile is
Can't
like
hurt to look.
You know, the Nile. Listening to permitting noble dead descent. What? What? I think that's about it, right? Okay, cool. Talk to James. I need to talk to James. Gossamin River? Yeah, I know about that. Wait, yeah. I need to sell shit. So you. And yeah, I guess so. I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to...
Did you find the plane?
Stay strong, Linda.
Stay strong, Linda. I'm just gonna hug you and have very much the intercourse that I needed. Death metal music is... What? It's not that copium, honestly.
Excellent.
I like those kind of music, but like, you know, it's like a selection of it, and that's about it.
Help with us if you want. And here's your reward. You earned it.
Torch mod. Is that it? That's it from him. Okay, cool. So I can go all the way back to lighthouse. Wait, no, lifeguard tower. There we go. Can go all the way back to here. Did I do the mission already for this one? Help Mike and Dominic. Oh, fuck. Get back to Dominic with the. Okay, cool. So I need to get back to Dominic and do that, whatever it is. Okay. I have one upgradable point that I can use. I'm probably. Wait, what is this? Damage. Oh! Rage gain. Kill with modified weapons get. Okay, cool. I guess I'll get this one then. I want this one to be like fucking repair like a lot. Hold on. Repair. Repair this one as well and repair everything else. Because, you know, I'm gonna fucking upgrade this shit. There we go. Upgraded fucking weapons. Hell yeah, brother! Can punch people now. Alright, let's see how effective it is. Are you? You're Mike. You're Mike. You're Dominic.
Nice. Maybe we can finally get this fucker to work. Thanks.
Alright. Thank you for the cash money. Alright, Mr.
Don't know what we would have done without you, mate. Got a moment to talk.
I'll take the cash, thank you very much, yes.
I got the radio going, but I'm not hearing anything.
I like the money!
It's farther away than I thought.
Just want the money, man.
It's messing with the transmission. This may take a while. Don't worry. I have something for you to do in the meantime.
He just looks like a fucking Samoan Australian Bear Grylls. Search the hotel's poolside bars for cans of food. Are you kidding me? I've already given like 6 cans of food to that one guy for money. Bro!
I'll do my best.
Okay then.
Bro, I gave the fucking canned food to this one guy!
Swimming pools. Bring everything you can find. Okay. In the meantime, I'll keep trying to reach this guy.
Say Yamate kudasai. Oh my god. I can't believe you, man. I literally gave my fucking food to... That sucks. The pole side, huh? I kind of wonder if you could actually go up anyways, you know. Peak simp? What am I peak simping for? I don't even know. Light my fire. Get flares from the wrecks on the coast. Where is the coast? The next DoorDash, of course. I wish they would say what I need to do, honestly. You know? Oh, it's right here. Okay. Simp live? Shut up.
How's the set? It's going, mate.
How'd that search going, mate? It's fuck. Are you guys hugging? You guys are still hugging. Okay, cool. Let's go down from here. Why are you sitting like that? There we go. Coffee? What do you mean your coffee? I don't know what your coffee is. So my Vegemite? Yo, zombies, stir my Vegemite. Whoa, these damn, that booty. Super fat. Anyways. When it was... Yeah, I still think that that guy just looks like fucking, what that fucking person is called? Bear Grylls. Like, an Australian Samoan Bear Grylls. It just looks like that, honestly. Oh man, it's a fucking invis wall. Fuck. Where do I go? I go out from there, huh? So I can't really go down from here. I want to go down from here, but I can't. Or can I? Can I? Please? No, I can't go down from... Ugh, fine. Do you have others? I don't have others. Do horses have others? Yeah, do horses have others? I kind of do not think that horses have others though. I don't know. Only the females? Really? Oof. Oof. Doofus. It's like asking someone if you have boobs. I don't know that. I thought that car was moving. I don't know if the females actually have fucking others. You know, cows do have others, that's for sure. But like, horses, I don't even know if horses could actually produce milk. Other than like, you know, other than horse semen, because horse semen is fucking expensive. And that's like a really true fact. Like, horse semen is super fucking expensive. I don't remember what they use it for, but horse semen is fucking expensive. I think it's for breeding or some shit like that. Female horses just have nipples. Do they? Oh, maybe, I guess. It could just be that, yeah. This is oddly specific to no. I mean, to be fair though, I think a lot of people would know that fucking horse semen is like pretty fucking expensive, you know? Oh, dude. Is he dead? Yeah, he's dead. Animal husbandry is big money, apparently. Wait, what? Like breeding? No, it's not breeding. Sorry. Marriage? Marriage? Interesting. Wait. Oh, I'm just walking around here. Okay, cool. Oh, I see. Hey, Lost in the Brain. Hope you're doing well. Flimsy slice. I don't want a slicer. Flare. Energy drink. I need one more flare, right? Oh, dude. You guys won't win me in a fucking boxing match, man. I'm like the fucking, who's that guy? Oh shit, that's a thug! Fuck, I didn't realize that was a thug. I was like, wait a minute, that's a big guy. Can I even punch him in the... Yeah, punch you in the fucking nuts, man. That's right, bitch. You try to I'm fucking, you know, whatever it is, like fucking Logan Paul versus KSI. I'm KSI right now. that actually fucking looks like it, man. I'm actually KSI because I'm the... Yo, Logan Paul, time for you to get fucking knocked out, man. Oh shit, I'm the one who's getting knocked out. Holy shit, wait. Conan the Barbarian trying to breed it. What? Good luck. Hey, thank you, Lenny. Hope you're doing well. There we go. That's right. Yo, let's go. Okay. Let's still have one more thing right here, right? Flimsy hammer. I don't want a fucking hammer. There we go. We're getting all the fucking flares right now. Good thing. Can I go up here? There we go. No! Okay, wait, hold on. There we go. Fuck your boxes. Well, fuck that box. So I had to go back to Trevor, right? What the fuck? Why is this red? Area transition. Oh, I see. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. They're your friends indeed. Yeah, thank you for the follow. It's all nice. It covers her in blanket. Ooh. I want to get my stick back. That's a sentence that I do not want to say again. Hey Noah. I guess I'm contract. Yes, be friends because you know, be friends. How you doing, Noir? Hope you're doing well. Aren't you in the same Twitch team as well? If I'm not mistaken. Solid reasoning. Yeah. Just hit the follow button and you'll be my friend. What do you mean a parasocial contract? Excuse me. I realized I was not following you. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You signed a contract here, you'll be done. No, I'll consider you as a friend. And then you will be in my evil cult of horse people. Instead of you being a mouse, you'll be my horse. Horse comrade. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, Noir. Take this. Okay. Oh, add to the evil cults I've been forced in? Yes. Yes. Join the evil cult. And together we'll neigh around the world. I don't need you. I don't need you. Wait, do I need you?
Where the hell?
I need you for... Fuck, I really want to sell these, but I don't know whether I should sell these, honestly. The magical even male horses get others? What? What? Hello, Monica.
Those passengers.
Wait, no, you're not. No, not you. Wait, which one? Which one is it? Oh, Trevor. I think it's upstairs then. Why did the cults go into war with each other? Then stop it! No! I haven't played Dead Island in ages. The last time I played this game was like fucking 2015, and it was like 30 minutes, and that's about it. Like, I legitimately played this game for 30 minutes, and then I didn't play this game anymore. Thank you for your hammer. Family Matter. I don't want to do these fucking shitty ass side quests. Look for Kelly's husband, a concierge named William at the Diamond Bungalow. Where is the Diamond Bungalows? I need a map for this. Like, I legitimately just need a map for this. Where is the Diamond Bungalows? You know what? Yeah. Fuck it. Oinking? No, it's not oinking. It sounds exactly... I played for like 30 minutes and I was like, yeah, I like the game, and then I never fucking played it ever again until like this fucking time.
Did you find the plane?
Oh yeah, you needed the plane. Oh fuck. Aren't you Kelly? With the weird booties? No.
Jet.
Hold on. You're not the... You're not... Whatever it is. Where the fuck are you then? What? Who the flying fuck are you?
Not a needle in a haystack.
I don't remember who are you then. Whatever. Bunch of single story houses are bungalows? Yes. I don't want to talk to you, honestly. Okay, I need to find a map. Like, I really want to find a map, honestly.
Put that.
So, this person talked about a fucking... Oh, fuck me! Why does fucking you know, Dead Island do this to me, honestly. It's where elderly people live so that they don't throw themselves. Probably. Okay, wait, hold on. So, the question is, where the fuck is Diamond Bung? You know what? I'm gonna fucking Google this because I want an actual like map that actually tells me where the fuck locations are. I'm not cheating, but honestly, I want to see the map for this. Dead Island map. Because I need the locations for everywhere. Okay, good. Where is the Diamond Bungalows? I'm not cheating! I'm not fucking cheating! Shut the fuck up! Shut up! Okay, Diamond Bungalows are here. What the fuck? They look so fucking fancy. Okay, sure. Sure, I guess so. We'll go here then. Oh shit, it's here! Look! It's there! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! It's right there! Oh fuck! Okay. Your secret safe with us cheat. I'm not cheating! Okay, I'm not cheating anymore. I'm not cheating anymore. Alright, I'm not cheating anymore. They showed me the red flag and I was like, yo, red flag. They're diamonds? They don't look like fucking diamonds. Excuse me? Is this a diamond? I don't think that's a diamond. That isn't a diamond. That looks like fucking someone's eyeball. With an eyelash. Hey, a diamond. God mode enabled. Wait, can I even fucking, you know, no clip in this game? No clip. Get no clip in this game, that's for sure. Holy shit. I can't see! Is this it? Damn, bro. Is this it? Diving service. Beach. Oh, wait, I had to drive in. Okay, whatever. I'm going to drive in then. Okay, let's drive in! What the fuck are you? No. Get the fuck away from me. Stop it. Stop it, dude. Stop it. Move! There we go. Cool. Alright, let's go down. Get out of the way, bro. Yeah, you too. Get out of the way, man. Oh, shit. I was about to say I might be under the water, but sure. Okay. I don't want to fuck up my stamina for this. Oh, fuck. I've flown. I got flown backwards. Might as well watch a plate. No, I'm not gonna do that. Well, I did that already, so yeah. Eating shit. Shut the fuck up. Oh my god, yes. Okay, now mind. Don't shut the fuck up. I'm actually eating shit. Damn, I'm actually eating shit. Okay, you know what? I'll come back for you later. What if I use the Molotov? Yeah, what if I use the Molotov instead? Hold on. Damn, bro. Okay. I need you. Rage gain. There we go. Okay, I need you. That's right, bitch. That's right, bitch. That's right, bitch. Ow, ow, ow. Fuck. No. There we go. That's right, bitch. Got nice tits, but you gotta go, man. That's what they always say. Oh yeah, I've already leveled up. Fuck me. Anything in here? Oh god, the water and the alcohols. Man, there's a lot of shit in here. Holy crap. Yes, daddy. Ew, I don't want a knife. Yes, daddy. I need to turn off my fucking. There we go. Are you alive? Okay, you're not alive, but you have a nice booty. This way, I guess. Is there anything in these houses? A pipe. Corporophagia? What the fuck does that mean? I'm pretty like 2-hit. I don't know what that means, but sure. We're just gonna go with sure. Oh shit, this guy he went into the water. Fuck me. There we go. Hey-ya! Ow! Stop! Stop it! Yeah, go back. Go into the water as well. Yeah, that's right. Water. Batted? No. How's my... You know what? I'm gonna use the fucking stick. The devastating stick. Because it's devastating. And it's a stick. You eat shit? Oh. Oh, we just call that scat. We would just call that scat. That's about it. We would scat. That's the easiest thing that you can say. Scat. Isn't scat like eating shit as well? Or whatever it is? Scatman J. No, we're not gonna talk about Scatman J. Hello. Scat is fetish. But you're still eating shit as well, Smile. Oh, that's a long way. Is that way blocked off? I smacked him in the ass and it did the slow-mo. Nice. Oh, of course.
Maybe I'll find something useful.
Scat is a little jazz related. Hell yeah. Scat man. Good bop bop bop. Woo, baby.
Everything is so fucked up. And these half-dead assholes, they're fucking annoying.
Yo, we got 2 hot ladies in the house.
Impossible, and I need more champagne. I fucking love champagne.
I fucking love champagne.
You find me champagne, and I'll give you whatever I have. Whatever you want.
Whoa! Please give me pussy. Smile.
Definitely.
You like sweaty. Okay, baby, we're going to party. Now find me some champagne, and not the cheap shit.
Find me some champagne and not the cheap shit. Damn it. Hello. Whoa! Whoa! This guy drugs unit. What the fuck? Man, what the fuck? Fuck is this area, man? I think I need to talk to you.
I can't find her, and I'm afraid to go out there. I can't. Maybe she went back to her bungalow. It was number 15.
Number 15! Burger King foot lettuce. We're going to number 15.
Where's my champagne? I want to
Find Anne. Jennifer said. Oh wait. Oh shit. I remember seeing Anne.
Thank you. Can you make sure she's in a safe place and out of danger?
Yeah, isn't she like with a teddy bear? I can't look away.
I don't want to see it.
Dude, look at them.
Look, I'm not in love with her. I'm in love with someone else.
You fucked these 2 people though. Hell yeah, medkit.
I can't believe that crazy bitch sent someone to find me. The whole world's
They
going
probably
to hell
just
when the last
wasted,
person I
or
wanna
they
be
took
with is
drugs
that
because, you
goddamn
know,
wife
they
of
have
mine.
drugs in this area as well.
Take
Or
the
in this
money or
fucking
whatever else you want.
bungalow.
It's no use to me anymore. And tell her I'm dead. Believe me, it's for the best.
He wants sex more than love. You go, man. All right, have fun with those two sexy girls right there.
I need champagne.
Have fun with those two sexy girls right there. What a chat. Just wants to have sex instead. God damn, man. I can't believe this. He just wants sex. Where do I go now? Okay, I guess I need to go here then. Wait, what quest do I need? Booze? Oh wait. Oh, this is champagne.
Bring me champagne, and we will party like it's the fucking apocalypse.
Please tell me you found my sister.
I feel bad though. The guy wanted sex more than the wife, so I don't know what to do, but sure. Oh yeah, he's in the water. She said bungalow 15. I don't know where bungalow 15 is. And also there's like a fucking, oh fuck me. There's also like there's this thing right here, and then another this thing right here, you know. Oh shit. Oi, oi. I'll take the med kit then. Holy shit, okay. Oh, come on. That punch was not nice, yeah. I think it's also less that he wants, but he also doesn't want to admit his cheating truth. I'm gonna use this instead. There we go, cool. Do you have any monies? No, you don't. Okay, whatever. Fucking waste of time. This way. Yo, go, I like that ass. Can I see a little bit more? Oh, never mind. Too bad. Thank you for the XP though. Okay, what is this one? Oh yeah, food, canned food. Ow, shit, dude. I hope to not die though. That's all I'm gonna say. I hope to not die. Wait, you're still alive. I got soap from him. Nice. This game doesn't break down anymore. Wait, does it? Does it actually break down? I don't know. This is like the original game, not the whatever game it is. How are you doing, Periphala? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, this is the original game, not the definitive edition. Because I didn't want to play the definitive edition, honestly. There's a workbench right there. God damn it. I fucking hate this shit. Why is this shit always doing this to me? Give me the devastating stick. Hey Aiden. What's the difference between... for me the difference is just the fucking FPS. Like, the FPS in the game is actually fucking shit. Like, honestly. The FPS in the game is like fucking shit. I don't like it. This one, however, is like fucking, like, full 180. Whatever it is, you know.
You gotta help me.
Sure, I'll help you. Hold on. I found another furry that plays. Yeah, hello.
Please.
How you doing, duck boar alligator? Hope you're doing well. I'm here to kick ass and eat ass. The women, the women ones only. How you doing? Yeah, how you doing, my dude? Hope you're doing well. What's up, man? Give me that card. Thanks for the cash. Do you need anything? Guess that's nothing. But also at the same time, I'm playing all this. I'm playing a lot of Spooktober games as well. Like, I played this game before. Like a very long time ago. Actually, I played this game back in like 2015, and then I only played it for like 30 minutes, and that's about it. I do need to check on someone. This fucking stupid ass shit. Why do I? Whatever. I was like, why? Anyways, yeah. For the month of like October, I'll be playing a bunch of like horror games as well. So this is like one of those horror games that was actually voted on the Discord server, because I have a Discord server and like people wanted to watch this game. So I was like, yeah, sure, I'll play this game for sure. Here we are. And where the fuck is this one? You vote on Discord now? Yeah, I put like 5 games on the Discord and see who, which one has the highest ones. That's why I've been playing Fear 2 and Obscure for the past like few days, because it was voted on the Discord server and it got like the most amount of votes. So this one had like 12 votes, I guess, if I'm not mistaken. Which, yeah, if you want to join the Discord, it's actually !Discord if you want to. But yeah. It is what it is. Democracy? It is democracy. I'm already in it. Well, yeah. How dare you? How dare you not vote for it then? How fuck? Oh, that's burned. Hello. There's no difficulty curves in this one, right? I don't remember if there's a difficulty curve in this one. Yeah, stop that! Stop getting distracted. Or else you end up like them. I wonder if you could actually go up the this thing, you know. I've been whoa, hello. I was about to say, wait, hold on, let me see. Influence the vote. Stop it. I've been since a year after release and had to restart so many times. This is for consoles, different accounts. So this is the how do you say this? This is the original game that I actually got back in like is it 2013 or 2014? It's either one of them. Like, I bought this game and yeah, that's the one that I got. And then I wanted to try the definitive edition, and then I was like, I don't know whether I should try the definitive edition, because the definitive edition has like 30 FPS, and I really didn't like the 30 FPS-ness in definitive. So I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna stick with the original, because I have the original. I bought the original like a while ago. Stop the count! No, do not stop the count. Stop it. Stop stopping the count. No, don't you dare. Frail. Okay, fuck Frail. Isn't Anne in here? Yeah, Anne's in here, right? And you got someone who wants to see you.
You're fine, Eddie? Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank my muscle. Oh, I can't laugh.
Okay, whatever.
Can you find Jenny? If you see her, tell her not to worry. Because Teddy
I have
is
most of the
with me,
blueprints,
and
dev
he will
chests,
protect me.
dev weapons. Oh, that's cool. Tell Jennifer. Okay. So I had to go all the way back there. Fuck me. I'm gonna steal your fucking cash again, you chocolate ass woman that I really like. We'll go to here. Definitive edition took off some stuff. Yeah, it did. So that's why I just didn't know whether I should play it. What the flying fuck? Excuse me. What? He's fucking hitting me. You. Oh shit! No. Get out of here. Definitive edition took some stuff. They skinned blades from Dead Rising. Okay. I don't know what the difference is, honestly. The only one. Oh fuck! No. The only difference that I could see in both definitive and this one is just the FPS, and that's about it. I can't see any kind of differences other than like the FPS. I don't know if the FPS is like an issue in the game, but for me, like, you know, I'm playing this game on like 200 FPS. I don't know anything about the definitive one because at the start of the game that I actually played, thank you. At the start of the game, in the intro screen, or like not the intro screen, but more the fuck, it's not the intro screen. What is it? The main menu. There you go. The main menu. I got like 30 FPS, and I don't know if like it's actually like that, like 30 FPS. If it's actually 30 FPS, then yeah, woo, baby, titties. FPS weapon. So what's the cap FPS, by the way? If you know about it, what's the cap FPS? Is it you? No, you? No, you.
Oh, poor son of a bitch. I thought he'd make it. Guess I was wrong. Thanks anyway.
I didn't know
Appreciate
about
that.
those things as well, so whatever. Wait, so you're the one with the family matter? Wait, are you Kelly? Oh my god, you're so fucking hot. How did he cheat on you? What a scumbag. I would take her anytime, honestly. Yeah, this is on like 200 FPS.
I heard this.
So yeah, scumbag. Yes, of course. How are you doing, Darian Ryder?
Scourge came from outer space.
But yeah, honestly, I got this game like way back when, before they actually pulled the game out of Steam. So yeah, I don't even know if like how you say like. I don't even know if the game could work better on like Xbox or some shit, you know, but you know, I guess it is what it is. Where do I go now? Mike will make you Molotov cocktail for fuck me. Okay, I guess I need to go up then. So I need to do the main mission as well. I don't want to get like all fucked up with not doing the main mission right now. And just doing side missions because I'm a side ass.
That's all there was? Oh, bloody hell.
Yeah, bloody hell!
We need to find more.
Are you kidding me? I don't want to find more.
There are 2 petrol stations in the area, right? One by the lighthouse and one
Mate, the menu you have on PC right now is different from console. They put a menu and then every time put the first one.
bring everything you can find.
Check the 2 gas station and bring 2 packs of juice.
Definitely.
Juice.
Get a car to get it all back. Look for one of the
We juicers, boys. We fucking XQC juice. That's what it is. XQC juice right now.
Good.
Okay. Got a Molotov. I got Molotov right now. Is there anyone else that I can actually go to? Oh yeah, the ones on the top. This one, right? No, wait, no, not this one. Wait. It's that one. But where's the other gas station? Is this the only gas station? Oh yeah, that's the only gas station with the juice. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Imagine making a game that's Korean free-to-play MMO. True. Oh no, we got another fucking furry, horny fucking person. We got a lot more fucking horny, furry people in the chat. I am about to go to the bathroom real quick, so. Stop being horny. Stop. No. I don't condone horniness right now. Stop. At this, wait, hell yeah. Wait, stop. No horny. What the fuck? Guys, stop. My Chatterino also fucking died, or it crashed, so I had to like look at what you fucking posted. What did you post? What the fuck is this? I don't want to know what the fuck is this. Alright, what is this? Furries. Didn't I tell Lexa to add this? Yeah, I told Lexa to add this. God damn it. Fine. There, I added it. I added it. That's what I gave Lexa. Like the same fucking emote I gave it to Lexa as well, so we get furries.
Did you find the plane?
I have not found the plane. I don't even know what plane you're talking about. Wait, hold on. Didn't I need to go here for something? Oh, wait, no, it's the plane shit. I don't even know what plane it is, honestly. Stop it! Bat. That's Bat.
Weird.
I don't need this. God damn it. Reliable bat. Yeah, I don't need this as well.
How did I put that?
Guys, stop! Stop! No! No! Oh yeah, you need the food. I don't want to give you the food. I don't know about you.
I love surprises.
Oh, I love surprises. Go back here, I guess. Lighthouse. Cause I guess that place has the car. I don't know anywhere else that has the car as well. Oh fuck! I went back to the same place. Whoops. I'm gonna go here. Yeah, you have the car. What? Oh. I went on the fucking whatever it is. Okay. Where's my map? I have to go all the way here. Alright, let's go. What is that? Oh, is that alcohol? Oh, fuck me. I forgot about the alcohol, whatever it is. Stop it! They always like to run towards the car like there's no tomorrow. Like, yeah, I'm just gonna run towards the car. I'm gonna surely I will get them copium and then they just die immediately. That's how it is. That's how it is, man. You just run to the car immediately. Oh, they die. Alright, we're getting the juicers, man. The juicers. Wait, did they die in the fucking place? Holy shit. I think they did die in the place. Hold on. Furries? What? Any furries? It's like fucking just knock them out. Copium. Few canister. Oh yeah. Holy shit! I forgot about you. I'll use this anyways. Oh man, that's alcohol. Fuck. I didn't mean to use alcohol right now. I meant to use the Molotov. Damn it. Here. Hello? There we go. Killed him, burned him. He's dead. Oh yeah, no. I don't want the baseball bat. Damaging heavy hammer. Nah. Ooh, there's a lot more alcohol and stuff. Hold on. And this one as well. Cool. Is that the Oni juice box? I like the Oni juice box. Wait, hold on. Bring 2 packs of juice. Oh, 2 packs of juice. Where's my juice? I want my juice. I crave for my juice. Where's my juice at? Yeah, where's my juice at? Where's my juice? I just want my juice. Oh my god, I'm doing this again. There we go. Okay, where's my juice? I wanna find my juice. Is it just all in? Oh, wait. Oh. My other juice is there then. Okay. I want my juice, but I don't have my juice. Slurp ma. The fuck? Is that Ligma but slurping? I do need to go to that red flag again later on. Whatever. There. Holy shit, reckless driving. Holy shit. I'm so lucky I didn't fucking die. Whoops. That's fucking reckless driving right there. Oh! Hey alligator, just asking, how long do you take to play finish this game, by the way? If you do know how long it took you to finish this game. Where do I go from here? Wait, hold on. I need to like fucking do this real quick. Max. You're Max, right? No, you're Mike. I guess this one then. Wait, what? Who needed the fucking... Wait. Bring to... What? Yeah, who needed this? Do you need this? Hold on. Do you need this?
Did you check both gas stations?
Oh my fucking god, bro. Ugh.
It's always worth taking a look.
Find all blimpies, it'll take you some time. Okay, cool. But then again, do need to check the other gas station. Where's the other gas station? I know this is one of them. Where is the other gas station? Shut the fuck up. Where is the other gas station? Fuck! Like legit fuck. I don't know where the other gas station's at. Hey Narakami. Yeah, that island's alright. Money. Time to fuck. No, we're not fucking. No fucking. No horny, no fucking. Stop being horny and fucking. Stop. No. Yeah, that's right. No horny and fucking. I don't condone that. Stop it. I guess it's below. Dangerous? Oh, fuck me. I don't need that. No fuck. Yeah, no fuck. No fucking, or else RS-25 is gonna fuck you. And that won't end well. That won't end well. On both gas stations, huh? That means I probably need to fucking go to the other gas station, but I don't remember where's the other gas station, you know? Or I don't know where the other... Where? Is it below me? Could be just below again. Unless it's like on top. I don't think it's below. Hey, Soph. Yeah, it's not here as well, so I think I guess it's just below then.
Ow!
Ow. Okay, cool. Huh. Okay, I probably don't know where it is now.
Can't hurt to look.
Oh, you're gonna come alive. Bad. Bad, you too. What the?
Getting better.
There you go. Yeah, that's right, bitch. Bitches. Okay. What am I fucking upgrades? I need to upgrade this one as well. Melee durability. Damage. Stamina 5. You know what? Yeah, I'm just gonna go with stamina for now. So I want more stamina, honestly. That's right, bitch. Okay. And more stamina equals me just killing all these guys. Oh shit. Bam. Dead. What's this? Dependable home knife. Homemade knife. I don't wanna. What is the other flag though? Oh fuck me, dude. I keep doing that. It's like fucking ridiculous. Hold on. Okay, what is this flag? Oh. Okay. I still do not know what the other one is then. This one is the one that I know of. Maybe I'll go there first and then we'll see about the other gas station because I don't know where the other gas station will be yet. But I do need a car. It's 400 fucking meters away. Have I been on this? Like this whole time? Yeah, I've been on this whole time. Yeah, that's right. Oof. She got a nice ass as well. Wait. I didn't know you're still alive. Anyways, she got a nice ass. Money! Stealing someone's fucking wallet. Hell yeah, brother. Dead people's ass, probably. Cane knife. Interesting. Yeah, the shitty thing right now is that I had to run towards wherever it is. I don't wanna. Oh shit, this is the car that we actually got on. There we go. We're back to the car, I guess. Driving isn't much better in this game, honestly. True. Because driving in this game is like super fucking Resident Sleeper. And it's hard to even control as well, as you can tell. Stop! Okay, cool. Okay. Can I go on this thing? Let's go! Let's drive in this fucking area! Let's go! Come on, come on! Car is stuck! Car is stuck! Please! I beg you! Okay, wait. Push! Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for! Okay. Vroom, vroom, motherfucker. Oh, shit. Oh, God, this guy has a shank. Hold on. Fuck that shank. Come on! There we go. There we go, he's dead. Maybe. I don't even know if he's dead or not. Whatever. I wonder how am I gonna go back though? Yeah, how am I gonna go back if I'm fucking up like this right now? Shit, I didn't even think about it. I didn't even think about what I'm doing right now. Like, yeah, sure, I'm going towards here, but like, how am I gonna go back? Which is the question. I don't have alcohol.
Anne! Oh, thank you so much. Here, it's not much, but it's all I have.
Is it just money? Heavy mod.
Where's my champagne? I want to fucking drink till I fucking drop.
Bro. I want to fucking drink till I fucking drop. Wait, what is this? Weak homemade. Okay, whatever.
I need champagne.
Stop it, bro. Yikes, dude. You're making me dizzy. Sure. What is the other thing that I needed to do? Okay, you know what? Where is the other petrol station? That's what I want to know. Where is the other petrol station? Okay. This little curve right here. Okay, so this one is the one that I know of. So is this other... Oh, so this other one is the other gas station. I see. Okay. Well, I guess. So I can totally like go back right here then. And see if there's any more juice in there. Alright, let's go in reverse, I guess. This is gonna be so fucking horrible because it's gonna be all in reverse right now. I have no idea what am I looking at. Why am I stuck? Hello? What am I stuck on? There we go. Oh! Oh! I'm stuck! What am I stuck on? Oh, there we go. Holy shit, I'm in the water now! Okay, wait. Can I drive in the water? I can technically drive in the water. Okay, cool. Well, that's weird. Sure. I'm gonna drive in the water then. What? Vroom vroom! In the water we go! Vroom vroom! No! I'm not that stuck. Stop it. Okay, how many? Yeah. Did you? Oh yeah, you said it. I'm stupid. I was about to say like, how many hours did you spend in this game? I forgot you said it already. Like, fucking goldfish. Ow! I'm not really that stuck anymore though. So yeah, don't need. I do not need any kind of assistance. Maybe. We'll see if I need assistance with me being stepbro stuck. Why is the sandcastle so fucking strong? I don't understand. The sandcastle is so fucking like indestructible. All I could say. Go up, up, up. Let's go. Did you just spawn in? I don't even know if you just spawned in, but like I saw that the thing just spawned in or some shit. I kind of like to think that this game is like GTA as well. Like, I don't know why. What the fuck are you doing, dude? There you go, we're back here. Okay.
Did you check both gas stations?
Did you check both gas stations? Which arena lobby is this? Wait, hold on. I need to know what this fast travel is. Huh. I guess I didn't go there at all, but whatever. I thought I've gone there already. Hold on. Hopefully he's the one that I want to go. Arena. Okay, what is the arena lobby, by the way? I don't know what the arena lobby is, but like I accidentally unlocked this when I was like in level 3, so I don't know what this thing is all about. But like, is this hold on. Is this a DLC kind of thing? Because I accidentally like fucking came in here and I was like, wait a minute, is this DLC? Area. Oh, this is like, oh, these are just arenas. Oh, so they're not just. Oh,
This is the way in, but everything's blown to shit in there.
Everything's blown to shit in there. I see. 25. Holy shit.
You want weapons? You talk to me.
Think of caught. I see. I see. So I think, yeah, I don't think I need to go in here then. Fuck going in here. Cause I was like kind of thinking like, what the fuck? Where the fuck am I with this area? You know? What the fuck? I'm in chapter 2? Holy shit! This game long. You want weapons? Talk to him. You want come? Talk to him. What? No. No come. Is this the destination? Wait, hold on. Is this really the destination that I had to go to? Or is this not the destination that I had to go to? Wait, hold on. Wait, where am I going again? This way. I don't think I have a car. I kinda left my car behind. Okay.
Maybe there's something we can use.
I might need to sell my stuff, I think, later on. Yeah, later on I will sell my stuff. Alright, have a good night, Shy. Oh. Are you alright, dude? Holy shit. I'm gonna get fucked. I'm gonna get fucked because I'm about to get burned. Whoa, dude. Holy shit. Bro, stop. Stop getting me burned, man. You got burned. Weak, badass, brass. Okay, whatever. I thought it was gonna be good. It's not even that good. I'll just use the cool stick back. I think the cool stick is actually really good. Other than that, probably the brass knuckles as well. But I need to be in good condition, in alright condition, in order for me to actually use the brass knuckles again. take you. I take you. Oh shit, it's you again. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Oh, fuck me, bro. I'm drinking, wait. Brass knuckles. Yeah, that's right, die. Thank you. Thank you for your money. And thank you for your algae. It just gives me algae, nice. No. Okay, where's the fucking thing that I need? It's in here, I guess. Are you kidding me? Oh, this is gonna be a long fucking game for me to actually, like, finish this. Isn't it, huh? Wow. Yeah, I wish I have the gun. Yeah, I wish I have the guns right now, you know? Okay. Wait. Is this the thing that I need to take again? Hold on. Oh. Joe's butt being kicked. Yes. How you doing, Nekomiki? How's your stream yesterday? I kinda talked on the stream and then I slept. I hope your stream went well yesterday. What the fuck? I'm going here then. It was good. No worries. I figured. Yeah, I was like, so the reason why was because like I stayed up like at whatever time I was on because I had to render a video and it's still rendering till like right now. To this time right now, I'm still rendering the video because it's a fucking 22-hour video. I'm gonna kill myself because it's a 22-hour video about me talking about GGQ. Oh fuck! No, you fucking. Okay, wow, holy shit! I didn't mean to do that. Is it YouTube? I have had issues even with a 4-hour one. Really? I uploaded 2 videos I think today. One is the actually yeah, I uploaded 2 videos today. One is the one that I actually did Fear 2, and then the other one is Obscure. So I probably have to do more of these kind of like full VOD videos sooner or later as well, so I don't know. Look at my reckless driving. Because I want to try to upload as many videos as possible for Spooktober, that's why. Oi, 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 oi. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to fucking do that. Alright, let's see about here. This gas station right here. It is like all. I don't know what it is lately. Is it me? I guess, but I don't know honestly. I want my juice. I'm in here for my juice only. Give me my juice. Hello, Caleb. Oh, you're doing well, Caleb. I want my juice. Give me my juice! Bro! Where my juice at? I hope you're doing well, Caleb. Are you a thug? This is Dead Island. How do you not know about this game? This game was like pretty fucking anticipated everywhere. Literally one of those fucking anticipated fucking horror, not horror games, or like action-ish games, I guess. Holy shit, that's like 3 million thugs. What the fuck? What in the fuck? I have no idea. Always so loud? Yeah, I am. That's why not. Alright, fight me, thug. I know about the Silent Hill 3 Pachinko, but not about this. This game came out in like 2012, I think, or 2013, and then there was that. Oh yeah, fucking Dying Light got more attention. Punching like a chat, yeah, I am. Stop doing your actions. Oh shit. Ah, I didn't mean to. I was like, wait a minute. I saw him trying to throw a punch. I was like, nope. There we go. Stop doing your action, bitch. Fuck your fuel canister. Sure. I can sell that shit if I want to. Maybe not a chat. Shut the fuck up. I am a chat. What are you talking about? I'm total Giga Chat. What the fuck is this? Oh. Oh, fuck. Someone responded to my fucking whatever it was. So I was like, wait a minute. I left a comment on YouTube saying that like I wanted to watch Green Day because Green Day came to Singapore, and the sad thing is that like I wanted to watch Green Day, and I bought Green Day tickets on like before COVID happened. I actually bought Green Day tickets, and it was like about $100, and then like because COVID happened, I couldn't even go and see Green Day, or Green Day wasn't even like Green Day didn't come to Singapore. They postponed it to 2021. They didn't even go to Singapore again, and then they had to postpone it again. And the weird thing was that I didn't know that they were coming to Singapore until like maybe 3 months later, and then I kind of looked at the tickets. I was like, it's fucking $400. I don't want to fucking, you know, buy a $400 ticket when I already bought a $100 ticket like back in 2019. So I was like, fuck me, I'm sad. Like I was really sad that I actually didn't go to like the Green Day concert, but I wish I went to the Green Day concert. No, the reason is because it's the fucking Formula 1. Like, that's it. It's just the Formula 1. It was fucking that much money because it was Formula 1. Just use the one you bought. No, I fucking refunded that ticket. You can rent a Green Day cover band for $400. No, fuck no. I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, that's right, bitch. Oh, I can actually upgrade. There we go. Even the F1 corporation is equal. Yeah, that's why I like I don't know, man. I wanted to go to the Green Day concert, but then like fuck me, man. I couldn't go to the Green Day concert if I even if I try. Wait, check the two packs of juice. Okay, I got 2 packs of juice now. Okay, I got 2 packs of juice. No worries, 2 packs of juice. I'm gonna go back here. Hopefully I can actually go back there with my juice. But yeah, like, the weird thing was that, like, here's the thing. The first day ticket was about like $100. The second day ticket was $200. The third day ticket was $400. What kind of juice is juicers? Hey, Tanamir. Yeah. So Green Day performed on the third day, on the last day, because like the last day they had like the grand finals and whatnot, right? And then like, you know, I fucking hated it because, you know, Green Day had to perform on that last day. You know who performed on the second day? It's fucking Westlife. Westlife performed on the second day. I was like fucking pissed. I was like, why the fuck would you put Westlife on the second day and not Green Day? Smile. I want a Green Day, man. Whoa. Hello. I kind of fucked that up so badly. Westlife is a fucking old American band, or old American like fucking, you know, whatever it is. Boy band, I think, or whatever it is. I don't remember anymore, but like, I was kind of sad that like I had to not go to Green Day's to the Green Day concert. So here's the weird thing. Here's the shitty thing as well. So Green Day last performed before like yesterday or a few days ago. They last performed 12 years ago. Hey, Flame Wolf Scout. Are you gonna be there for the fastest first fucking whatever list it is, the game list? Because if you're gonna be there, then poggers. If you're not, then not poggers. Sleep schedule turns out it's gonna be in the next like 5 hours. So, yep. It's already that expensive, so kind of copium. It's already copium enough. Also, why am I getting pinged on Discord? What is with people in Discord all of a sudden? I got pinged from like Discord. Oh shit, one. Is this another stream? 2, 3. I got 3 pings. Wait. Oh shit! ESA submissions. It's ESA submissions! No! I can't go for ESA submissions. It should be good, yeah. I wanted to go to the Bruno Mars concert, but I'm not paying $800! Jesus Christ, $800. Yeah, I'm not gonna be submitting anything for ESA. Unfortunately, I can't submit anything for ESA. Maybe on the next ESA though. I was thinking about submitting something for ESA, but I can't.
Did you check both gas stations?
I did. Alright, I did. I'm gonna bring you the other fucking juice. Yo, juicers. Let's go, juicers. But yeah, it was $100 because it was all the way at the back of the fucking stadium, and I was like, yeah, sure, I don't mind sitting all the way at the back of the stadium, just as long as I could actually fucking watch Green Day, and then I couldn't even watch Green Day at all. Feels bad.
Did you check both gas stations?
I did! Shut the fuck up! What the fuck do you want from me?
What have we got here?
Bro, I've checked both gas stations already. What the fuck? What did I do wrong? But did you check both gas stations? I did! Check the 2 gas stations and bring 2 packs. Is it each? Oh my god, it's each! Fuck me! Like, oh my god, it's each! Did you put both juice boxes in the garage? Well, okay, is it 2 each, by the way? Or is it just 1 on each? Is it 1 on each gas station to make 2? Or 2 each gas stations to make 4? Is it 2 each of gas stations? If it's 2 each, I am gonna be pissed as fuck. It's only 2 you need to What? What? Bro, I gave 2. It's in both gas stations. 1 each. I did 1 each. What? Where do I put the gas then? I will gas. Where do I put the fucking... Oh god, I'm hiccuping. That's because no one voted for Code Veronica, Omega lol. Well, 6 people. Half of the people who voted for this game voted for Code Veronica. How you doing, am I? Maybe hand that directly to the douchebag. Ah, yes! How you doing, Drag Duck? Maybe, we'll see. There's a blue outline?
Gas stations?
There's a blue outline? Wait, what? Wait, what? There's a blue outline? I have 2! The island is long. I didn't realize how long it is. As you can tell, 13%. So I'm probably gonna do like 9 streams on this game, Omega lol. Alright, who needs juice? Which one of you needs juice? The outline is where you put them. That's an outline? Wait, there's an outline? There's an outline? Yes. That's not me just having fucking multiple orgasms at once. Hold on. Stop playing this shitty game. Well, okay, if I stop playing this shitty game, I'm gonna be playing fucking Resident Evil CVX, which is also another shitty game for you. So I don't know what else to play, Smile. How about Kingdom Hearts? How about Kingdom Hearts, Smile? Alright, Cinemoy. Million times better.
Thanks, mate. I was losing hope. It's just what I was hoping for.
Thank you for the cash.
I've tried every frequency I can and nothing, mate. Silence. No trace of that guy who said he could help us. Dominic's trying to boost the transmitter.
Outdated, still fun. It's alright.
Meanwhile,
hello, Kovalis. Wait, are you not in Lexa's stream? What the fuck? How are you not in Lexa's stream? Go fucking watch Lexa, you fucking simp.
We have a choice. I need you to go look for supplies in the town. Can you do this for us?
We covered the truck from the hotel's parking garage. Diamonds!
I'll try.
The tunnel leading to the town is blocked. Those things are everywhere. But I have a plan. There's a truck we can use to punch through. I saw some blokes pull an 18-wheeler with a broken axle out of a ditch with it once. If anything can get through the tunnel, it's that rig. Guaranteed. Now get to the parking garage and bring back that truck. Once you do that, then we'll worry about the rest.
Lexa's not even streaming. No, because Corvallis sims for Larxa, so yeah.
I heard this.
Fuck you. No, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Okay, you're the culprit. Okay.
Scourge.
There we go.
From outer space. Came down on a goddamn.
I only think for favor now. What the fuck is favor? Oh god, I need to buy that game. I got a lot of fucking games in my wish list that I need to buy and I can't buy. Otherwise, I do the Sea of Thieves. Unless I do the Sea of Thieves. I have. Let me see what I have. I have. Alone in the Dark, Asylum. I have at Dead of Night, which is another horror game that I thought it would be. Back for Blood. I don't know. I don't know about Back for Blood, but I only had this was my wish list. You know. I don't know about Call of the Lamb, honestly. Dark Thatcher is the one that I wanna. You can probably skip, yeah. But I'm waiting for someone who could actually gift me this game. Smile. Anyways, Dark Fracture is the one that I really want to play. I don't. Can we just? Yeah. Dead Space, Deathloop. I think Deathloop is not. No, Dead Space. Dreadout 2 is the one that I really want to buy. But you know, I'm gonna wait for it to be on sale. Happy's Humble Burger Farm is another one. I love this one. This is a really good one. This one. I don't know about Mirror Layer. Mirror Layers seems to be like one of those games that I'm pretty interested in. My Friendly Neighbor. This is another like weird fucking Sesame Street horror game that dude, I just realized. Where's Richard? Richard, if you want Elmo as a horror game, you're gonna wait for My Friendly Neighborhood. Yeah, you gotta wait for My Friendly. You gotta wait for My Friendly Neighborhood because My Friendly Neighborhood is a Sesame Street horror game. That's a really good one. We can skip the My Little Pony game, honestly. Obscure 2. I don't know about this one, but you know, if anyone wants to buy this game, then sure. Scorn is the one that I'm thinking of playing sooner or later, but we'll see about that. We're not going to talk about Ryan's Rescue Squad. Silent Doom is one of those games that I really cool. That's like really cool. I like it. Callisto Protocol, sooner or later is gonna come out. Man of Medan, I don't know. Hey Dizzy, we don't talk about this one. We. Thank you for the follow, much appreciate it. Hey friends, indeed. The Medium. I don't know about the Medium. I heard it's a game. I heard it's a game, and it's a very boring one. And then yeah, that's some of the horror games that I actually have, and that's about it. Don't play it. You don't play it. You fucking idiot. Yeah, how are you doing, Dizzy? Hope you're doing well. Oh wait, hold on. That's a grenade. Oh shit, I can actually, okay, you know what? There we go. There we go. Cool. Can actually fucking do all these. Cool. Nice. Whoa! Look at that! Look at my fucking bat! That looks like a fucking Saw the game bat or whatever it is. Saw. Oh, by the way, I got news that I could actually announce this, and this is like a fucking last minute thing. I'm gonna be on next week's fucking GDQ hotfix. I'm gonna be on next week's fucking GDQ hotfix. Back at it again on speedruns from the crypt. We fucking saw the game because I had to speedrun saw the game and then like, cause I haven't. No, this is not like GDQ. This is not a GDQ thing. This is a hotfix thing. I wish it's gonna be like a GDQ, but like, you know, GDQ leftover edition. Yeah, it's something like that. Smile. What the fuck? Okay, what is this white flag? Oh, it's the fucking hello. That's because I'm friends with fucking Ecdysis, that's why. Yeah, I'm friends with Ecdysis, so he knows shit I do. the GDQ demo, probably. But yeah, I'm gonna be running. Fucking Eck told me in the last minute, hey, do you want to run Saw? I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll run Saw. The last minute he asked me, hey, do you want to run Saw? Sure. That's cheating. It kind of is, because, you know, I've been on the GDQ hotfix for like 10 times already, and then this is my 11th time. So that's technically cheating. But yeah, like, the best way that I could say, like, if you want to get on, like, speedruns from the crypts, like, solely speedruns from the crypt, you gotta have to know Ecdysis that well, and also at the same time, actually, yeah, you have to know Ecdysis and be friends with him, and then whatever game whatever game he likes, then yeah, he probably would be like, yeah, sure, you put it in, sure. But then again, he selects the games for some fucking reason. He doesn't go through like what other GDQ showrunners do. Sussy, yeah. I didn't even talk bad about you. I talked bad about one person, and he didn't want to actually fucking... Maybe... Okay, no, I heard that he... Like... I heard Act asked the person, but he declined it. Get out of the way. Where do I go? Damn, you're hot. You're not. You're fucking skinny as fuck. Hold on. Punchy's friends with Ecdysis, because they're really good friends. Oh shit, hello. I'm friends with your mom. Damn, bro. Ooh! Oh fuck, I don't have... I was like, wait, I don't have energy. I wanted to fuck the booty. There we go. Oh fuck! Ow! Stop! Stop it. Bro. I need the better... Okay. Is this a better one? Oh, kinda better. I didn't bully the fox, alright? I just know in my gossips with Ecdysis that there's like one person that, like, you know, that he dislikes. That's about it. Not enough booty fuck energy. True. No booty energy. Can't simp enough, man. I like how, like, all the fucking females in this game are just, like, in bikinis, you know? Look at that booty. It's so fucking thick as fuck. I love it. Your kitten's resting on your belly. Ooh, cool. It's like fucking a mice's fucking shit, you know? Mai also has this fucking cat on this fucking, you know, tummy or whatever it is. Oh fuck. Women are allowed to be dressed in some other bikinis. Well, in this game, it's like every single fucking chick is in a fucking bikini, other than the protagonists of the game. Because the protagonists are like, yeah, we don't have fucking... We're here to fight. We're not here to have fucking fun and shit. And, like, you know, they all have fucking bikinis. You're a lazy one. Chef unlockable bikini skins? I don't even know. Are you still alive? How the fuck are you still alive? Like some fucking, you know, some characters have like clothing on because it's a male, but all the females in this game is just fucking bikini, bikini, bikini. That's all it is. It's just I want to show my titties and that fucking skinned ass. I'm like, yo, that's fucking hot. Pet cafes? Yeah, we have pet cafes. How's the weapon durability system? It's alright. It is what it is with the durability system. Maybe I'm just gonna punch you guys. Ow, fuck! Like zombie ass? Well, if it turns me on, it turns me on. Oh no! Did I die? Okay, I didn't die. Holy shit. I was like, wait a minute, did I die? Okay, there you go. Now you're dead. Thank you. Thank you for your shit. I'm thinking all the shit right now. Hell yeah. Wait, the streamer is insane virgin energy? True. I need to get fucked, man. Any anyone wanna fuck copium? Anyone wanna fuck me, copium? Hesitant about weapon durability in game is not bad. Give it a shot. But okay, here's the shitty thing though. I'm playing this game on the original game. Like, this is the original. This is not the definitive edition, because the definitive edition is actually a lot worse than it is. I think. If you wanna play this game, it's the definitive edition. Oh no, sorry, it's not the definitive edition. It's the original one, but you can't really get the original game anymore because, you know, they took it away for the definitive edition. So there's that. I don't know if you could actually buy it, but we'll see. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. The virgin energy is so strong here. I can't remember if I had sex before either. Yeah, no one in. We're all virgins, right? We're all virgins in this fucking chat, right? Smile. You can only obtain the original on PC. Really? I don't even know where. Honestly. No. Damn, Caleb. Caleb, you fuck like. How many chicks did you fuck? Smile. I fucked him, right? Yeah. What am I doing for this part? Oh. Well. Of course. Is this the... Yeah, it is, right? What the fuck are you doing? Bro. Oh shit, she's clothed! Oh my god, it's one woman that's clothed! Damn, bro! Finally, no bikini people. What the fuck is clothed? No, cloak. Like clothes, but with an ED. Clothed. See, they're clothed. 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 Whatever. I don't even know how to pronounce it. Clothed. Clocked. Clocked. Clothed. There you go. Caulk. Of course. Of course. Caulk. Yeah. Shut the fuck up. Oh, that's a lot of money. Money. Dicks.
I love surprises.
Yo, you want a surprise? It's in my pants. the 1-inch puncher. Oh fuck! Fuck no! Get out! Get out of here! I have huge amount of cock in Hagenators. That's a lot of alcohol. Damn, bro. Wait, hold on. I want to get this Guardian Spirit. Damn, what an AK. Alright, cool. I'm starting to like. Okay, cool. Coming to this stream was even better idea than I could have expected. I mean, it's always a treat. That's all I could say. It's always a treat because everyone's fucking coomers. Including me. Hi, daddy. Wait, you're not daddy. You're fucking mommy. Hello, mommy. Bye, mommy. I am not a coomer. Copium! Everyone's a coomer. Copium. Hey, yo, what up?
Good on ya. You made it this
Hey, good on ya. Good on ya.
as far as you go. The security system has locked the doors. I can still help you get through to the parking lot. But first, you gotta promise me something. My partner Ken was trying to make his way here when he ran into a mob of those.
Okay.
If you find Ken, I'll tell you how to get to the parking garage, right?
I had to find Kenny. Find a guard named Ken. Hello. Damn, bro. Thank you for that ID card. Okay, how fucked is this area then?
What's this here?
Oh yeah, this place is so fucked. I don't remember this place, honestly. I feel like this place is like one of those places that I don't remember at all. Hey, look, snack. Yeah, that's right, bitch. Wanna get fucked, bitch? That's right. You know who's the big guy? Me. Yo, you killed Kenny, you bastard. We got like fucking another Kenny. Yesterday we played as a character named Kenny. Today we're gonna find another person named Kenny. How many Kennys are there in this fucking like in horror games, honestly? Well, kinda, I guess, because you know, here's the thing. This is actually still my first playthrough. The problem with this game is that like I watched playthroughs of this game back when I was like fucking, you know, back when I was like 12 or 13 when the game actually came out in 2012. Like I watched a lot of the gameplays for this game or the playthroughs, and I really did like it a lot. But then I forgot about everything because it was like fucking years ago that I remembered like this game. Can you Bruce you?
Look out! There's a whole mob of them in there. Head for the boiler room.
Head for boiler room. Oh yeah, you got monies. Super kick, a super kick. Paying $6, mess. €6? Yeah, man, €6 for a 30-second message. What the fuck? Totally not telling the streamer, hey, I want to suck your titties and eat your pussy. Yo, what? Imagine someone actually being super fucking coomer. And just put, yo streamer, I wanna eat your pussy for like 2 minutes and 30 seconds with the $100 they actually have, and then like all just to like take it away, you know? Eat what? Eat pussy, you know? I know a few of you. Fuck me, man. Hey, creative. You came into a weird time because, you know, we're talking about super chats. What is that? That's a cat. I mean, to be fair though, I mean, like, super chats are like that, right? It's just telling, hey, yo, streamer. I mean, if you have like a fucking real streamer, that's for sure, you know. Probably that's like the most copian thing you could ever like talk about, you know. Oh wait, I came from here. Okay, hold on. I use elevated chat feature. Shy Lily. Who the fuck is Shy Lily? I don't indulge with whatever you talk about, Shy Lily. Shut up! Shut up! Don't say what I said about you. Yeah, don't say what I said about you. Your net worth isn't €6? Oh dang. Called out, man. I'm gonna use the this one then. You have anything? You don't. You guys do not have anything at all. There you go. Badoy. Okay. Hold on, I'm fucking... I'm in the US, so the dollar actually worth more than what? No, I thought the euros cost more than the dollar, unless they're still the same. What the fuck are you talking about, Corvallis? You fucking... Are you dumb or something? I'm trying to say that the dollar, the US dollar isn't as much as whatever you fucking think of in euros. If zero it doesn't matter, true. Is euro actually getting worthless? What the fuck? How is euros getting fucking worthless? What the fuck? Did you choke? Did you throw something at me? You did. Ew, alcohol. Can't even take the Jack Daniels, man. I can use this. I don't know if I want to punch you though. Okay. What is this over here? Oh. Okay, I know where this one is at. I know where I'm at. Okay. I guess it's here then. Oh shit! Okay. snack. Oh shit, what the fuck? What a lag. I didn't even know, I didn't even realize it was a lag. What is this? Oh. Oh, I was using that all along. Okay, no, whatever. Weak wrench. Oh, you suck. Bro, you suck. What are you then? Haha! Dumbasses. One euro is $99. What? Like $99. 99 cents? Are you fucking serious? What the fuck? How did it become 99 fucking cents all of a sudden? Why the fuck did I repair this? Why the fuck did I even repair that? Hold on. I need to take this fucking thing away. Drop. Drop. I'll use this. Hello. Whoa, dude. Holy shit. Let me go into here then. Hey, dude. Oh shit! It's the weapons that I didn't want. Okay, wait, hold on. It's the weapons that I didn't want and I picked it up. Wait, did I pick it up? I don't even know if I picked it up. Omega lol. Items. Line up. Line them up. It's time for your spanking. Oh, fuck. Anyways, it's time for your spanking. Stop! I'm looking at ass. I know I like ass. Stop. It's also flat. I don't know. Ass is ass. Shit. Oh shit, bro. Bro, take this meat. Kill this guy. I'll go with this one. Ass type of guy. I mean, ass is good. Did you get it? Like, ass is mwah, marvelous. Marvelous ass. Where's this? Whatever it. Ass kind of guy? Just ups the volume for a bit. Ah, I see, I see. Talk about more ass. Streamer digging the man's ass. How about I dig your ass? That's a lot of ass. Holy shit. Oh shit, hello, 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 hello. Okay. Do I have any points? No, I don't have any points. Let me get that booty. Yo. Are those like fucking whatever it is swimming? I can't believe you have bits that look so fucking comfy, you know. Heisei wanted me to add furries, so I added furries. And now furries is a fucking punching bag.
Taking a look.
And now furries are— what the fuck is that emote? I need to see this. What the flying fuck is that emote? What the fuck? No, the... Oh my... Oh yeah, it is the drum. Holy shit. I don't want to know what the fuck the drum is. Holy shit. Yo. Yo, Furry's out. Furry's out. I know it's a stomach, but like, holy shit. It looks like Pregario, you know? Hello? Honestly, the belly's pretty hot, but it's Pregario, man. Oh, hold on. Stop making out! You two women are making out in the fucking toilet. Stop it. Stop making out. That can't be that many people. What? You didn't clear the island, zombies? Yeah, true. Which way is this?
Quick then, up the stairs.
Up the stairs? Okay. Hold on, I want to kill people and loot. I'm here to loot. Give me a sec. Few thousands, excuse me. Ouch. That was painful. Oh shit. Oh shit. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Wait, where are you going? You are awesome. Thank you. You are awesome as well. Hey, Ugyu. Ugyu, you are awesome. Do you know that? You know, Ugyu, you are awesome. And you play Taiko better than I do. This way. The only person that's not awesome in this chat is HJ. Because HJ is a bully. And I don't like bullies. HJ is a bully. Saw him missing drum earlier. Not the kind of drum that you're thinking of. Oh shit, hello. Man, there's a lot of shit that's going on. What? There we go. Hello. I'll take your snacks. Thank you very much.
Hope to hell he's okay.
It's okay.
I need something for the pain. Otherwise, I ain't gonna fucking make it. Please, give me something.
Painkillers? I'll give you painkillers.
There was a first aid kit with
Damn it.
morphine.
You got morphine. I was doing that for 1.5 hours and we cracked.
You can find it.
What are these emotes? I don't know. Ask Trout and ask HJ. Both of them legit asked me to add emotes. I was like, yeah, sure, add emotes, and I added emotes. Omega lol. Hello. I really need a workbench again. I'm thinking a lot of monies, but no workbench. Okay. Guess I'll fight him. Wait, hold on. I need. Oh god. How about this one? Why can't this thing fucking me on them? Isn't that the emote that you have to capitalize or some shit? Yeah, don't you have to capitalize that? Okay. No, you don't have? I thought I have it. I don't know. It seems like I had it like a while ago. I don't remember. Holy shit, that's a fucking the whitest. I don't know. What's the whitest people set I've seen? Haha, white people set. I don't know if it's a people set. Durability. I need durability. There we go. Boost ambience. Boost skills related to damage, force handling, or durability. Okay, whatever. Morphine. Yo, Morbius. It's Morbin time. Yo, we're gonna give someone morphine. Yo, it's Morbin time. Yo, what up? Morbin time. Oh yeah, I don't have dice and cringe.
That's better.
That's better.
Please. Just wanted to see it, Mum. Just wanted to see the puppy.
Oh man, he wants to see the puppy.
Made you mad, Mama. I just.
He's like that. About cocks. Blame Trout. Yeah, blame Trout. It's always Trout's fault. Why is this fucking conversation taking so fucking long, bro? He's dying. He's dying. That's why. Rip Death. He died. He died? He died.
Oh, bastard. Jesus Christ.
Oh, he's dead. Can't do anything about it anymore. He's dead. Who's Trout? Trout is a... He's blinking! Yeah, buddy, sure. Sure, Copium, he's blinking, sure. Oh, hello. What the fuck? Is this hard? No, this is not hard mode. This is like the literal game, I guess. Help him! No help! No help! He lives by his own. No help. I just don't have guns. If I had guns, then probably it would work out better. And also, my weapons are about to fucking break as well. Soft cock. Yeah, soft cock mode. Sure. Bullets. I need gun. No gun. Countdown. I got countdown. Countdown for me to like get the fuck out of this fucking area. Sure. No, I only have 25 seconds left. Let me get out of this fucking area right now. I need a fucking workbench, like, immediately. I don't even have a workbench right now. God, oops. Bat? What the fuck? Wait, hold on. That book serves no purpose? Okay, sure. I have this one then. Vertical attack on a separate button, is this a contacts thing? Vertical attacks? I don't even know what vertical attacks are there. Go poop. Ah, yes. I just want to shit.
Anything worth anything in here?
No, it's just nothing. No. It's just you just killing them and that's about it. Like the literal thing is just you killing them. You look down, that's about it.
Clear the corridor. Just be bloody careful. There's a shitload of fuckers in there, and I ain't opening the next door until you kill all of them. Quick as hell. Odds being the operative word there.
Cause you literal fucking.
Okay then, get ready. I'm unlocking the door.
Cause the literal fucking gameplay is just you just killing them and that's about it. Yeah, it is automatic. Hold on. I'm also trying to find shit, you know. Hey, yo. Bench. Do I want to upgrade? No. I'm gonna drop these two because I do not need these two. Hold on. Drop. Drop. Ooh. Maybe I'll upgrade this one. Hold on. Heavy mod. Yeah, I'm just gonna use this heavy mod thing. There we go. Just doing this and upgrade. Oops. Oh shit! It's damaged. That's why. There we go. There you go. How can I not equip? Oh, 21. Oof.
Pay
Oofus.
attention now. Listen carefully.
Hold on. Hold on, man. I'm just gonna fucking.
You won't get far without my.
Fine.
Listen, the hotel security system is fraud. Some of the security cams.
I need 21, like
Some
level
of the
21.
corridors have been blocked, including the one to the parking garage. Needs to be rebooted. Luckily, you can reset it manually in a server room. But first, you gotta get past those bloody psychos. I used to work with those poor bastards. Jesus Christ.
21. True.
Rebooting it isn't difficult, but it does take some time.
Wasn't that
Follow
plus
the on-screen
21?
instructions and there
You
shouldn't be a
super.
problem.
No, I'm not.
Watch your back, though. Who knows who and what is in there?
Okay.
It's the only way.
It's always worth taking a look.
Unless you want to turn into one of those half-dead freaks.
Thank you for your patronage. I'm just gonna steal everything that you have. Thank you. Okay, we get out of here then. I don't need a headstand. Whatever. Let's go. Hello. What the fuck? Ah! Haha. Oh shit! Fuck me! Here. Oh! Hold on. How about if I use this instead? Oh no! Shit! I'm actually gonna die! Fuck! Alright, don't die right now. What a weird fall down animation. Ah! This does that. What the flying fuck? Are you kidding me? You know what? Hold on. If I use this instead. Oh god! Hello. Gotta turn down volume on my neighbors thing. I went insane. True. There we go. Cool. $45? What the fuck? You fucking poor? Alright, you're poor. Whoa! Oh, yoy! Ori! Damn, bro! This guy likes ass. Ass, yeah, I saw ass. Okay. Give me that. Actual Jew horse? Yes, this is actually me, guys. This is actually me. I'm pretty fucking chat. Look how chat I am. It's actually me, by the way. No lying. Actually me. Not even your wet dream. God damn it. Wait, you're alive? Stop being alive. You too. I like your money. Oh wait. Server reset is here. Man. Kinda true, but also at the same time, like copium. And stop being alive, man. Copium. Okay. What's this? Oh, fire extinguisher. Hello.
You bloody made it?
Bloody made it! Oi, mate.
A large part of the system is up and running again. I'm just worried about the power in the parking lot.
What? Find the oh no. Eat the truck. I wanna know what this thing is. Hold on. I wanna know what this thing is. Deal bomb. It's a homemade bomb. Oh shit, I don't want to make this, yeah. Okay, I made 4 of them. Let's see how it works with this one. 3, I guess. Alright, let's see. Okay. Let's go.
Anything worth anything in here?
I go upstairs? I wanna see what upstairs is. Oh, hello. Rip to that guy. Huh, okay. 5k damage? It is 5k damage. That's why I was like, yo, 5k damage? That's what I wanted. Here, have that. Oh! Damn, bro! That's like a huge punch. Good damn, by the way. Wait. Are you a thug? You are a thug. Did we really add? Yes, we have sex, poop my pens again, poop my pens again. Wait, you're about to die. Wait, oh no, you're not about to die, hold on. Have sex, and poop my pens again, poop my pens again. Heck yeah, okay. I kind of need that emote, dude. It's fucking great. I love me some Morbius emotes, and I could have sex as well. Morb orb. I see. Anyways, have sex. Poop my pens again. Poop my pens again. Wait. Oh, there we go. What the fuck are you? Whoops. Where am I supposed to go? All the way back there. Okay, cool. Boom! Look at him. Wait. Wait. You know, I want to know what the fucking... Hold on. What is the fucking music for this one? Hold on. I need to find this music. We're gonna drive all the way. We're gonna drive all the way to whatever it is. I just realized something. I wanna put this music in. Hold on. I wanna put this music in.
Hello, my dear friends. Well, here I am.
I'm not a virgin. I use a flashlight.
Last. And it feels so wonderful to be here with you on my first album. I'm so happy, happy, lucky me. I've just come my way, living every day. I'm not worried
Oh fuck! This is fucking... Just do that. Oh fuck! Yeah, I love it. What's up, man? Oh, what a tight turn. It's just like fucking happy music while you just fucking kill fucking zombies at the same time. Oh man, this is the end of the road. God damn it, it's not the end of the road already? Man, feels bad. It feels bad, that's the end of the road. Yeah. I had a thinking, I was like, I had this like one-ish plan. I was like, wait a minute. If we're driving a really big truck, why not I just play fucking Tiny Tim music and be like, I'm so happy while fucking bashing fucking all the zombies around and just driving. I love that. Okay, cool. Tiny Tim is obviously a legend. I love Tiny Tim. Thank you for that Coke. More Coke. There you go.
What's this here?
Good job.
What's that? What the fuck's that?
I'll be there.
Thank you for the diamonds.
We heard somebody on the radio talking about a chopper going down. From what they said, the crash site's pretty close by.
Yeah.
Maybe you can check it out.
Investigate the helicopter wreckage and brings Cinemoy any supplies you find.
Sure thing.
Look for survivors first, and then see if there's anything in the wreckage worth saving.
Black Hawk down. Black Hawk down. That sounds like the okay. That sounds cool.
Good. 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 I still.
Okay. Got 5 Molotovs.
There's a better way to kill those things.
Hold on. What the fuck is this? His name should be Simpy Boy. Simpy Boy. Simpy Boy. I need to drop this and this. I don't need this. So fuck this. I put the there. Alright, cool. Which one is the one that I need repair for? This one, this one. There we go. Here you go. Does anyone else need anything from me? Investigate a helicopter wreckage. Yeah, no one needs anything from me, right? Other than you. You need fucking. Oh yeah, I could sell a lot of shit, you know. I sell diamonds. I'm just gonna keep everything for now, you know. I don't have anything
from outer space
to actually go for now. Yeah, this game is gonna take fucking forever to finish it. That's actually. Wait, what kind of machete is this? Oh, fuck you. Fuck you with your flimsy fucking machete. Probably do not need it. Sure.
I heard
let's sell this.
this scourge came from outer space.
Got that money. Got that cash money. And so I'm gonna take these as well. There we go. And some of them for monies as well. Weeps. Yo, weeps. Any weeps in the chat?
I heard this. Scourge came from outer space.
I saw the other 2 Morbius Orbi moments. Good. We only need the have sex emote, alright? Have sex, poop my pants again, poop my pants again. Okay, I'm gonna probably do one more mission and then, yeah, I should be alright, I guess. Cause I'm already at 7 hours. I'm already at 7 hours. I'm probably not gonna be finishing this game anytime soon, so I don't know. We'll see. More like weeds, more like weeds. Weeds. You high or something? You high or something, bitch? Oh fuck. No. You can definitely finish this game if you go 3 more hours. What? You're just saying this because Lexus ain't live right now. Motherfucker just wanna wait for Lexus to be live. You and Benny are the same thing. Waiting for Lexus to be live. Copium, man. Actually, copium. What the fuck is Magenta 62? Oh.
Where the hell did I put that?
These nuts. Do I need to do anything for here? No. Wait. What is this flag for? Oh! Fucking Ned. Hold on. Don't look it up.
Where the hell did I put that?
Damn, bro. I'm very curious right now. What the fuck is that?
Thank you.
Oh.
Keep looking, please.
I think one of the fucking chicks need water as well, but whatever. I'm not gonna give them water. This thing? Is it this thing? What the flying fuck is this thing? There's a portal here? Hello? Obscure's looking a bit weird today. Well, you got 4 people instead of 5. Sure. I think have it. What the fuck is going on?
Careful! Watch it!
Damn, bro. Oh my god, it's these guys. Bro, that's a big fucking rip.
Pull this thing off me! Do I have to do this again? Don't tell me I have to do this again. Thank God I don't have to do this again. Got my money's worth. I got my money's worth for actually just committing suicide and fucking, you know, respawning back. Of course. Oh my god, a survivor.
Hey. My name is Nikolai. As you can see, this piece of shit helicopter that was supposed to get me off this fucking island crashed.
That's not the speedrun strat.
Russian. We need to get out of here, my friends. Soon this place will be swarming with those things. Before we crashed, I saw a bunker by the beach. Once inside, it would be a great place for us to hide. Very defensible. Unfortunately, it's surrounded by those infected freaks. If you can get us to the bunker, I guarantee I will get you off this goddamn island.
Oh man, fuck, are
anything
you
in here?
serious? Fine, I'm just gonna follow you then. Hope the speedrun strat involves sniping the survivors before they talk. True. Hey Teddy. Yo! This guy got fucking nice shoes. What are those? Oh shit! Oh my god, I thought they were aboriginals. I was like, wait a minute, why are they fucking aboriginals? You ever just, yeah, you ever just think that they are aboriginals and they're not really aboriginals, and I thought they were aboriginals because they're fucking Australians. There we go. What the fuck are you doing, dude? Hello? Dude! I jumped down for you! What the fuck are you doing? Bro! I jumped down just to... Oh. He's doing the speedrun strat. You aren't... Since you aren't. Oh.
Nice fucking vacation, huh?
Nice fucking vacation, huh? Look, bud. Yes.
We should keep moving. Kill them.
Oh man.
Bust their fucking heads in.
Whoa, dude! Holy fuck, bro! I like he just stands there and just does nothing. Like, what the fuck? He runs like he got a pile of shit, yeah. You ever think about how insulting the term Aboriginal is? You're originally here, but you're not the normal. Oh my fucking god.
We should keep moving.
How is this door opened all of a sudden, huh? Cabot always does that to spite me. Like, honestly.
Spasibo, my friends.
Spasibo!
A little something for your trouble.
Reliable. Okay. Reliable homemade machete. Why am I spiting? Always spiting me. Can't believe this. Can I create anything with this thing? I can. Okay, cool. I can just do that. Ah. Oh shit! The fucking scorching hot 1,000-degree knife, dude! Dude, the 1,000-degree knife. I have it now.
Not even a hello! Normally, I would have called my comrades right after the crash to have them pick me up within a few hours, but my satellite phone was also unfortunately destroyed. I need you to go into the city, find my restaurant, Cafe Kiev, and tell Sergei there to give you a satellite phone. Bring it to me, and we will be off this piece of shit island in no time. Interested?
Okay. Get a satellite phone from Sergey and Nikolai's restaurant.
I'll do what I can.
It's that hot rod machete. It's the 1,000-degree knife, dude, where you cut fucking shit. You know, like back in 20. I don't even know when was the 1,000-degree knife thing a popular thing, like 2019 or whatever it is. Vin Diesel ain't Russian. Shut the fuck up. Subnautica. Sub these nuts. 2019. Yeah. Yeah. That thing. You know. Where's this fucking restaurant? Return to him. Wait, I can fast travel there, right? 10 billion degree knife versus zombies. Who wins? Yeah. It's those kind of shit, you know. It's not even 1,000 degree. It's red hot. It's red hot anyways. You know what else is red hot? My dick. Savage King knife. I'm probably gonna take that then. Wait, what? Where's my fucking... Oh, man. Hold on. What the fuck? Why is this on, like, fucking weird-ass positions now? There we go. The restaurant is the city of Moresby. Next map you unlock is after upgrading the oh, fuck me. Damn, bro. That's like a fucking, that's a fucking low drop. What are you talking about? Lifeguard tower. Red dick from beating off to... Probably. Hello.
Every little bit helps us hang on a little longer.
Black cock down.
It's a big, powerful truck, but we need to turn it into a bloody tank.
Oh.
We need to reinforce it and make it unstoppable. You up for that?
Well, I have to because I don't. I can't really do anything with the other missions right now.
Far from the lighthouse. You'll find what you need there. You know how to weld? Let's just pray the mechanic's still alive then.
Humans are specified in braking. Can die from small curb drop. True. Okay, what am I supposed to do? Go to the mechanic, reinforce the truck. Okay. Well, okay, let's do this one last one and then we'll see about like the other mission, you know. I probably have time for one more mission, I guess. Copium. Copium just said I have one more time for one last mission. Okay, where am I supposed to go then? I am supposed to go here. You have time for 7 more, bitch? Shut the fuck up. Wait, hold on. Wait, I need to know where fucking I'm gonna get my frozen froyo. Well, by the time when you get your frozen froyo, I'm probably not gonna be around. So you better make it quick or else. Yeah, that's right. Froyo these nuts. This guy dead. This guy also dead. Phil, keep the stream up for 15 more minutes. Copium, man. Where's fucking Trout, man? Oh shit. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh shit. Help! Help! I fucked it up! Help! Okay. Oh shit, dude. Sorry. Hello. Thank you. Thank you. Luckily the car ain't stuck. Holy shit, I just lagged for a bit. Wait. No. Wait. Oh shit, bro. Yo, 1,000-degree knife challenge. Let's go. Wait, where's my... Where do I have to... Hold on. 1,000-degree knife challenge right now. Let's try it out, because I don't know how it's gonna be like. Where are the zombies? There. Alright, 1,000-degree knife. Holy shit. Sketch, thank you for the very much appreciated. You guys are just coming in for the 1,000-degree knife challenge. Because I'm using my fucking whatever machete knife this is and like using it for 1,000 degrees. There we go, 1,000-degree knives. Oh shit, what the fuck was that? Oh shit, you're hot, but I had to kill you, I'm so sorry. 1,000-degree knife challenge. Can you eat a 1,000-degree knife? Yes. I mean, YOLO, right? YOLO, man. How you doing, Sketch? Hope you're doing well. Also, good luck in getting into GDQ, by the way. I'll take these two then. I mean, anyone could get in. Oh, am I stuck? Oh, please don't be stuck. There we go. They did accept once. That's what really counts. They're probably gonna take you again, Teddy. Like, I honestly think that they're gonna take you in again. It's like no exception because, like, you know, GDQ fucking likes you and shit. Yeah, they took like fucking Command and Conquer before, so.
Get in.
Yo, hot lady.
Son of a bitch.
Maybe there's something we can use.
What is this? Oh. Hello.
God damn. Someone else is alive on this island?
Oh shit, my 1,000-degree knife. Hold on, I need to actually take some shit away. Yeah. I'm in for the hot girl. I'm so sorry. Hold on. I'm not prepared for this. Cause I really love the hot girl. Hold on. Hey, hey, mamacita. This is a really bad thing to say. Damn, what the fuck? There we go.
Someone else is alive. They
Hello?
can't help what they are.
Yeah.
They sick in the head. I showed some compassion. I got bit. By tomorrow, I'll be one of them.
One of them?
Maybe 6 hours left. Probably less. But until then, I can still do some good, right?
Yes, sir.
What do you want this thing to be? A rolling fortress? A homemade tank? I can add some armor or whatever. You want me to give it a try?
Yes, yes, sir. Protect the workshop while Earl is working.
I think I can help.
Now you're talking. Make it so those bastards don't interfere. And I'll pimp your ride. Damn straight.
Damn straight. They know some random guy with his... Yeah, we... I don't wanna fucking like listen to that shit ever again. I don't like it. I did see him. I did saw him. It's fucking shit. It's this one. Hold on. It's this fucking quest. Wait, I need to find it. It's this quest. This one right here. This one had like the Singaporean accent and I fucking hated it. He looked fucking like Caucasian but had a Singaporean accent. And I'm like, no fucking way. I don't want to hear it ever again in a fucking game. It could have been like fucking Far Cry, you know? When they do that fucking cinta untuk anak whatever the fucking thing is. It's like cinta untuk anak-anak kami, whatever it is. Let me find what it is. Fucking god damn it. What the, is it Far Cry 2? Cultural appropriation? Yeah, I don't remember what it is. Hold on. Is it Far Cry 3? I don't remember what the fucking Far Cry 3 is. I need to find what it is. It's the fucking whatever it is. Hold on. I need to find it again. Is it this one? Wait, let me see this. Ah, yes! Yeah. I don't care. But this is so good. Hold on. I think it's this one.
Jason, prepare the tatao.
Prepare the tatao! They had like the whole sex scene as well. I don't really give a fuck.
Will be reborn. The ultimate warrior has given himself in the place of the coward bass. Cinta untuk anak-anak kami.
Cinta untuk anak-anak kami. I fucking hated that, man. Like my friend had to send this to me. I was like, cinta untuk anak-anak kami. I was like, no, not in my game, bro. Hold on. I need to see my fucking whatever it is. It's fucking sex, but with fucking Malay. But they had the I think the voice actor was a Singaporean, if I'm not mistaken. Wait, is it I in the Revolution Army known as the I don't remember what it is. Hold on, let me find it again. It's just like I am the Revolution Army known as the something. Hold on. I don't remember the fucking line anymore, but whatever. It was in the game, and then it's like fucking it's all Singaporean Malaysian kind of fucking accents, and it's like so fucking hilarious as fuck. That's all I could say. It's mostly like hilarious as fuck. Anyways. Okay, we'll do this. We'll do this one, I guess. Oof. Ooh. Damn, bro. Damn, their head's all like fucked up because I'm using this 1000-degree knife. Yo, 1000-degree knife versus zombies, who would win? Obviously, this guy right here. obviously this guy. Look at that. That was in the green knife. Holy shit. Nice. Anyways. Damn, all the beheadings, man. Is it weird to say that? Gotta be someone's fetish? True. Whoa! Damn, bro, that's fucking thick. Damn, you have a fucking thick booty. Like, not gonna lie. I love this. Probably some furry. Whoa, dude. Holy shit. What the fuck is happening? Stay alert until Earl finishes work. Oh my god. Okay, hello.
I'm done. It'll have to do.
Alright! Wow! What a pimp! Yo, pimped my ride, honestly. The accent is uncanny valley because, you know, we don't speak like... Yeah. Thanks to Jew. I mean, to be fair though, it's like... It's fucking... like... Americans... No, not Americans. Like Singaporeans trying to think of... you know, being in an American game or being in a Western game and then just sounding like that, you know?
Sorry, Bubba. No
You got cinta udu anak-anak kami.
Is this what you need?
Oh shit, the
Then
key.
give me what I need.
What are you saying, Dad? I'm not going anywhere.
No, honey, listen to me. You have to, honey.
Can't be Singaporean,
There's
don't
nothing
sing
for
a
you here
lot
now.
as far as I know.
I'm not leaving you.
Look at me. Look at me. I love you.
I think I could replicate
how I
whatever
want
the
you to
guy said
remember
in this fucking game.
You promise me you'll take care of her.
She'll come with us. Dad, no! Dad!
No, daddy, no.
And don't you lose hope. Live your life.
No, daddy, please, no. Oh no, daddy, no, please, no, daddy. New quest on the road. Is this a new? Okay, cool. I guess it's a new one. Okay, I think I'm gonna stop right here because, you know, it's fucking there's a lot of shit to actually go through in this game. So I've been playing for about, let me see how many hours right now. I've been playing for about 6 hours now, so there's that. And I'll come back tomorrow with more of this game. This game's pretty cool. Hopefully I can actually finish this game by, like, I would say Sunday. Or is it by Sunday? I guess by Sunday, yeah. If by Sunday I could finish this game, then that would be great. And then we'll continue on with, like, a lot more games. If I can. But yeah, thank you guys for sticking by. I will see you guys tomorrow with more of this game. I'm gonna be streaming a lot longer for the next god knows how many fucking, you know, days or so. Oh wait, I got a level 5 hype train. I forgot about that. Choo choo. Level 5 hype train. Choo choo. Let me see who I can host. Sunday Funday football. True. But yeah, I've been going on for like very long time. For the past god knows how many fucking days now. I will host it off to, actually, this is probably someone that yeah, this is probably this guy that I never host ever, but like he's live at the moment, which is pretty cool. I'm gonna host it off to, you know, wait, hold on. I recommend you host Dash Ducks. Dash Ducks. Who the fuck is Dash Ducks? I actually wanted to host it off to someone else. Let me see this. Ooh, there's all ducks. Interesting. anyways, it's cool, but I want to host it up to someone actually like around. I'm gonna host it up to actually Crafton because, you know, he's a pretty cool guy and he's around on the community as well. I like him. Thank you guys for sticking by. I will see you guys tomorrow with more Far Cry, Dead Island. Take care. Love you guys. See you. Bye.